Do you need to sign in, Mr. Atkinson?
Do I need to?
Would you like to? We'll just note here.
There's one more chair. There's one more chair there.
Okay, we will go ahead and call the zoning public hearing and the village board meeting to order at this time. If I could get a roll call, please.
Allen? Here. Minders?
Yes.
Miller's absent. Reuter?
Here.
Shevitz? Here. Mandy?
Here. Okay, we have a quorum. We could please rise and recite the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. We're going to start with the zoning hearing and zoning general comments. So these are comments relating to the actual zoning code itself, not specifically to parcels. I see a few of you signed in for information that pertains to the board meeting itself. Those public comments will be taken after the zoning hearing. So these are for general zoning comments as it relates to anything related to the zoning change. So Steve, you're here first.
Yeah, I just wanted to say regarding the residential business designation.
Yes.
I just want to make sure it never becomes retail sales. I think we discussed that before.
As it currently stands, I do not have RB being anything related to retail sales. Again, that RB zoning designation is just a draft at this point. It has not been approved. Nothing in the zoning code has been approved by the trustees. That was just my initial write-up, but RB does not allow for commercial sales. Anything else?
No, that was really it.
All right. Is it Tracy Jones?
Nothing's been decided yet, so what's the point of publishing?
Because we have to publish so we can do changes
Well-
and discuss changes.
Can I ask why it's not consistent?
Why is what not consistent?
Well, some residences you have labeled as commercial or light industry or something like that. Other places, you're taking commercial and turning them into residential. Why is it not consistent across the board through the whole town?
I'm looking at the draft map I published.
That's what I did.
I guess I don't know which parcel you're specifically referring to. The larger, I think most of the zoning that's on there have a lot of houses zoned light industry or heavy industry, and that was certainly one of the reasons we needed a new zoning map to take away the zoning designation for residential properties. I don't know if there's, on my mind, I see one house that's in light industry on my map, and that's about it. And I should note that my map is not the be-all, end-all. It's just the draft map that the trustees are going to talk about tonight. But in my mind, I see one house that's in light industry. Is there any,
Why?
is that Wyatt?
Because you wanted it that way? Why is one house residential in your light industry?
That's just because of what's surrounding it. This is the one on Shannon Route. Unfortunately, I did not print a
You're
big
talking about
draft
the
map.
current zoning.
No, currently it's zoned heavy industry. It's on Shannon Route, before you reach Arch Street. It's currently zoned heavy industry. I have it zoned as light industry on my map because that whole parcel is zoned light industry. In my current zoning code, no building, no residence that is zoned light industry, heavy industry, or anything else can be used as a business so long as it's being used as a residence. That's there just in the case of future development, which I think is important. Zoning is looking toward the future. It is not looking toward what is presently there, because everything that is presently there lawfully will be able to run indefinitely as it sees fit. No matter if we changed a business that's in heavy industry to residential, they will still be able to operate as heavy industry forever, so long as they continue to operate. So zoning is a forward-looking endeavor. It's not what's presently there. So when I see this one house, and it's just one on Shannon Route, surrounded by light industry, it makes sense in my mind to zone it light industry in case a business ever wants to own that entire parcel. We don't have to come back and zone one parcel back to light industry from R1. Certainly the trustees can disagree on that.
Okay. Let me back up a little bit, please. What initiated this? Why did this start?
We've been talking about zoning changes for a while. We've been talking about banning first floor apartments in Shannon downtown, the zoning board of appeals changes, things of that nature. And when I got a request to rezone an R1 property in the light industry, I just decided to take a look at the whole zoning map because I did not want to zone one parcel light industry, and I believe that would be spot zoning. Whereas if you look at the whole map at one time, you make specific findings as why you're zoning the map a specific way, that's much more agreeable to the circuit courts that would ultimately have to review this if there was a challenge to it.
So you received an inquiry. Who is on the committee, zoning committee?
This board is the zoning committee.
You don't have a committee, or, so you're the chairman.
We are the planning commission at this point. This board is. We got
Who's the chairman?
the village president. There is no planning commission anymore. In the state of Illinois, you do not have to have a planning commission. The village board can retain that power. And we changed this a few months ago that this village board now retains the power of the planning commission.
So there is no
planning commission. There is no zoning.
chairman.
Well, in the sense that this board is the committee, I suppose I would be the chairman.
Okay. So you took it upon yourself to initiate this.
Correct. The last time
As a one
zoning
and only gentleman. Okay.
was substantially changed last in 1958.
And so you took it upon yourself to initiate this. You took it upon yourself to decide how you wanted everything zoned, and that's what you're proposing.
I made a proposal.
Then you're expecting this council to approve your idea.
I don't care if they approve my idea or not. It's a starting point.
This has been an ongoing discussion for many, many months.
I'm trying to figure out when was the committee hearing so that I could have attended it,
That's what this
had I
is.
known what was going on.
That's what this
That's
is.
what this is.
We're not approving final
Nothing
changes
is being
tonight.
approved tonight.
We're making recommendations tonight. So that is this hearing. You haven't missed
Okay, well, in
anything.
your recommendation, I note that there are residences, you're zoning commercial. There are other commercials that you're taking commercial zoning away from them, such as my property, which I don't want to do. And so how is this, if that's approved, how will this committee
Well, as it relates to
compensate me for the financial difference?
specific parcels, that'll go on the next public comments. We have to go through every single parcel and talk about the zoning designation. So you'll have a chance again. This board hasn't approved a 6 zoning designation map at this point. They don't have to approve 6 zoning designations. They can approve 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing's been approved. Once we know how many zoning designations we'll have, we will then go to specific parcels where this board will then decide what is the appropriate designation. So again, the draft map that I created and posted online is just that, a draft. It's not the final product. That's what we're here for tonight, though. Tonight, no final decisions are being made. We're making recommendations for us to review again next month where the final vote will take place.
Once again, I want to be on the record to say that I do not want my property changed.
And you'll have a chance to tell us what property that is. I have it here, but we can go through it again. Thank you. Shannon Bard?
So I may have misinterpreted this as well. Like, I wanted to talk about our property specifically,
Well, my property and my dad's property next door.
which is next door.
Mhm.
So are we not doing that?
We are doing that.
Okay,
That's
so
just
I
the
can go
next-
ahead.
We have to decide, again, as it currently stands, we have 4 zoning designations here in town. R1, R2, light industry, and heavy industry. My proposed map had 6. That has not been accepted by this board yet. It might be less, it could be the 6, we don't know yet. So as it relates to specific zoning designations for your parcel, that's gonna have to wait to see what the board recommends we do. And you'll have a chance again, there's 2 sets of public comments in this zoning hearing. Right now, this is for general zoning comments, whether it's for opposing the wholesale rewrite, opposing RB, whatever it may be. As it relates to specific parcels, you have another chance in a little bit here to give testimony and further comment.
Okay, well then there's just a couple things that I want to mention with our property. If, I would recommend not changing it because right now we don't have any access off of Walnut Street onto our back lot for there to ever be any growth in the back. Multifamily or whatever. We don't have access if we don't have that farm
There's-
property.
There's no road to go back to my property.
And it's also not on the village septic system, so, you know, that's another concern that we have.
Sure.
Now, my father-in-law's property is gonna be up for sale soon,
Mhm.
probably not before the zoning meeting, but shortly thereafter. And if that's sold with the new zoning, we won't have access probably to our back property at that point in time. So I guess that's why we would be against.
So
changing.
we would, but nobody else.
Right.
We'll look at it when we get to specific parcels. I have the address here. I
I mean,
don't know what it is off the top of my head.
My main concern is I wanna be able to keep that land farmed so that I don't have to mow all that ground out there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been this way for 80 years. It might as well stay the same.
Right, but they're not talking about
Yeah, and
personal
farm,
properties.
you're talking about farmlands in your back? Again, I just
We
don't
have-
know off the top of
We
my
have
head where you're
crops in
at.
our backfield.
That
Okay.
pink section on off Walnut Street,
Between South Street and Branch Out.
Yeah. That won't change regardless of the zoning designation. It's been farmed, like you said, for decades. No matter what we do with the zoning, you'll be allowed to continue with that use forever.
but the problem is we're gonna probably sell my dad's property because he passed away.
So then does the
So-
farming go away?
No.
Okay.
As long as it's continuation of what it's been used for, regardless of who the owners are. Once you, so if it's rezoned and then you sell it and they continue to farm it, then they can continue to farm it. If you build a house on it and then somebody says, well, I wanna farm now, then they won't be able to go back to farming after that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the other problem is there's no septic over there. We have our own septic and the neighbors have their own septic. And I was told that you can't even use village sewer over there because it doesn't run right.
Never heard
So-
that myself, but
So to make it multifamily
Right.
makes no sense.
well, like I said, no matter what the zoning designation is, your farming will stay intact forever.
Okay.
Nothing's gonna change there.
Thank you.
Any other comments at this time?
I would just prefer to stay the way it is.
Understood. Ms. Wallace?
So I had spoken with you before and you did not return my questions that I had asked you.
I did look into it.
As far as the rezoning of the 4 properties on Shelley Street, only one of those is multifamily. That leaves 3 single-family homes. These, would be zoned as multifamily unless it's the village intention for the owners in the future to level these and convert these into multifamily, or they're allowing them in that qualified opportunity zone like I had explained to you before. And I also had wanted to know about my property at 402 South Chestnut. If it would be allowed for me to turn that into an ADU in the future.
What did you have in mind?
I'd like to turn it into multifamily, like I told you.
Well, that's what we're here for tonight. When we get to that parcel, You can
It's
certainly
a
ask for that.
proposal to you.
Yeah.
I mean, and as, before they switch this, and I can't do that ever in my life. I mean, I'm looking 5 years down the road too.
well, is it
So-
currently zoned multifamily?
No, but it
Okay.
has been multifamily in the past, I do believe. That's why there's 2 front doors on that house.
Okay.
But I would like to see about, possible ADU or something in the future for them, because I have multiple families living in one house here.
When we get to the specific parcels, we can talk about changing that to multifamily. I mean, the
And
difference between R1 and R2 is fairly negligible.
And then I have
What
a
you can
paper
and can't
to
do.
hand to everyone here, and you can take a look. There's a individual here that's listed as living in an apartment, and he's a registered sex offender, and so that property isn't multifamily. That's zoned R residential. And he was paroled here to Shannon 2 days after Mike Lewis was gone, so I mean, if he's allowed to have an ADU in his house, then how could I not be allowed to have an ADU at mine?
Well, we'll look into it. I'm not familiar with what you're talking about, but again, as it relates to R2, we can talk about specific
Because it
parcels here
states
in a little
this man
bit.
lives in an apartment. So that's a residence. It's a house.
well, we'll look into it. Like I said, I've not heard anything related to this. We'll look into it legally. We'll come back to you when we go to specific parcels, Ms. Wallace. Victoria, is it? Oh, no.
I'm just a guest here. Hi, everybody. I'm a candidate for district rep. I'm just a guest here to hear what's going on with your meeting. I was invited, so I'm just finding it interesting. I do have a question though. If you're gonna be doing rezoning and there is something about the business at the water tower, what is the business gonna be that would require the area to be rezoned?
And essentially anything. R1 only allows single-family homes. That's the only thing allowed in R1.
Okay, so the business that they wanna do at the water tower has nothing to do with the rezoning then? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, they'll be affected by the rezoning, just like everyone else. If the board accepts my designations, or even if they don't, everything will be affected. But as it relates to the difference between R1 and RB or any business, R1, the only permitted use in R1 is a single-family home. There's some special uses. Home occupations are allowed by special use currently, but the only permitted use in R1 is a single-family home.
So, but getting back to the water tower though, it's right there smack in the middle of the residential area. So the question is that if somebody makes it a business, does that affect the R1, the residential zoning that you've got, or does it not? Or does it depend on what the business is?
Well, RB zoning designation, which again is not accepted by the board yet, is not passed, only allows very specific businesses that are low traffic that could function in a residential neighborhood without changing the overall feel of the residential neighborhood. Anything that would change the characteristics of a residential neighborhood in something business is not allowed in RB.
Okay, so is somebody buying that property to do a business in it?
It's already been purchased.
It's already been purchased. Okay, all right, got it.
Thank you. Joe?
At this point in time, no. I'm the one that owns that property.
Okay, I just,
Most people know here that, so you might know that. In general, I appreciate you reviewing this because it is out of kilter, to say the least. In fact, just on what was raised today, I'm not sure, and believe me, I read it a couple weeks ago and I probably forgot it. Is farmland specifically stated in the current zoning?
It's not.
It's not, exactly, and that's why you need to do what you're doing now.
Right, actually, there's no zoning designation right now that allows farming. Other towns like Lanark do have agricultural zoning designations. Shannon has never had that. So it's been grandfathered in since the original zoning code of 1958.
And the idea of grandfathering, it may even apply to me eventually. The point being is you need to be reviewing this much more regularly than it's been done, obviously, because there's things that are happening that are not even noted as able to be happened or noted as can't be happening. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And we'll get back to specific parcels here in a little bit. Betsy?
I'm just here for a guest, thank you.
Thanks, Betsy. Jason Thien?
I guess I don't have anything specific unless there's a map I can see.
I can pass you the draft map for now. I'll need it back in just a minute. It's on the Facebook page if you want to pull up Facebook.
Yeah, I'm not a Facebook guy.
I won't work
That's
in here
why I'm here to
anyways.
see you guys right now. If I was one of those guys, I would already been doing that.
Any specific comments at this time? Jason?
Nope, other than what we're gonna do to our business district, that's all I'm worried about.
Allison?
Just here.
Here for the next one. Brenda?
I'm just kind of seeing where I will end up or if it changes anything in my,
Thanks for being here.
nothing real
Brenda.
specific.
Ken?
I just, first I want to start out by saying this will be the 4th year of Melissa Trumpy's murder. She was last seen in our community.
All right, this is for zoning.
Okay, but I
We'll
just
have
wanted to get
general
that out.
comments
Yeah,
later.
thank you for your time there. Anyways, I wanted to ask to eliminate the spot zoning. You said, oh, I don't believe in spot zoning, but isn't that exactly what you did?
No.
You created a business district, but you allowed businesses to start up in the middle of town next to our school.
No, that's not spot zoning.
And when,
I'll also show you a map because you're not the only person who reached out. Here's another map. There's only 2 zoning designations in this map. This map does literally the exact same thing as the other map. I've just gotten rid of RB, I've gotten rid of R2, I've gotten rid of heavy industry and business district, and I did overlays instead and special use. This map with no spot zoning does the exact same thing as the other map.
So how can one person in town sell ice cream, or can't sell ice cream, but another person can have a bakery? I'm
Because that was in
confused.
violation of a home occupation. A bakery is not in violation of a home occupation.
Who sets the rules for the home occupation?
The law,
The law does.
it's our 1958 zoning code,
Don't think that's-
which I have updated. The home occupation has been updated for this new zoning code, though it's more elaborating on what it is rather than changing it.
Now, do you have the right to say it's all right if you keep your ice cream business if
Do I have the right to do
they
that?
make the lawsuit go away, or however it was said? There was alleged rumors going around about this.
I have no right. I have the right to enforce the law, and the law says that ice cream business was in violation of our laws.
And a bakery is not.
Correct.
Can you just explain that for a second?
Home occupations cannot change the characteristics of the residence. Has to be clearly incidental to the use of the R1 property. Again, R1 only allows a single-family residence. Special use permits allow a home occupation, but it cannot change the characteristics of the residence, and it has to be incidental. So when you start putting up advertising, when you start putting up a different building to do business out of, that's clearly not incidental. And the big thing in my mind, and I'm not talking specifics here, home occupations are not supposed to be something you can walk up to. They have to be scheduled. They have to not change the characteristics of the neighborhood. It cannot be a business. You cannot invite people to come to your home whenever they want and say, this is a home occupation. And this is more clearly defined in the new code, which I sent you. It gives much more depth to it. Our current zoning code is very broad, but that's how it's been enforced since before Bonnie. So that's the difference between a home occupation and a business.
And one more thing. Under Bonnie, you can use her as a scapegoat if you need to, but wasn't it said the reason why the high bidder didn't get the water tower was because they didn't want a business next to the school?
There was the building next to the school, the water tower was sold as is. At that time, there was a planning commission, a zoning commission, and this board had no power to change the zoning designation. So it was sold as is with the understanding that a business might not be able to go in there. At this point, under this administration, we have gotten rid of the planning commission, and it's now this board's power to change the zoning.
But my understanding was sold as nostalgia, that it was gonna be upkept, and
That's certainly one of the things that was said at that meeting. The
absolutely.
big thing is we cannot guarantee a zoning change, and there's still no guarantee of a zoning change, and that's what was clear. The higher bid you're referring to only wanted to use it as a business. Joe and his bid had residential and business purposes, and he was told it was sold as is with no promise that it would be changing.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Ardell?
The only thing on zoning is I don't have much to say about it, except that I just don't follow why this big change all of a sudden.
Again, it just comes to the point where our last zoning code, the zoning code was enacted in 1958. If you look through the zoning code ordinance, most of them are from 1958. I'm not saying there hasn't been any changes, but the bulk of it is 1958. It's outdated. It's worried about things that are just not applicable to the current world we live in. And it doesn't talk about things that we do care about, such as Airbnbs. Should we allow them in town? We have to address the modern world. So. Any other
Something you guys should know about, the zoning map as it stands was based around the railroad that hasn't been here since the 1980s. If you look at our zoning map, the way it is in the pink and the yellow, it's all based around the railroad. Railroad left town 1985, 1986.
1980.
Okay, 1980. He would know, he's a historian. It's sad that we haven't updated things since then.
And you can see that on the map. You can see where the railroad is, where heavy industry just cuts through the town for no reason at this point.
And prior to 1958, there was no zoning in Shannon. So the 1958 ordinance and the map which
Let's
created
go
at that
back to
time
that.
sort of was created to, sort of a lot of the things that you're looking to do today is where we look at reality, that a lot of what was, like, say, for example, heavy industry with railroad tracks, that no longer exists. It was, that map was done in because that's what the reality of the area was now. There were oil dealers, there was a stockyards, there were things that, just don't exist anymore and never will exist again. And, I think a lot of the things that you're looking to do with the map is to sort of, clarify some things, but also kind of recognize what actually is.
Right. Well, and also to keep in mind that we're not looking to tell you that you need to change what you're doing with your property as it stands right now. Any changes that we make is forward-looking. Our goal is to make this community able to expand, to grow. And with the way that things are zoned right now, that is not very easy to do. So we are forward-looking at what's going to be 5-10 years from now, and that this is not changing what you're allowed to do with your current property as you're currently using it right now.
I also want to ask a question, if we're gonna be having a.
1 second, Corinne, we still
Board
have
of
2 more
Appeals.
people that need to go through. So Josh, Mr. Atkinson, you're next.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just visiting and, but 2 things popped in my head here listening to all this. A little bit ago, you mentioned that, people are farming, but there is no farm agriculture zoning here.
Correct.
I'm looking at this map here, and my understanding, this is your proposal, there is no agricultural zoning on this map.
Correct.
So how does that fix that problem?
It doesn't. Ultimately, as long as these farmers want to keep farming, they can, but I think there should not be farming in the municipal limits of Shannon in 80 years.
Okay. So
As long as
that's,
they want to keep farming farmland, they can keep doing that forever. As soon as it stops, you no longer can farm in the village limits of Shannon.
gotcha. So it's this body or you don't want farming within city limits.
I don't think we need a zoning designation for it because as long as it keeps being used as farmland, it can stay there forever. So I don't think we need a farming designation for it.
How many stalks do you have to have in the field? Just one? To keep it farming? Just one stalk?
I guess that's a.
I think you're maybe saying you're concerned about the tax status somewhat more than the zoning status, meaning that agricultural land is taxed differently than non-agricultural land. Agricultural land is taxed based upon its productivity rather than its fair market value.
Yeah,
Is that the concern that,
Well,
you're-
that's one of the concerns.
that's one concern.
But it's more that we don't have access to our back lot.
Excuse me, I have a question.
1
So,
second, we have 1 more person to go through. Harry, you came in late, I signed you in.
Oh, thank you. I didn't really have anything, but I did, just from what he said, couldn't we do an easement?
Things can always be done. The zoning designation doesn't change any other legal right or legal remedy or legal action that can be taken. Again, this is just looking at what can be done on this property moving forward. That's all zoning says.
And are these able to be, I'm a little green to this, when you do the zoning, are they able to be possibly adapted if something in the future
Zoning can
did
always,
come up that,
zoning can always be changed. We've made it easier. We don't have a separate unelected planning commission that now recommends something for the board that then has to go through 18 other steps. The board publishes notice, we want to talk about zoning. We have this hearing where the board recommends what it wants us to fix. We're recommending to ourselves to fix something at this point, and then we'll take a final vote at the next hearing. But all zoning designations can be changed. However, the problem with that is spot zoning. When you're just looking at one parcel, you better have a very good reason why you want to change just one parcel. Whereas when we're doing this whole, full-scale review, that is a little less of an issue.
and thank you for that. And if they're, like they said, they're going to sell something or someone has to sell property in these areas, how does that affect how they list it? Because if, like they said, if you want to come in and how you want to, how is that going to affect that for someone who does want to sell? And I'm not in the market to sell, I'm just
I'm
saying.
not a realtor. I assume that you'll state what the zoning classification is and state that you have a grandfathered use is what I'd imagine. And what I'd like to do with whatever this board does is make a list of all non-conforming, I guess that would be the legal term of grandfather, all non-conforming uses in the village. So we have a list of it ourselves. But again, if you sell a house that's currently in again, right now, there's no houses in light industry or heavy industry performing light industrial or heavy industrial work that I know of. So it's kind of a moot point there, but certainly if you have a non-conforming use, you can sell it and it can continue to be a non-conforming use. All right, we're gonna come back. We have another round of comments as it relates to specific parcels, although I do have some general comments here submitted online. I have to read. Joseph and Teresa Hammer, they have both specific and general comments, but for general, they recommend that we review the proposed language concerning residential uses on Market Street. Specifically, we ask that the zoning code continue to permit first floor apartments located on the backside of Market Street. They state that they currently maintain a first floor apartment with rear access. They support the intent of banning ground floor apartments, but they believe rear access apartments should remain allowable. It has a minimal impact on the commercial character on the street front. And that was Joseph and Teresa Hammer. Don Heckman requested that the proposed definition of home occupation change to allow separate entrances to be allowable and to allow home occupations to be run out of accessory structures. Wyatt Baber asked that we consider allowing business equipment, trucks, lawn care, things of that nature to be stored in residential neighborhoods, or he also asked if that's not allowable to review if his house could be rezoned. And all the rest are specific comments. Those were the online comments that were submitted.
He lives in business, in the light industry today. If I'm thinking of the right house.
That's what I believe as well. So he could certainly be grandfathered if that's the case, but we'll review that. I have his address here. Okay, now going to the specific changes. Before getting to the zoning designations, there's a few things I want to talk to the board about.
Excuse me, if I may, would you please restate that louder so that everybody can hear you? And what your reply was louder so that we could hear what your comments were?
What are you talking about?
Well, you just said.
He said that this individual is currently in light industry, and I said, we'll have to review that. He currently is not housing his equipment there. So we'll have to review
One
that.
question.
The guy next to me,
Yes.
he's out his equipment there. What are you talking about?
Is there a board of appeals that's gonna be a separate entity from this board that we can go to if we don't like your decision?
The circuit court.
So there's
Oh,
no,
really?
there's no separate board. State statute 65 states that we should have a separate,
It's
Entity.
not a shall, it's a may.
yes, well,
Oh,
is there gonna be a
yes.
separate board of appeals?
That's up to the board, and also the Board of Appeals is not for rewriting, it's for decisions of the zoning commission and variations. It's not, oh, we don't like that the board changed the zoning code, we're gonna appeal it. That's not what the zoning board of appeals for. It's
For
our
specific
zoning
ent-
commissioner
Right.
did something we disagree with. That's what the zoning board of appeals is for. So that's not applicable to what you're asking for anyway. But currently there is a zoning board of appeals. We're gonna discuss that tonight. All right, so trustees looking at there's a few things I want to talk about specifically, and obviously if any trustees have anything else not stated that they want to talk about. The first is home occupation. I changed it slightly from the draft you have, but not considerably. It just condenses a few of the points. And again, home occupation as it currently stands generally just has the first part, which leaves a lot of room for interpretation. And this is not in version 2, this is in the full draft. So yeah, I see you're looking at version 2 there. You need to, yep.
Okay, thanks.
So again, home occupation, as it currently stands, you need a special use permit to do that. It can't change the residential characteristics of the household. It cannot change, it has to be clearly incidental to the residential use of the property. All that verbiage is still there in home occupation. However, I give more specifics of what a home occupation should be. And this is based on how we have been enforcing it. Nothing here really changes what a home occupation is. It just defines it better. And in my mind, home occupation should be something conducted entirely inside the residential dwelling that do not change the characteristics. You shouldn't have people walking up to the neighborhood. You can schedule appointments. In town right now, we have a sourdough baker, someone who sells cookies, things of that nature, where you order, you go to their house to pick it up. That would be, we have a masseuse, things that you need to schedule for. So the home occupation definition just defines it better in my mind. There is a unrelated change that occurred by changing the zoning designations, but I'll get to that when we get there. Any comments or questions on home occupation? And the other big change is that I changed home occupation to a permitted use. Right now, home occupations are special use, which means they should be published in the newspaper, go before this board and get a special use permit. In my mind, there are 0 special use permits for home occupation for this time.
Well, isn't there, like if I'm gonna do sourdough, don't I have to get like a, cottage
Yep, there's,
permit or whatever they call it?
yeah, there are other applicable laws for people who are selling food products.
Yeah.
That's outside of
That
our
would be on
ordinances,
me,
but
that would be on me to do it.
correct.
Okay.
Any questions or discussion on what a home occupation is or should be?
So would a daycare fit under that?
Daycares are their own special use permits.
Okay.
So if I read this correctly, number 8, a barber shop or beauty salon of more than 1 chair is not allowed,
Correct.
but a single chair would be allowed
Under this example, yes.
under the new example, correct?
Under the new example, again, the current definition is very broad, so it
Is
is,
over here, correct?
no, that's just something else. So home occupation as it's currently defined, and again, this is all of it. Any use customarily conducted entirely within a single or multifamily residential dwelling and carried on by the inhabitants thereof, which is clearly incidental and secondary to the use of the dwelling for dwelling purposes and does not change the character thereof. That is what, for 60 years, we've been running on home occupation, so it's mostly been left to the executive to decide what that means exactly.
Where it spells it out here.
Exactly. Any issues or other comments? Like I said, there is one small change from the copy you have and what's on the board. It just defines. It just combines 2 definitions.
I have one question, just to verify, do you know, I know things have to be all defined out, but my concern, of course, would be is if there's going to be a fee associated with.
Feeless permit.
Okay,
Yep, right now you're supposed to pay a $200 fee. I've changed it to a feeless permit. All right, no discussion. We're gonna move on then. I don't need a vote on any particular issue, but
So you're saying it's gonna be okay to operate business out of your house with a residential designation?
As long as it meets these criteria.
It's a business. You're operating a business out of your house with residential.
and that's how it
Zoning.
currently is right now. This is not
That's not
changing.
changing.
That's not changing. Home occupations are allowed right now. This just better defines it. And this is gonna be a long meeting. If I keep going back and forth, you had public comments. The board is gonna discuss now, and we'll have another set of public comments. All right, moving on. I just note mobile homes here. I banned them throughout the village. This was already in some of the residential designations in the old code. This just does it throughout the village. Obviously, any mobile homes that are currently in operation are allowed. Any question about that? Here's the big one then, or one of the big ones, Shannon downtown. This defines a defined area between Walnut Street and Market Street, eastward to North Lynn Street. Shannon downtown is subject to additional rules, namely it will get to the banning of ground floor apartments. As it currently stands, Shannon downtown is a business district. We can change that as well and still do an overlay that would limit what can be done in Shannon downtown. But this is our first, I guess, secondary designation as well. Again, one of the big changes will be the banning of ground floor apartments. Any question on Shannon downtown? Short-term rentals, the old code didn't speak about them at all. When you don't speak about it, they're banned. Short-term rentals are defined here, and they'll be allowable in anything R2 and above. This board can change that if it wants R1 to do it in special use or any other thing, but as it currently stands, short-term rentals are now defined and allowed under specific special uses in Shannon. Any questions about that? Next is temporary and formal stand. This is my attempt to allow kids to sell lemonade and things of that nature. I'll tell you, most towns don't try to define this, and and it's, when you don't define it, it's not allowed. I've tried to define it so it's allowable, just because if we don't, someone's gonna complain that kids can't sell lemonade. So this is my attempt to do that. Any questions? All right, those are just definitions. 10.2A, this is the zoning board of appeals. I've written to get rid of the zoning board of appeals, giving this board the power of the zoning board of appeals. Again, the zoning board of appeals is for reviewing Bodie's conduct, essentially. If he denies a permit, if he issues a variance, if he doesn't issue a variance, as it stands right now, someone goes in front of the zoning board of appeals, who then has the power to overrule Bodie. And this is an unelected board. It also has the power to view variations. Those are the two things. One is Bodie's actions. The zoning board of appeals, as it currently stands, does have the power to overrule Bodie. As it relates to variations, they give a recommendation to the board. This would get rid of this unelected body and just force this board to review Bodie's actions and variations of itself.
They don't recommend to the board today?
They recommend variations.
That's what I mean.
They do not recommend Bodie's actions. They have the right to overrule his actions. Any questions or I know we've talked about the zoning board of appeals before. Any further comment or anything about the ZBA?
I think we've used it 3 times since I've been on the board. At no time have all 3 members of the board been alive, each of the 3 times. That's how much we don't use it.
It was reduced a few years ago from 7 to 3 because of the inability to get people to be on it.
Yeah.
And it's an unpaid position. Other municipalities do pay their ZBA some nominal fee, and they even have hardships filling that. I see no reason why this board shouldn't have that power when it's only once every few years. Okay. 10.3.1 then. So this is the big one. This is the zoning districts. So again, as it currently stands, we have 4. R1 and R2, multifamily and single family. C, which is business and light industry, and then heavy industry. The zoning map that was posted online here is based on 6 zoning districts, but I want to be very clear, there's nothing magical about that number, and we can do anything we want. This is a map based on version 2. I gave you guys a second paperclip, right? V2. This is reducing the zoning designations from 4 down to 2, and it makes it residential and business and industry. Now, this map does the same exact thing as this map, but it does it in a different way. It makes all industry. Heavy industry is still allowed by special permit. Now, there's currently no business operating in Shannon that is heavy industry. Heavy industry is explosive manufacturing, storage, bone distillation. There's no business currently operating in Shannon that needs a heavy industry designation. This doesn't get rid of it. It just requires that if a heavy industry does want to come into Shannon, they have to get board approval before they can build that business. As it relates to Shannon downtown, it does the Shannon downtown overlay, saying all these businesses from Walnut to Lynn have to operate essentially what the business district does. Those storefront businesses. However, any businesses currently operating in Shannon downtown will be able to operate as light industry indefinitely. They are allowed to reasonably expand their operations. And so it alleviates that concern. I did get a lot of concern from businesses stating that they wanted their light industry designation. In this type of mode, we just declare the Shannon downtown only can have these businesses. Anyone who is operating outside of those businesses today can operate indefinitely forever and expand and rebuild in every which way. It allows our current businesses that are light industry in Shannon downtown to remain forever. I just brought that up because we can.
That's in both versions.
In both versions.
Not just the red version, it's the crayon version.
Correct,
too.
but in this version, you get to call yourself light industry, which there's a lot of people who are concerned about the actual zoning designation name, even though it doesn't change current businesses. So I bring this map up in this version 2 because there's nothing magical about the 6 in this version. RB is a special use permit instead of its own zoning classification, which maybe makes more sense. Again, you get rid of heavy industry, make it a special use. It does get rid of R1 and R2. I did that just to show dramatically that we can do whatever we want with 2 districts. R2 is a special use permit in this map as well. I'm not saying that's the best course of action, but I'm just saying we can go from any number 2 to 6. So board needs to discuss what it would like to do here.
I would.
So if we go with 2, then anytime that there is a special use permit, then that would have to come to us to be voted on. But if we go with 6, then that would automatically already be designated and it either is or isn't, correct?
So if you're looking here, and we'll just use the water tower because it's the one everyone's interested in. Here it's zoned RB, which means he never has to come back. He can do anything allowed by RB forever. The next owner can do anything allowed by RB forever, whatever. Special use permit is exactly what it sounds. It's fixed. It allows, in this case, Joe to operate as RB as long as Joe owns this property, but as long as you sell it, the special use permit goes away. So it requires people to keep coming back and back and back, but it gives the board more control. So, you know, if a new board in 20 years wants to get rid of the RB designation, they don't have to issue a new special use permit. The same thing with multifamily. And again, I'm not saying to get rid of multifamily, I'm just showing that we can have any number of zoning classifications in town and make it work as we see fit. I think specifically as it comes, and I was talking to Kip about this, it might make sense to not have business, light industry, and heavy industry, and just have an industry district. Have the Shannon downtown in the code saying you're only allowed to do these businesses in Shannon downtown, despite your zoning classification, unless you're already operating, then you can operate forever and expand and rebuild and everything else. I don't know if we need business, light industry, and heavy industry in Shannon.
What would you classify Eastland Feed as today?
Light industry.
Same with processed screw?
Correct. They're zoned heavy industry, but they are certainly light industry.
Mostly sort of, I guess, big dirty manufacturing processes, like the gentleman that wanted to melt rubber tires and convert it into oil, or, some of the old ones.
Here's what heavy industry is: acid manufacturing, cement, lime, or plaster manufacture, distillation of foams, explosive manufacturing or storage, fat rendering, fertilizer manufacturing, garbage or dead animal dumping, glue manufacturing, smelting of tin, copper, or zinc, stockyards for slaughter, petroleum refining.
So, I mean, in the modern era, those are things that probably we don't really, want to be within the village limits anyway. I mean, there may be a place for those somewhere, but probably within the village limit of a small town like Shannon, it's just not something that, that might have been common back at the turn of the 20th century. It's not so much anymore.
Everyone needs to know, part of this discussion came up by the fact that there was a building purchased in town for the use that Kip just said of melting down, what was it, rubber?
Tires and gaskets for windshields.
Yeah, and they wanted the oil out of it, correct?
Right.
And it is literally across the street from a residential neighborhood. That's what started this. You weren't here. You were 6 months ago, 8 months ago.
Oh, this goes back a lot further than that.
Well, but I mean, the more
recent
recent discussion of rezoning.
I mean, it's been ongoing. The big thing is there's no current business in operation, actually heavy industry in town. So by making a special use of industry, it just requires any heavy industry to come in front of the board and get approval first. By rezoning Eastland Feed industry would not affect their operations whatsoever.
And halal is considered light.
Correct.
They're also existing today. We can't you can't zone someone out of business, correct?
Correct.
The two lawyers in the room?
They become, I mean, if you rezone them, their use can become what's called non-conforming, meaning that when that use ceases for a period of 6 months, then it's gone.
Exactly, but you can't, just because if you change the zoning on my house from residential to something different, I could still live there for the rest of my life. You can't do a thing about it.
Correct.
Everybody needs to understand things like that. Just because the name changes doesn't mean the use has to change.
So what's everyone's thoughts on the districts?
I think the RB thing was more an idea that Ryan had tried to, some of those unusual situations that exist and, because of, history and things, was to recognize that and put them in, because I mean, for example, where there was a beauty shop for many, many years on,
Row and
Hickory Street or,
Street.
Linden Row, I think.
there was, I mean, it hasn't been a while, but I mean, there's an
And they're still
area
advertising on that building. I drove by it the other day.
zoned
So,
commercial across from the school that I'm told years ago was like a blacksmith shop. It goes back so far, so.
Right.
And as for the water tower, I don't really know for certain if that was ever zoned at all previously, even though it shows on the map, because until it's been sold, it's been a, public property and a public works structure, which really I don't know would have been sold any more than the village park would have been.
And that was the intent of RB, and the code says the RB residential business district is intended to recognize and regulate properties that, due to longstanding non-conforming uses, prior special use permits or variances, or unique locational circumstances, are not well suited for R1 or R2 classification.
And it wasn't something that you envisioned really being something that would be
I do not want it proliferated.
right, that it's sort of more to recognize what exists on the ground as opposed to, okay, here's an opportunity I want my residential property rezoned to RB so I can.
That's not my,
Do something
that wasn't
else.
my intent. I mean, if the board wants to be the most libertarian board in the country, we can make everyone RB, and we certainly can do that, but that was not my intent with RB.
I mean, I don't think that we need 3 business designations in town. I think 6 is a little much, in my opinion anyways. I mean, I think that we can do it with 4. I don't think we need a designation between business, light industry and heavy industry, in my opinion.
I agree.
So you're saying go with R1, R2,
RB and
RB
business.
and business and take out heavy industry. You would leave business and light industry and eliminate.
No, I would eliminate light industry, heavy industry, and make all of that encompassing in business.
Yeah, you can just call it business and
Business,
industry.
okay.
Business and industry.
Or business and industry,
That-
yeah.
that- that's what I-
Whatever you
that's-
wanna call
That's
it,
where,
Yeah,
it's where the businesses are.
yeah.
right.
And then you have the residential area.
All right, thoughts on that?
I agree.
Okay,
I do too.
all right, so we'll be operating, that's 3. Anyone has any objections to that course of action?
Thought that was 4.
Yeah.
R1, R2,
I said
RB.
that was 3, I said.
Oh.
3 of you.
You can't count.
All right.
Sorry.
So we'll be moving forward that there's no business, light industry, or heavy industry. There will just be one district, which will be called business and industry.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. For a town our size, I don't think we need to have multiple designations. As you said, we have no heavy industry in town right now anyways,
Correct.
so.
It doesn't get rid of the possibility, which
Yeah.
requires heavy industry to come from the board and ask. All right, is everyone okay with R1, R2, and RB then?
Yes.
Can you explain, I know that you just explained RB, but
Yeah.
I'm struggling to also understand why that's necessary in town. Can't we do the same thing with the special use permit?
Again, and that's what this map does, is it makes RB a special use permit. In V2, you can see what that would look like. Instead of having its own zoning classification, RB would be a special use, which would give it the same exact rights as the zoning classification does in the larger packet you have. It just requires a special use permit. Special use permits require a $200 application fee, it requires publication for notice, but then it would give all the rights of the RB zoning classification, it would just be a special use. So it
And
might,
that doesn't transfer to next
does not
month.
transfer.
That's
That's a big thing.
a big
So,
difference.
you know, I'm thinking of, and maybe,
I don't know, for example, the beauty shop on Hickory Street, has that been a beauty shop?
I don't know.
It's on,
Ridge.
it's on Row and Ridge, I think.
Ridge,
on the
okay.
corner
Is
of
that,
Row and
how long
Ridge.
has it been since that's been, that's right behind you, how long has that been open as a beauty shop?
Long time.
Long time, so, you know, that might be something where,
I'm thinking
you know,
it's a long standing.
technically, it's no longer even, it's, because it was non-conforming before, it may, have simply,
Oh, no,
like say,
it's-
somebody would want to go back again.
It's own business today.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's the zone light industry, which is why it's RB right now, because it's long-standing business that's been there. It was giving light industry for whatever reason instead of a special use permit, so it's recognizing,
no, light,
It's pink.
pink is business / lighting.
I'm sorry.
yeah. So right now, technically, that business could become a dance studio, could become a chick hatchery. You know, light industry is way too strong of a designation to put into a residential neighborhood. So the question then, do you want RB as a permanent zoning classification? Again, the way I have it written is it's very rare. It's just meant to recognize these unique properties. It's not meant to proliferate. I mean, it's gonna be a very, people are gonna want RB zoning, and I think we need to prevent that from occurring. If that's for a special use permit instead, then anyone can apply for a special use permit, whereas, only the board can ask for things to be rezoned or do the notice.
I think I would prefer the RB designation. In my opinion, I think that from the get-go establishes where those areas are, as opposed to doing a special use permit where, anybody and everybody could apply, not saying that it would get approved, but
Right,
anyone who lives in a residential area could apply for that.
correct. There's
And-
nothing that would stop the board. We would have to hear those special use permits.
Yeah.
But they could also petition to become RB, could they not?
They could, but we don't have to.
No, you don't have to.
That's the same idea with the special permit,
But
right?
But you don't have to give them either one.
Well, right, that's what I mean, it's kind of
Special use
similar.
permit, you're gonna have to at least see the application. If someone comes to me and says, I want light industry, they don't have any right to petition to become light industry. It's the board's decision whether it wants to do a zoning hearing to rezone one property, where a special use permit, everyone has the right to send in that application for a special use permit. Whether the board wants to act on it or not is up to them, but they have the right to petition for it.
And the beauty shop example or the former blacksmith shop, it might make sense to, look at some of that stuff instead of being designated. I mean, if they're in a residential area and they haven't had the former use in quite some time, it might make sense just to call them R1 and leave it at that.
Right. And that's the thing I have listed here.
It was a hair salon when I bought
No.
Oh, the blacksmith
The
shop.
blacksmith shop across from the
I
ball.
was gonna say, the hair salon was a hair salon when I bought my house.
I understand. I got my haircut there.
But I don't think it's been for quite
No,
some time. You said
no,
Not
you
from
live
many,
right next door,
many
so
years. Yeah.
I think the official nail in the coffin was COVID.
probably like it is for so many other things.
As it stands, there's only 6 parcels that are zoned RB in my map. So again, it's a very rare designation, so maybe I can see the argument, why would we have a zoning designation for 6 properties? But it just recognizes that when these people sell this property, or at least a few of these, it won't make sense to revert to R1. And some of these, it does make sense. You could reclassify the old hair salon as R1. I don't think anyone would say that. That's just a long-standing use. There's some advertising there that's unique in that area. So we can recognize the uniqueness, or we could just make it R1 and make them.
That's the definition of spot zoning I've ever seen.
It's actually not though.
Yeah.
It's already kind of been spot, so.
That's what I
it's
mean.
sort of
That is the
recognizing
definition of spot
Well,
zoning.
when
No,
that
it's
became,
not.
when that became light industry, yes, I
Yes.
agree with you.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, as it currently stands, yes, when we're redoing the whole map, it will not be classified as spot zoning, or at least I can make a very good argument why it wouldn't be. But yes, rezoning that specific parcel in the light industry is, very questionable.
So if I'm hearing everybody correctly, R1, R2, RB,
That's where I'm at, yeah.
and
Could be.
business and light industry.
Yeah.
Staying with 4, but we're changing the 4.
Correct.
I mean, do you need a motion or?
We're not voting
Just-
on anything today.
Well, I mean,
We're
so
gonna
it's-
vote on a recommendation at the end.
That's what I
So
mean. The
We're gonna
recommendation at
keep
the
note
end.
of all the changes and you're gonna ask for the code to be recommended to the board yourself with the adoptions and changes you've made, and then Kip and I will fix it and we'll present it next month. All right, that's what we'll go forward with then, unless there's anyone else that wants any more discussion on that. Okay. 10.3.7.
Bodie, do you have any input as the zoning commissioner? on that?
No, that sounds good. I agree with you guys before. Simplifies it.
All right, 10.3.7, the Shannon downtown. So we're just back to the stapled packet now. That version 2, you don't need to look at anymore. That was just to show some differences. 10.3.7 just defines the Shannon downtown more, the purpose of it, and it gets rid of ground floor apartments in 8 years. Prohibits any more. The ones that are currently in use have 8 years.
Going off of Joey and Teresa's comment, do we know, is there any other, not storefront ground floor apartments that this would affect? That anyone's aware of? Bodie, are you, there are?
Crichton grocery store has a ground floor apartment in it.
Well, any that are off the back. So Joey and Teresa have their apartment back facing, so they don't come in from the front. You know, their idea is this wouldn't change the
And the,
storefront.
It doesn't
area.
change the storefront.
well, that's what I'm asking. So when they say that they come in from the back, so the storefront is still intact as a storefront and it's a separate, so it's not like they have a back entrance that they use, but the entire ground floor is the apartment. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
But
So
they
the
kind of a
storefront
distinction
is-
without a difference if that's the case.
yeah, so it would be a back apartment where the storefront is still, I think making that change, I think would be reasonable.
Yeah, we just have to spell it out, make sure it's not used. So the apartment is at 90% of the
Correct.
storefront,
Yeah.
which we'll figure out the wording for. I don't see any.
There's Crichton's grocery store, help me.
Next to the old bank.
Oh, all right. There's one there, the old bank itself.
I don't know if there's a ground floor apartment there or not, though.
I was just saying, I believe
Yeah,
she,
we're-
There is now.
the lady is living there, yeah.
Yeah, where Blarney Stone was is in
The original Tealy building is now an apartment
Right.
and
But that wouldn't fall into this because that's not considered downtown.
I thought that fell in the green.
The
Okay,
old
map.
Healy building is from,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
it's the Lynn Street from that.
I don't know why I keep turning around. I have a map.
Because it's always
points.
been there.
Yeah, from Walnut.
Well,
The old
for a
Healy
few
building
months.
does qualify.
Yeah. Gotcha.
All right, so allowing back-facing apartments on the ground level, we'll have to work out the specific wordage and usage of that to make sure it's consistent with what we want. Does anyone object to that?
While preserving said storefront.
Correct.
Does
Well,
that
I
make
don't think
sense?
you just care, it's not just the storefronts, you want to preserve it as space available for
Yeah, that's,
Business.
yeah,
retail business, not just
They
the
really made
appearance.
the old bank into it. I mean, is it?
Yes.
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 That's
Go out there in the morning.
You don't see the lady sitting out
Well, I see her sitting out there, but I mean, I could live in
That's
this room if I wanted
what
to
happens. when-
have a roof over my
Yeah.
head. But they actually converted it to,
Well, the upstairs would have been, the upstairs had an apartment
I remember that.
during when it was the Blarney Stone and yes.
Alright.
But that was an
Blarney
upstairs
Stone-
part,
What's that?
but that was upstairs.
Yes.
The main floor is an apartment now too.
Yeah.
I just thought she was living there. I didn't realize it actually been converted.
It originally was office space, then they made it an apartment.
All right, any objections to the change there? Okay. Now, before we move on, Kyle and I talked about this, and on home occupation, we didn't make mention of it. Did anyone, is no separate entrance something we're okay getting rid of for home occupations? So currently, as it stands, you can't have someone come in a special door for home occupations, as it currently stands in this proposed code, not in the current code. In the current code, there's no requirements that you have a separate entrance. I don't know if that's necessary or not, it's just something I thought of, but I don't see a big problem with it, I suppose.
About removing it or?
Yeah, getting rid of the no separate entrance line.
And the reason I brought it up is, let's be honest, if I'm cutting hair at my house, do I want someone to have access to my entire house? Or something of that nature.
Yeah, but 9 times out of 10, if you have a front door and a back door, you're using one for business, one for, not creating a new entrance entirely for.
Well, I'm not saying you would create a new entrance,
Right.
but you're not, like, what I'm thinking of is Vicky Cornelius had a new entrance put into their basement when she had a hair salon.
Okay.
But it was, that way you didn't have to traipse through the whole house to get to that area.
It was created specifically for the business.
Yes.
Got it.
I'm thinking how unenforceable this would be. I mean, it'd be very hard to enforce. You
Yeah,
essentially have to have
that.
someone outside their house seeing what door people are going
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
So get rid of the no separate entrance line and home occupation.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just looking at that and wanted to circle back. 10.3.8, so this is something new. Currently, as it stands right now, if Casey's wanted to put an apartment above Casey's, that would be allowed by our zoning. If someone wanted to put an apartment on any business or inside the business, that's allowed. I think that's quite odd. It's unique. And Shannon, I don't think it makes a lot of sense. So 10.3.8, what it says is a business parcel or a dwelling parcel can only be used for dwelling or business, except for home occupations, the residential business districts, and the Shannon downtown. So essentially, if Josh wanted to put an apartment inside his garage, he couldn't do so. Josh,
The old tea leaf.
so I don't know how the board feels about this. I will say quite odd that a business can just put an apartment inside their business and live in there as well. It's allowed in our current zoning code, or at least it's silent as to the issue. I think it's quite an odd.
I mean, it's there for second floor, would it not be?
Correct, there's 3 exceptions to
Okay.
the no, you can't, so generally this allows someone from having a business and a dwelling on the same parcel. The exceptions to that are home occupations as defined, the RB business unit or business district, and the Shannon downtown, which allows above ground apartments. But, Eastland Feed and Grain couldn't add an apartment complex onto Eastland Feed and Grain anymore, whereas right now they could.
Yeah, that seems, makes sense to get rid of it.
And, it's mostly a non-issue, I think, though I did have 1 or 2 people reach out to me asking if they're allowed to put a dwelling inside their business, and currently the answer is yes. If the board doesn't think it's a problem, we can get rid of 10.3.8. If you want to disallow it, we can keep it in. I just wanted to bring it to the board's attention. Any strong thoughts on it?
What is the downside to allowing it?
I think that's a good question. I mean, I think it's just something that.
I see what you're
doesn't
saying.
make a lot of sense.
Like
but-
in the last one that you gave with Tealy, if they wanted to build an apartment complex on their grounds, they could do that. I could see where that could be problematic. But if Josh Hendricks wants to put a little apartment inside his
If
building
he wants to
there,
live there, if he wants to live at his business.
Yeah.
You don't see a problem with that. There might not be a problem. I don't specifically.
I guess I'd never really thought about it until it was brought up, but I'm asking, does anyone see a downside to allowing it other than?
Reduces business space, I guess.
It reduces business space and does it allow a non-Josh Hendricks to buy a really big building and subdivide it into little tiny apartments? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But then essentially you're changing the zoning anyway. But you're going down,
Maybe it
not
could be
out.
limited to just the owner or the person conducting the business as opposed to, and when you say that, if you ever remember Mr. Valente, who was the scourge of a lot of the towns around here, the building that is now the pharmacy in Lanark, he had planned to divide that into 32 apartments by even subdividing floors to make it a 4-story building as opposed to a 2. So you can get some odd things like that happening.
Okay.
So
That's why I asked the question. Because I wasn't thinking of any downside, but you bring up some good points.
I see no problem. I think it's quite odd if someone wants to live in their business full time. Do you want them raising kids inside? you know, so.
But again, that's the business owner's
I mean,
personal choice, I guess,
yeah.
at the end of the day, to do that.
Yeah, I don't see.
I mean, I guess I would be okay if we limit it to the business owner and not allowing it to be like subdivided into like
Yeah.
multifamily use. I don't know how we would write that, but
It'd be easier.
I'll leave that up to you.
You guys did it.
Figure it out. Everyone in agreement with that course of action?
Yeah.
From a fire protection standpoint, I hate it.
Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, you essentially have a great big.
Well, they should have a window for every room, right?
Yeah.
And I should note, I don't know if there's Carroll County statutes or state statutes preventing it, but at least as of our ordinance it's allowed. I didn't see anything at a higher level that disallows it. And generally, I suspect I wouldn't find it, so. All right, so owner only. Is that the agreement?
Yeah.
That's fair.
Okay. And that is all the points that I wanted to bring up that I thought the board needed to discuss. If anyone else has anything else in the zoning code they'd like to discuss, we can do that now. But for the most part, at least the things I didn't highlight are really just modernizations of the old code, bringing it up to, you know, our current century instead of the 1950s. But
I had someone bring up to me, and I don't know where this falls in the code, about in R1 and R2, is there a specific amount of coverage for the amount that a building can take up on your parcel of land?
R1 is 40%, R2 is 50.
Okay.
If I remember
That
correctly.
you can get a variance on.
Yeah, and that's been kind of the most, fertile grounds for people asking for variances. They want to build like an ancillary structure, like a garage that would put them over that coverage limit.
Okay.
Actually, I think the last one was.
Like the last two were
Steve,
that.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve Heck.
And they went to like 43 or 44%.
Yeah, I
But,
wanted to make the living room bigger or something. It was something
yeah,
real minimal.
that's the most variations we get, so
Okay.
we can certainly up it.
I just had someone ask if we were making changes to that and making that smaller, larger, that's staying the same as what it has always been.
The current code is the same. I have no big issues with upping it. If you want to up R1 and R2 to be the same level, but as it currently stands, it maintains the 40-50 that the old code has.
I think they were concerned with that going down.
And I guess one thing I had maybe actually for both, would be some minimum square footage requirements, particularly in R2, that, you know, an apartment be a minimum number of square feet. So you don't have somebody trying to.
Inside of a
single,
400 square foot apartment with a toilet and a sink and a refrigerator all in the same room.
Yeah.
Prison.
Everyone thinks that's a good idea to add into R2 minimum
Yeah.
square footage.
Minimum
requirement.
Or maybe even a maximum number of units or something like that too, as I know.
Okay. I will- Anything else people want to discuss as it relates to the zoning code change? All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, I remember another thing on that too, there was an issue, about converting an ancillary structure into living, that might be already in there, but I know that was an issue that somebody in Lanark basically converted a garage into a mother-in-law house and so they ended up and wanted to after the fact rezoned multifamily.
Yeah, they would definitely need to rezone it multifamily in that scenario. I don't think there's anything in my code that would disallow someone from converting their garage into an extra room. I don't know if that's.
Well, this wasn't an extra room, this was an extra dwelling unit, meaning that
Standalone.
Oh, it was standalone, it wasn't connected to the house.
it was formerly a garage and, then I guess when it became an issue was nobody really cared when mother-in-law was living there, but when she passed away now suddenly somebody's trying to run a rental unit out the back door of their house on a single lot.
And I guess on that reminds me, there's another, someone asked if they could just buy an R1 property and put up garage and, just large garages for themselves, and there's nothing that prevents that now, and we do have garages on R1 properties as it currently stands. Does the board want that to continue to be allowed? Should we disallow it? By making mandatory square footage for a dwelling unit, I think we might disallow it by accident or incident. So that's something that needs to be addressed. Is everyone okay with someone wants to buy a parcel next to their house and build a big garage? Is that okay?
Welcome to capitalism.
I just want to bring it up.
I guess where it becomes a problem is if they wanna divide it up and sell it.
Wow.
Sell the big garage off separate from the dwelling unit.
Well, it would be on its own lot.
Well, that's the
You
thing.
can
There
do
are
that.
some on their own lots right now.
I mean, there's,
I mean, if the same person owns
Gotcha.
two lots and builds a house at home and a garage on the two lots, that's one thing, but it's another thing to have a house on one and a garage on the other and say, oh, you know what, I don't want the garage anymore, so I'm just gonna sell it to some random person that isn't an adjoining property owner.
Well, I think that's what.
Would we be able to write it where it would be allowed if the person building the outbuilding owned one of the connecting properties to it?
Sure.
Or, I mean, the way
There's
to
a half a
do it,
dozen
maybe require them to replat the lots. too.
Yeah, we can make them replat the lots.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
so that somebody doesn't just come in and buy a piece of property and build a garage there for storage,
And
I wouldn't want a storage garage being built next to my house.
Right.
So, but
Have you looked at
if I
that
own,
before?
well, that was there before I bought the
oh,
house.
okay, sorry.
But if you own the empty lot next to you and you want to build your own garage, I think that would be acceptable. So if there's a way to write it that way, I
I
wouldn't
think
have a
requiring
problem.
it to be replatted.
Yeah,
so
we
it's-
can replat it.
We plat it to make it one lot, you mean?
Yes,
So it would make it, mute in the end, but essentially if you built a garage, you have to replat the property to combine those two parcels. Where right now, what has happened, there are standalone garages that are not connected to either house to their left or right or behind them. And someone approached me asking if they could buy a garage halfway across town from their house to store their toys in. And currently, right now, I guess the answer is yes.
And then I can think of quite a few, that's the thing already in town.
Right, there would be non-conforming uses if we changed it, which is fine, that's always how it works, but
or if it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter.
yeah, people are okay with
You
people
can go to
having
the river
garages
area
right
down there,
away to
that's
store
very
their toys in.
common. And the way Lake Carroll handles it is they require you to replat,
Yeah.
replat the lot,
Yeah.
so. But like say the river, on the river around near Thompson, that's very, very common to have just a lot with a garage on it.
Thoughts on that? Any strong feelings?
You wouldn't want to do it by special use, that'd be a pain, but.
As it currently stands, unless you put square footage, it's gonna be allowed. So if the board's okay with people, if they wanna have a garage of toys in an R1 neighborhood, that'll be allowed. Okay.
Well, you said that we are talking about putting square footage minimums on. So
Well, in
if we did
R2 we could make the same in R1, which might, if you make requirements, say R2, you need to have 1,200 square foot minimums with separate entrances, things like that. If you do the same in R1 requiring certain specifications, that might get rid of garages incidentally. If you require certain standards, say plumbing has to be there.
Well, in that way, because there's nothing stopping you from replotting it anyway. Like if you bought a lot next to your house and you wanted just to build a garage on it, you could replot it into your current property. And as long as it doesn't exceed the 40%, you can build a garage on it then, right?
Yeah, I think the issue is garages that aren't connected to your property. Because there's a few of those in town. And this individual who reached out was asking if he could buy a property halfway across town to build a garage on. That wouldn't connect to his property.
Well, it's already standing, like I say. Oh, he wanted to build one, I'm
Build
sorry.
one.
For residential use, I don't see an issue with it. The issue is going to be when you start building a garage and you wanna rent out a space or loan out a space or whatever.
We can require sewage and water, which might, that way if they ever sell their garage incidentally, then at least there's the infrastructure there that someone can convert it to a house. It also would prevent some garages from being built, or if everyone's just okay with a garage with essentially nothing connected to it.
I mean, I'm inherently not against it. There's not a whole lot of empty lots in town.
Right.
I mean, we're talking
Right.
about a handful of properties.
Right.
So, the chances of, a slew of garages being built here is probably soon done, but, you know, I guess if someone wants to buy a property and build a garage on it, more power to them.
Very good. All right, at this point, then I'd be looking for a motion to recommend the rewrite of the zoning code as recommended by this board, and we'll present that rewritten zoning code at the next board meeting.
I move.
Second.
All right, first by Manshee, second by Allen. Roll call, please.
That's the sake, when she's good and ready. Did you buy yourself a laptop yet?
I am not, I'm a little busy.
Gee, what have you been doing?
Okay, Manzi,
Sorry, I was drinking, yes.
Ritter,
Yes.
Minders,
Yes.
Shevitz,
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Okay, so that was the recommended zoning code. So now when we're talking about specific parcels, the 4 zoning designations are R1, R2, RB, and business and industry. There is no heavy industry or light industry or business. It's one business and industry. So we're gonna go back to comments. At this time, the board, I recommend taking some notes because essentially we have to go through every parcel that we're going to zone and talk about it. We're gonna start by the people who are here. We'll start with those parcels and then we'll mark it on the map behind us, which is why we have this nice blank map and why it can be filled in ahead of time. So where is? And I guess, I'm gonna go down. If anyone has a comment, you don't have to comment only on your own parcel if you're a neighbor, or you can comment on a parcel that might be rezoned, but generally it's for your own property. Steve?
Nothing right now.
All right. Mr. Jones?
As I said earlier, I don't want mine zoned, changed from the business zone to residential.
All right.
Can I ask Tracy why that is?
I'm considering reopening a business at this point. And if I get rezoned, I won't be able to do that without a lot of extra hoops and jumps. That includes all of my property, not just the one where my house is.
And West Market. Where are you at specifically? Do you want?
310 West Market Street.
Right next to Pete's,
Yeah.
the old grocery store, right to the east of it,
Understood.
Right
on Market Street.
Next door to Pete's Bar.
And then you own the lot behind you.
I own the
correct?
lot behind me, across the alley, which is also commercial.
To the north.
Right now, you're light industry.
And if I choose to put a building on that as far as a business, that's why I bought the empty lot. And with the commercial zoning, I can build up to the property line. There's no setback. I don't want that to change.
Well,
That's a large financial difference.
I understand that. So repeat, are you actually looking to place a business or industry on this property? Or are you just liking the setback requirements you get for having?
Setback requirements are a must, but that's why I bought the property to begin with, because of the commercial zoning, which gives me options accordingly. I ran a business out of that property for many years.
Which was?
Huh?
What was that?
Cozy Cover Incorporated. Again, which is why I bought commercial property.
I understand.
It gives me that option. I don't want that option to be lost by me or anyone I might sell it to.
Board, any questions, thoughts?
If you're gonna change it to residential, then I have a problem with the business being run in a residential district.
Do you have a problem specifically because you might want own one, or you have a problem with RV?
I was just saying, where's the
Because of
RV
the,
definition?
RV
I don't want business vehicles and population in my residential district if I get rezoned residential.
Well, currently, the only business in your district is Pete's, correct? So,
As it is today, what about tomorrow?
well, if the map only has Pete's as business and light industry, that's the only one that will ever be a business or light industry around here.
That's why.
Very easily change business. And very easily change how much vehicle and population there is tomorrow. It isn't always gonna be Pete's.
Correct.
So there's my issue. I don't have a problem with Pete's being there. That's not my issue.
Understand.
I was happy to see him move in and generate some business such in town.
So you're between Cedar and Broad, right?
I'm sorry?
Between Cedar and Broad is where you're at, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just want to make sure I was in the right place.
Sorry.
Well, I am hesitant on my own to give you the light industry zoning or the industry zoning just because you may want to reopen your house to business someday. That's the whole point of zoning. We're looking forward. So I guess the
So
question.
you wanna do it spot yet?
No. He ran a business.
I understand.
Yeah, I was saying.
I understand. So we're looking forward. Do we want this? And I guess I should pull up Google Maps so we can all see what we're talking about here.
Where's the definition for RB?
It is on, I mean, there's not page numbers, so that doesn't help. It's 10.5C1.
C1. You were 10-5 to C1.
Yes.
A few more pages. C1.
There you go.
No, that's not.
No.
This is you right here.
There we go.
Mr. Jones, this is you right here.
Yes. If you change that all to residential, then most likely I will not be able to put a building on my back property as far as using it for warehouse or equipment or otherwise.
That's not where I want.
The business he has talked, you're not changing the type of business, are you?
I'm sorry?
You're talking about your spray foam business, correct?
That's what I had, yes.
Is that the type of business you're talking about going forward?
Probably not because I physically can't.
Understand.
But
But you're-
I'm considering other options.
You're not talking a retail store, you're talking
No, not a retail.
service type industry.
Right.
That would, unless I misunderstand this, that would qualify under RB, would it not?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it seems like it's up in the air what it might be in the future. I mean, the thing with RB
Well,
is
that's part of what I'm considering also, excuse me for interrupting, but I'm considering also the future, which I don't know tomorrow any more than you do.
True.
Right?
That if I sell that property and it's not allowed to have a business and or warehouse or such on my property, then you have drastically influenced the value of that property.
I agree. I mean, I don't disagree with that.
And that's not acceptable in my mind.
So you would just as soon it stay as business and light industry as it is today?
The light industry, yes. I'm not going heavy industry, anything such as the
Oh, no, we
screw factory.
We just eliminated heavy industry. The screw factory isn't even heavy industry today. It's business and light industry, just like you.
Right, I understand
Pardon
that.
me.
But I want to have the option that tomorrow, next year, the person I might sell the property to in 5
Understand.
years can run their business. That's the point of being in the commercial district that I purchased.
So this goes back to, do we allow people to live in business and industry? Which we just talked about.
This board just decided that, yes, you can.
So it doesn't have to change, correct?
Well, that's up to the board.
No, I'm asking, I'm not
We just allow that people can live in their business if they're the owner. So you're thinking that, well, if he puts a business on this property, he can't live in it anymore, but he could. If he
Yeah.
sells it to someone and they put a business on this property, they could live on there, but no one else could. So I'm looking,
I mean, does that conform to what you're thinking, Tracy? To where you would be left in business and you would be in the new business category, but you would still be allowed, obviously be allowed to live there because that's where your home is, but you are the owner of your home. In other words, it would be sellable as a business to another, I would call it sole proprietor,
Right?
but not to a company
That doesn't reside there.
that doesn't reside there. Does that make sense?
That's what I'm after.
I mean,
That's what I think I'm asking for.
okay,
I don't wanna sell my property to somebody in Rockford who's gonna operate a business out of there but never move to Shannon.
understand. So I think we're on the same page if I read this correctly.
This same discussion also affects you, Butch, with your building.
Yep.
And so I don't know where you stand on it, but the same discussion affects your building back there.
Does the village even want to make that entire strip since it's along the main commercial road with mixed use already, meaning Pete's Bar right next door and Teely up the street and things to do.
Market Street is definitely
You
the
know,
one street.
does it make sense to call that R1 or R2 instead of just leaving it commercial?
Leaving it as it is.
I mean, there's like new commercial. I mean, it's.
So I believe I can see it in there since we combined everything.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying is if that's still a permitted use within that district, pre-existing residential use or something.
Well, this won't be in Shannon downtown. Pete's isn't Shannon downtown, so they won't have the overlay and the requirements there. So if we give this light industry or business and industry, it'll be able to be a dance studio or a chick hatchery or anything else under the sun. But as it stands right now, I think it makes sense for Market Street to be all light industry in the hopes that someday, I think the idea that someday maybe these will all be businesses, I think that's a bit of a pipe dream,
But that's the goal.
I mean, I would agree, because
That's the
if I was
goal
a
of this.
I mean, the risk is probably more on the part of
and I
the
looked at this
residents owner
house
that,
and it was for
you
sale,
know,
I
I
was like,
think I'm
this is
living
perfect
in
for
a
me.
residence.
Right on Main
and-
Street.
It's right on Main
and,
Street.
Suddenly somebody comes and puts some sort of a commercial endeavor right next door to me.
But they could do it now.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, as I'm saying, is that's kind of the risk is more on the residence owner than, the putative future business person.
Well, and people who bought the houses that are there now knew that that was a risk at this point too, because of how it's zoned.
And correct me if I'm wrong, if we leave it business, you can always zone down, you just can't go up.
Well, that is business and industry is the highest.
That's what I'm saying. He could still live there, it could still be a home.
Well, the board allowed all business owners to be able to live in businesses, so
Well, no,
yes.
but today, in a commercial area, in a residence, you can live there.
It's non-conforming right now.
It's whether you own it or not, you could still live there.
No, it's conforming now because it goes down. So you can live in a residential house in C1 or in C. So it's conforming. It's not non-conforming at
That's
this
what I'm
point.
saying.
And it'll be conforming in R1, it'll be conforming in, by giving it the business designation, you're saying that this will be able to be turned into a business of some sort. So if we're talking about 310 West Market Street, really, at this point, we're talking about every single household along Market Street that isn't in Shannon downtown. I mean, it doesn't make sense to talk about this house without talking about this house.
I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the main road. If we keep growing, hopefully businesses, if people move out, maybe
Let's
we
be
can get
honest,
more
the
there.
next block to the east would be the same problem.
Right.
I mean, if Dollar General wants to come to Shannon tomorrow, I'm not saying they're coming to Shannon tomorrow.
You said it.
I know,
He did say if.
if, mighty big word for two letters.
I mean, I would agree with leaving it as a business
Along that whole.
along that whole down to even Pete's. I
My
mean,
question is though, is how far do you go? Do you go all the way to Badger and all the way to Arch and have that whole 2 city blocks all the way down?
And again, I just point to, one of the issues, at least this board talked to me about, was how many houses were in light industry and heavy industry.
Yeah.
So if the issue is we're just gonna give everyone who's already in light industry and heavy industry business anyway, this whole thing probably would have been from you. I don't know what the difference is at that point.
I mean, I understand it affects the value of the property, I get it.
I don't, well,
To
I
him,
think,
for him it does, for the next person it might not matter.
well,
Yeah, but how would it affect the value
I
of
was
the
just gonna
property?
say, that doesn't make
There's
any
no-
sense. It
If
either
there's no
affects the
business
value
there,
or
it
it
doesn't,
doesn't.
it's not affecting.
The only property that it would affect the value would be the empty lot, in my opinion. Because if it's zoned commercial and you wanted to build a business, you could buy that empty lot and build a business. Right now, one with a house on it is a residence.
Right.
So it
Yeah.
doesn't affect the value of that property. Now, the one behind you, I think it does, and that's just my opinion, but I don't think someone's gonna buy your house and tear it down to build a business.
And I
Someone's
checked,
gonna buy it as a residence.
I
Like, that's
checked the
just my
I
thoughts
checked the
on it.
county records, and I used Butch's house for an example. The county listed it as residential, does not list it as commercial for zoning purposes, because it's being currently used for residential purposes. So I'm not saying it won't affect the value or your taxes at all, but as it currently stands, at least, I just looked at a few properties, including Butch's, who is in light industry. It is not listed as light industry on the county website. It listed as residential.
Yeah, that's my, like, I think that you have a valid concern with the empty property that you own as zoned business. That could affect that property value, but the house, I think that value is in the home and the beautiful garage you have there and everything you guys have done to the house. I don't think it has more value because it's zoned business. That's just my opinion.
I agree.
So like that's what I'm saying is if you start talking about this, then it's like, well, where do you stop?
We're gonna end up with a map not too dissimilar from what we have now.
Yeah.
So if the board
Well, I'll
says,
be honest with you, you can get rid of half the blue in this map, you can get rid of all of the yellow, and you'll have done a full day's work.
well, the yellow is just converting to pink.
Mm-hmm. But you've also eliminated the list of things that you can do in heavy industry.
Well,
And I
for
mean,
special use purpose.
as to the forward-looking aspect of it, I guess if new businesses were to locate in Shannon, where would you want them to locate at?
Main Street. On Market, I mean, if there's a house that's run down, just for an example, somebody might buy it, bulldoze it, build something there. I mean, that's just an option, and then they're gonna have to go through hoops to get it as a business.
Or, I guess that's a hair salon or something like that, that could be perfectly doable in a house or some kind of an office.
I mean, it's really not that many residents
No.
on that. I
Oh,
do
yeah.
feel like that it can, choosing.
On Market Street?
Yeah, not that many.
Oh,
Oh,
I
you're
bet,
arguing with me.
dear, I bet there's more than a thing.
Well, I'm sure.
On that.
Well, are we gonna extend this past the
What's
bank
that?
and Al's? Is the next question.
That's why I'm asking, because if you go all the way to Stanton
Oh,
Street.
yeah, right.
Not,
There's a lot of.
Not
houses
all the
out
way
there.
down.
If
Right,
you,
right.
if you go from Stanton to the Shannon route, there's a lot of houses.
Well, yeah, okay, so we stop and block.
All right,
I
so
mean, you would,
That which goes to my question, where do we stop?
Well, right, but we're not red, blue, green, yellow, orange.
Yeah.
All on one drag.
Yeah,
Well, it
like I
looks
said,
like most everything.
don't misunderstand. I'm not saying
Oh,
I'm
no.
against it. I'm
Bank
just
is
legitimately saying,
Yeah,
where do we
Right.
stop if we're gonna
Right.
do it? Where do we stop?
So, I mean, I think the bank makes sense to stop. I mean, if you wanna go from Casey's all the way down to the bank as light industry, touching Market Street, we certainly could do that.
So when you say,
You gotta use your own terms.
Sorry,
It's
business.
It's commercial, is it?
It's business and industry.
C.
Correct. I don't know if we. gave
Well, and
out-
maybe that'd be the easier way to
No,
refer
that's
to
what
the
we're gonna
new
come back
designation and
That's what
class.
I got.
I know.
So, sorry, there's no light industry anymore. Business and industry is what we're
business and
referring
industry is one
to. Is one thing.
And everything that was business, industry, and
light.
manufacturing is all consolidated into what's now called business and industry.
Correct.
All right,
Thank
so we're
you.
all on the same page.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, no,
that does,
I don't care about me, I care about the future.
let's see, yours wouldn't change.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but I'm telling you, I'm thinking about the future. And if you can't tie your hands, what he's saying is he wants a storefront all up and down. These are 150-year-old buildings.
if somebody comes in here and they wanna start a business, and it's not just a storefront, let's say
Yeah.
Joey wants to put $10 million machines in there and have somebody run them,
That's allowed.
you better help them out, you better give them a
Yeah.
pat on the back.
That's allowed.
Yeah.
Under the new law.
I think, I was thinking that's the direction we were going.
Yeah, no, that's allowed. Joey will be able to expand as he sees fit forever. It's just
So
if he ever
so
sells it.
basically, at this point, you're talking about all of Market Street being that way.
From the bank and your shop to the west is what I think we just talked about
Correct.
for about 3 seconds.
And not to, I'm sorry, what Tracy's mentioning too, Tracy, and I'm not speaking for you here, are you going as far back as to Badger?
That was my question, is
All
how,
right,
so
right,
you say
I'm only
anything that
picturing-
touches Market Street, so then he's concerned about also the lot he owns behind his house, and that is not touching Market Street.
Well,
Touche.
So,
yeah,
that's,
I also own the property across the alley, which is what I'm talking about,
yep,
which is adjacent to Butch's building.
Which
Going
technically
to
on
the
the
north.
back, right, yeah, I didn't.
which would be on
right.
Badger Street.
Yep, which is technically located next to my rental, which is under my business. I mean, really get into,
That,
Not
that,
next door to
that
a
blue
business,
building was
too.
a business at one time.
right, but I'm right there next to a business too, technically.
I mean,
The rental is right
But
there.
again, everything that is already there would stay and can continue to work the way it is. It would
Again,
just be.
reiterating, we can't zone you out of your house or business or property, so.
Yeah.
Whatever you have there will stay there.
all right, so we're talking about specifically 310 West Market Street, but.
Is that a picture of my Ranger?
I'm right next to them.
But this is now, we've come to a discussion on the entirety of Market Street from Casey's to the bank, to include the bank and Al's. Do we want that all to be business and industry? In the hopes that at some point, you know, as these houses become dilapidated, they get torn down and a business could come in. And we're just talking about Market Street at this point, not what's behind them. Is the board in agreement? Is that what the board's talking about at this point?
Would it be along Market Street? I understand, yes, I'm for that. How far reaching do you go? Do you go a block?
That is exactly.
And the reason why I asked that, let's talk Hitchburgers. There's a few other properties that own the whole depth of the block. The old Teely building, the old,
But if you go just to the,
thank you.
if you go just to the east of Lynn Street, which is where, which is partly owned by Al's there. If you go all the way to Badger, then you're rezoning those residential houses behind there to industry.
Or are they already in the?
No, they're not.
That goes with that.
Not according to this.
That we don't get any
Yeah,
bricks as
don't know that.
businesses as it is.
Yeah, no, they're not. That's what I'm saying. And then there's also,
You could still live in it. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah, no, I understand.
Would residential and business work there?
What do you mean?
In those areas that are questionable, couldn't you do the residential business next to the business? So that you could kind of
answer-
overlap?
The answer is, could we? Yes, that goes against what it's currently designated as. I mean, you can make every house an RB instead and expand it, but then you start running into the problem, well, why is this RB and why not this? Whereas right now, it's very specific to certain locations.
I was just saying the parts.
But the answer is, yes, we could.
And I think that we're in agreement that Market Street from Shannon Route to just east of Lynn, I think we are in agreement that we would like that to stay business. However, my question still stands, how far to the north and south do we go?
Well, let's start with one thing at a time. Is everyone in agreement with that? And this map will need to be fixed at some point. It's not perfect, and some of these parcels are not correct. But is everyone in agreement from essentially Casey's to the bank and Al's is all going to be business and industry? Any objection? How about I say that instead? And to be clear, this isn't really changing anyone. Everyone is currently business and industry, or they're currently light industry. So changing them to business and industry doesn't change anything. Any objections? I have two maps, so if we mess up, we can always,
Start
we can always.
Before you color two.
I was just saying,
I'm just gonna do-
we have a whole bunch of questions before you do that.
Well, no, I was gonna say, you'll be repainting that
I
wall
was
if you
just gonna
color
say.
too hard on
Uh-huh.
that paper right now.
Yeah.
That's all I was gonna say.
All right, I will do very light.
Yeah. The.
If we got extra paint, it'll be all right.
Oh, good, we say Battleship Blue.
So this is going to include the bank and this building as well. Al's.
Which you should include all of the bank property, which leads to
Does
The
it go all,
corner.
does it go all the way to the corner?
all the way to the corner.
Did they consolidate that property?
I
now, or-
don't
Yeah, they purchased, the bank purchased.
I know they
the house
purchased it,
that was
but I-
there, and
And tore it down and, yeah,
Right.
I
Is
just
it
didn't
all
know if it was.
consolidated at this point?
they,
Not a-
I think there's a garage there, which.
They're asking if they
Is it- that's what I
consolidated
was-
the properties or if they still left them separate.
I think it's a
don't know
separate.
how it was deeded, I
Alright.
know the.
Question mark.
The house was bought
We have to
separate.
fix it.
So on on Badger Street, the block with Butch's building and the old laundromat and the,
The garages.
So you're saying basically between Shannon Route and Walnut.
That's west of me, that's gonna be going.
Market to Badger would be the.
Market to Badger from Shannon Route to Walnut.
That's what I
Ish.
just.
Yes, no, I was agreeing with you. Except that does not include, Josh's property, so you would have to go to,
Hickory?
basically, yes.
Yeah.
However, that also does not take into account the food pantry on Badger Street, which is kitty corner from Al's. It's pink today.
I have it as RP on mine.
Okay. And then there's two empty lots, which today are a park and a grass lot that are R2 on this. You could get rid of that. The pink on the corner of that same block, you could get rid of that because it's.
All right, we're doing one thing at a time.
I mean,
All right.
how far do you go is my
Well,
question.
I
It's
was-
the same question we have.
Yeah, I mean, as little as possible would be my argument. I mean, the whole point is to get rid
That's
of
where
this
I'm at
light
too.
industry or
We
this
want
business
Main
industry
Street to
away.
be a business
Correct.
district.
So
I
Josh,
understand that, but a viable business of any size, 150 feet of depth is nothing. 150 feet takes you from the street to the alley. A block is 300 feet long in Shannon.
Yeah, I understand.
No, that's why I'm saying, do you go to Badger Street the way it is
here's
today?
what we're gonna do. We're gonna talk to the people who are already here about their parcels and we'll come back to the parcels that aren't here. So Tracy, we talked about 310 West Market Street. I understand that perhaps your lot behind it hasn't been touched yet, but that can be a larger discussion, okay? Chad and Barn.
So 210 South Walnut Street and 302 South Walnut Street. I'm okay with what I heard as long as everything can stay the same. My only concern is when that change does happen, like on my father-in-law's property, if somebody buys it and decides not to farm it, then we do not have any way to access our back lot. So
With farm equipment.
with farm equipment or with construction equipment if they were gonna put a business back there. So there's no easement, there's no septic, attachment to the village there. So again, if we go to sell that, it's going to maybe lessen the value of that house for us. And then also with the name change of the new zone, I'm not sure how that affects the taxes or the, equalized assessment value.
Or look to use. I mean, I'm not a tax attorney, so I don't want to give you any
The
advice there.
different, Illinois does look at agricultural land and any other type of land in a totally different fashion. Farm, anything that's designated agricultural is assessed on a very complicated formula based on its productivity, where other things are one-third fair market value. As for the whole access issue, zoning is not going to have any effect on access or easements or lack of easements. So a parcel that's landlocked is gonna be landlocked whether it's zoned or not zoned. So the way something's zoned is going to prohibit somebody from granting an easement over it or selling it and retaining an easement over it or anything like that. So for example, if you're gonna
Which,
sell
by the
off
way,
a
is what you
parcel
would do.
and you currently use that parcel, you use access over that parcel to reach another parcel, it would probably be prudent before you sell it to have it surveyed and have somebody create an easement and say, I'll sell it to you subject to the easement that I'm going to retain. And that's not a zoning issue, that's more of an issue of, here's how I need to structure the sale of my property in order to protect the value of what I'm keeping.
Right, and that's what I was thinking, if we're gonna sell my father-in-law's property, we're gonna make sure it's somebody who wants to keep it farmed and allow us to cut through there to get to ours if we need to.
Well, but like I say, just because they're farming it doesn't mean, I mean, I can buy a farm and I can say, you know what, if it's my farm, I don't want you to go across it anymore. It doesn't matter whether it's a farm or a lot or a parking lot or anything else. If it's mine, you know, I have the right to, prohibit access to it. So, what you're talking about is more an issue of, okay, if I'm gonna sell part of my property and it's gonna result in another part of my property being landlocked, then I want to do certain things in structuring the sale of what I'm gonna sell to make sure that I retain that kind of an access. So that's what that comes from, that's not a zoning issue.
Right, and that's what I was
And
trying to get at.
And right now, we're talking about this area, correct, behind your house?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And like we said, there's currently no farming zoning designation under the current code, so nothing's changing for you in that fashion.
Okay,
So whatever it is won't affect farming for you.
okay, so it won't change the assessed value or anything.
Well, I don't wanna say it will not, because I
I want
don't
that
know.
writing, Ryan.
I don't wanna give you a wrong answer, but as it relates to
His
farming,
writing
it will
will
not
hold up in
change,
Matt's office anyway.
so. Any other questions on your property? Okay, currently, right now, I just have it as R1 underneath here. Actually, no, I had it as R2, right, for the potential.
We just didn't understand the multifamily thing.
Multifamily thing.
That was the idea that if there
That
was
makes
ever,
no sense.
if there was ever a housing development put in.
Because there's no sewer access over there.
Not right now.
Yeah, there is.
There is, it actually goes right through the field.
That's water.
That's water line.
Water,
Yeah,
well,
water.
it's still better than else.
The old mayor told me that there could not be sewer over there.
And we did have a time where they flushed the water tower and people in that
That's why
household
that
got
water
really,
line got
really
put in.
sick.
Right.
And had
Yeah,
the
that's
hospital,
sewer
so
right
we're-
Contaminated
No, the
well.
sewer goes down Walnut Street, cuts in. She's about to point to it.
Believe the sewer line.
Down.
Okay,
Down.
I was thinking water, the water line runs
Yeah,
through the back.
Look where,
Yeah.
look where Nicole's paying.
Across the whole.
That's how the sewer gets to the water tower
Understood.
and to the new subdivision.
I guess I do have one more
So John
thing.
McPherson said that he checked out all different kinds of ways to get sewer over there and they could not come up with a way to get sewer over there.
They didn't have voters.
Yeah, that's right.
They say that was 20+ years ago.
No.
I mean, it just costs.
He's talking about topography.
But you could do
There's
it.
no way to do it
Well,
without a
pump.
lift station.
Would the village pay for that? sir?
Yeah.
You could do it, but it would cost a lot of money.
But yeah,
With the
but
lift station.
what, for that little bit of property, why would you even worry about
Well,
that?
what he's thinking is for the future, if someone were to buy that farm ground separate from your guys' property, and were to build,
Everything.
yeah.
Would hold
build
10 or 14 acres.
back there,
Right.
it could be done.
Yeah, but it's gotta be a lot easier.
And again, it's forward looking. We're not
Yeah,
saying
right.
someone's gonna go put a duplex over there right now or 10 of them, but if someone wanted to get that lift station put in, I don't know where else you would put a apartment or duplex.
And they have water, runs through there, you could do something, potentially.
All right, so
And then-
any,
One other thing, earlier you had mentioned Babers
yes,
property, which
yes.
is right next to us.
Yeah.
And they do have their equipment parked
Okay.
there all the time. And,
No.
Nobody lives in the house, but they,
I mean, is there any kind of ordinance about bringing all this crap in from Lake Carroll or wherever they're getting it and dumping it on that property next to me?
What kind of stuff are they bringing in?
Tree branches, trees, dirt, rocks, cement,
Landscaping.
landscape material.
I've had
It's just
3 flat
piles of it out
tires
there.
since they moved in.
Is that what?
3 flat tires, just because I think they're hauling and dumping things over there.
Understood.
The
The answer is yes, there are ordinances for that. So, first complaint I've heard, so definitely.
Well, they're really nice people.
Oh, yeah, we don't wanna, we don't wanna be a problem, so we've never mentioned it, but
Yeah, that'd be under a nuisance ordinance.
But they're dumping stuff past their property line. I don't know who owns that now, but
Well, even if they're dumping it on a property line, it's a potential nuisance, which once again isn't really a zone.
but isn't that a waterway through there that goes underneath the railroad tracks?
That I don't know.
Down?
It is.
All right,
See,
we're getting a
they're
little derailed
building
from
that.
zoning at this point.
They're building a waterway up.
Yeah, understood. We're getting a little derailed from zoning at this point. We got a lot more to cover and another meeting to do. So what I hear is, well, what we're telling you, I think, and I think what we've talked about is no zoning designation is gonna change the use of your property behind it.
Right.
So the reason why I have it zoned as R2 is in the future, if someone wants to spend the money to put a lift station in there, that seems to me the most likely place an apartment complex would go. I'm not saying that one's going in there tomorrow or in 10 years. It just.
Oh, that's one in tomorrow.
So,
All right, thank you.
yes. So I guess we're talking about this entire area now. We're talking
It's from
specifically about this.
Bradshaw to
Correct.
south.
So I have this zoned as R2, just in the event that if someone wants to come in and build a property that it's already zoned R2, the other option is you just keep it R1. If someone wants to come in, we have a zoning meeting in the future. Again, the biggest there's really no difference between R1 and R2 other than it allows multifamily to be built there in the future. So people in agreement, zoning that R2 instead of R1.
Yeah.
I'd love to see it say R1, but that's up to the group.
All right, we got one R2, one R1. Butch?
R2.
Okay. Marcy?
R2.
All right, Talia?
Doesn't matter, R1.
Okay. All right. We'll go R2 for now then. That's gonna be this whole entire area. And while we're here, Bodie, if anyone here from the duplex complex off of
Cedar Street.
Off of Cedar Street. All right, this is currently zoned R1 and it should be clearly zoned R2. Does anyone have any objection to zoning that R2?
Kind of a little late.
Well, you're not wrong. Again, this won't be exact. We'll have to get we'll make a nice pretty map, but this is just.
So you know, whether it was zoned or not zoned, I mean, I know that was approved as part of the subdivision plan that got adopted, that got approved because I actually represented the developer at that time, not the village. So
Yeah.
that was before I started representing the village.
All right. Ms. Wallace, you're next. What properties do you want to talk about? Thanks for
So-
coming, Barb.
So if you're looking at his building and then you're on Market Street and you're calling that business and then, so my one property attaches to the market and his building behind, and that's on Cedar Street,
Okay, do you have a number for that one?
18 North Cedar. And at this point, I'm not receiving any kind of tax incentives or breaks for not just listing myself as a business. You know, if they're gonna list his business for the neighborhood over here and next to me, why wouldn't they list my house then? Cause the county is not,
You wouldn't get a break for paying tax.
well, the county isn't giving us any breaks anymore anyways, there's none of that.
You wouldn't be getting a break for being zoned different.
But this house, when I purchased it, it was 2 units initially. So I knocked the house or trailer or whatever that was behind it down.
Mhm.
But I would like to consider an ADU on a different property, but I'm just saying, if you're continually running through as, like, that's business district, and then this guy's building is now a business district, I'm kind of right in the middle of that for this house.
Sure. And right,
Here's my question, why does it's a rental property, right?
It's listed under my business. I'm listed as 4C Rentals. That house is taxed under 4C Rentals, like the business owns the
I
home.
understand that, but the business owns it doesn't mean that the property is operating a business.
But I'm just saying, who's to say someday somebody's not gonna wanna knock that house down since it's right in the middle of all this other, you see what he was already talking about. Like, we're talking future, right? Regardless.
And I guess what is the benefit? You think your property is more valuable if it's listed as a business property as opposed to?
I mean, I'm right in smack in the middle of everything. As far as that goes, like, who's to say in 10 years from now, I don't sell that house and somebody wants to knock it down and put a business there, since it's right next to another building and business and whatnot in the district there. I mean, you're talking about rezoning districts, that's in a, kind of in the smack in the middle of that stuff. If you see what I'm saying.
I guess. the
Because we're
issue is
talking
we haven't
future
decided what
reference,
we haven't decided what we're doing with the business, or with the, parcels on Badger Street yet. So you were saying you're sandwiched
I'm
in
just saying, I'm
between, but right,
sandwiched in between.
but right now, we have not declared the parcels on Badger
Right.
Street to be business and industry. So right now,
Right.
you are not sandwiched in between.
Well,
We'll have to discuss what to do with
I
that.
would be if that's what ends up happening,
Right.
is why I'm mentioning. And then I wanted to find out about 402 South Chestnut, if I would be allowed to have an ADU in the future. Because that's another thing that you can't just change it, like, there's no changing it once it's set in stone, like, I can't make that multifamily later. You see, it's got 2 front doors on it, that's because at one point this home was 2 apartments. It's always been a rental. If I wanted to add on to it or, expand it to more than one family could live there, there's no way for me to do that if it's zoned R1.
It's in
Like,
R1 today.
Right now it is, right.
So she's asking.
So I'm
about
asking
R2.
for
Social
it to be
permit.
multifamily in the future.
No, it's not a special permit. We're gonna zone it R1 or R2.
Matthews
I
just
mean, if
lived
it's
there when
not
I was a
used-
kid. It was never a multifamily that I remember, but okay.
I mean, I've lived
I
one
do
block away
find
from that house for 22 years and it's never been a multifamily house since I've lived here, so.
It's never been one as long as
I was just saying, Matthews has lived
I
there.
mean, if it was used,
Ever.
if it was used as a multifamily house now, then our aim is to keep and designate those accurately, because right now some of them aren't. But I don't see any reason why we would proactively designate that R2 in the hopes that maybe one day sometime you may
Perhaps.
want to.
Well, I'm just thinking like, what if I wanted to have an ADU on the property or, like an additional unit? Like people do that, where they
I understand.
convert.
But-
But look at the garage behind that thing. I could
but what-
knock that down and put another unit
And-
where the garage is
And I think
located
that's
or
what we're
whatever.
trying to, I don't think we want that. I think that's what, at least I don't, I don't wanna speak for the board. I mean, that wouldn't, I mean, I have a single family home now, what would stop me from saying, well, I want you to zone me R2, just in case one day, 5-10 years from now, I wanna where my garage is, now turn that into an apartment. I mean, that's, I think putting multifamily residents that are already currently multifamily residents properly zoned is okay, but I don't think we want to add a single family residence now into an R2 in the hopes that maybe one day we may want to change it to. That's just my take. I'm not the whole board, but that's.
I agree.
Anyone else?
I agree.
I mean, there's R2 down the street from where I live that is today single-family residents. They always have been single-family residents. And the R2 that exists is in R1
Right.
along Division Street.
Again, it just comes down with the board wants. Do you want to start zoning properties that could be R2 into R2?
That would be every house.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be, every house could be R2. Do we want our entire town multifamily homes? No, I don't think we do.
I mean, the whole subdivision on the east side of town is bare land with some trees and single-family homes.
But Shelley Street has house, the multifamily house, a house, and that's gonna be listed R2.
Well, we don't
No,
know
it has
that
an
yet.
Well, that's what you have on
It has
your,
an
on your
it has an
projected map.
apartment building on it.
But it doesn't, but it also has a house before it, and it also has 2 houses next to it, that are all that entire block they're listing as R2.
And again,
Well, and
that
again-
draft map was not
I
precise.
was just saying, that was by no means the rule of law either. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll be
That was
honest, the first 2 houses,
I'm not okay with that either.
the first 2 houses in there are owned by the feed mill anyway.
Yeah, I mean, where the apartment is should be R2, but the houses should be R1. So the same thing would apply for my thinking in that too. If that's the way that the map looked as a thought or idea, I would be opposed to that. I would want the single family homes to stay single family homes. That's just where I land on it. Like I said, everyone's entitled to disagree with me, but I don't think we want to go adding areas for just in case maybe one day we may want to, because we
I
can
don't
do
think
that
that's
to
what we're after either.
we can do that to every house in town.
Like there's,
Then we'd lose what the town is.
Exactly.
All right, so right now, this is gonna stay R1. As it relates to your other property, we'll see what we're gonna do with Badger Street. Come back to that. Joe? Sorry, Joe Paya.
Process that I started with, sending that email or letter, I forgot which form I sent it, but, was before you went into this process here of.
Correct, you will ask for light industry, which
Retail.
business and light industry is what you
Oh,
originally
yeah,
asked for.
we're using, yeah, the terminology now with what I requested would fall in the business industry. I understand the problem with that, especially right next to where it's located.
Right.
I do stress though, it's a union, there's no other piece of property in Shannon like it, so it doesn't fall under residential, because of a 60-foot tower in there. And we could very well, we're working towards possibly Airbnb or rental, short-term rental in the tower and all that. Right now, so everybody knows, we are constructing the pump house as a residence with the purpose of, if you wanted to run a small business out of it. For example, if you wanted to run, we got a third photo studio, or, you know what I'm saying? A young person wants to start a little business, it's gonna be set up in such a manner that that's possible. But right now, it's trying to get it up and running as a residence, or the capability of being used as a residence. And depending upon how transforming the tower goes, it's gonna take a lot of work and a few more dollars. But possibly Airbnb is a possibility. Just have the tower available so people can go up 60 feet and look above the trees, whatever. But open it up to the public so we don't lose that asset that Shannon has in that water tower. So the RB classification, I believe, would fit with what we're considering and all that. I may down the road ask to expand what can be done in an RV, but I'm not at that stage right now. But I'm happy to answer any questions about that and about what's been happening, let alone what the intent is. But I really think it's outside of R1. And to follow up with what Kyle brought up earlier, as before, is this new structure, if you're R1, you're R1. If you're R2, you could be R1. If you're RB, you could be R2, you could be R1. Is that correct still?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to, all right, so
Yeah, you can
RB,
always zone down.
You can go down, you can't go up.
understood.
Right, and that's true for business and industry, except as it relates to Shannon downtown and some specific areas.
You can clarify, yeah. So RB is what we would be requesting. And I think that's in the proposed first draft, that's what you've got it classified as.
That's
And
correct, that's what I mean, this property is obviously unique in town, and that's the whole point of RB.
I truly don't know that it's actually zoned because it was,
Right.
a few months ago, it was public property.
Yeah, I mean, technically, it's zoned R1, but, I mean,
It's surrounded by R1.
but if it was owned by the village, you know,
It's next to a bus garage, the residents hate, it's next to the school.
I think the bus garage.
I don't mind.
Is that bus garage in your proposal?
I do have that as RB, just as a point of discussion, because I'm thinking what happens when the school sells that bus garage. That obviously is not gonna be an R1, if they ever do, that's not, obviously not gonna be an R1 single-family home.
On that note, not speaking for a school, I would say RB would be, I would want to see it as a multifamily, the way it's set up right
Right, and
now.
that's what I have it listed as in my draft. So specifically, as to Joe's property here, the water tower, my recommendation is RB. Does anyone disagree with that, or is everyone in agreement with
I
that?
do not disagree with that.
Leah?
Yeah, I agree. Sorry.
So thank you.
Kyle, you're still thinking?
I have to say, I have questions.
While we're here,
What do the neighbors think?
I don't want to retail.
well, Steve's right there. You can talk to Steve.
This is the whole point of a zoning.
Right. I mean, Steve's right there. I'm a neighbor. I don't care.
See, I would have a problem with retail there.
There's no retail in RB. Yep, no retail in RB allowed. So any issues, Steve, you're the only neighbor here other than me, so.
Well, me too.
That'd be my issue.
Yeah, I guess you're a few down.
I'm
You're just,
sorta.
you're just as close as I am, I suppose.
And I'm just as close as you. No. I mean, it's
I'm stretching neighbor.
I'm real close too.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm closer.
Right.
I'm closer.
True.
All
So
right.
that would be my issue, is retail. I don't want retail.
Yep, no retail allowed in RB. All right, so RB, what about the bus garage while we're here? Like I said, my issue is what happens if the school ever sells that.
Well, and not only that, but it needs to be zoned accurately, because as we discussed, I think it was last meeting, if there was some sort of fire or natural disaster, they, under the current ordinance, would not be able to be allowed to build a bus garage.
They would need a variance and they would need a special use permit. That's not, to be fair, that's not gonna change under this. And the reason why is this bus garage obviously is well over 50% of the land usage there.
Yeah.
But school property can be on R1, it's a special use, and ancillary uses of the school can be in R1 as well. So I think an argument can be made, it can stay R1. I'm thinking of the future, if they ever sell this bus garage, which I know there's always some thoughts of making a bigger one somewhere. Would you want this as a single family residence or a multifamily residence?
I would say RB would be appropriate for it as well.
Any disagreements for the bus garage being RB?
I need to see. Yeah. It's fine.
Now,
Ryan, can I ask clarify earlier when you decided that you would have a residence in a business? You said the owner could do something like that.
That's not applicable to RB.
No, this is aside from that, excuse me. So this is for business industry, I think you were speaking about,
Business and
right?
industry. Yeah.
I would ask you reconsider and clarify that, because if I owned a business and wanted to run it, I couldn't, I would want my manager who needed a residence to live in there. So I think, I'm not sure who countered, only the owner can live there. I correct that, and it might have been Kip, that the operator of the business could also live there. May not be the owner, but if I hire a manager, like they do with the bars, I mean, if you don't.
Well, that was done incorrectly. They should have never done that. I told them repeatedly not to do that. You can't designate somebody as a manager and have.
Right.
I mean, that's not the way the
But what we
code works.
what we were
so.
trying to eliminate here recently was someone from Chicago buying whatever building is available and making a residence out of it, whether it's fit to be a residence or not.
But if you had that person as the manager of the business, there's a relationship there, and by gosh, you sold the building and probably take a lot better care of it than some of the buildings.
yeah.
But I'm just saying, you may want to reconsider that.
The only issue that I see with that, Joe, and I don't necessarily disagree with, by the letter of the law, that, I mean, if I bought a building, say I bought Josh Henderson's building, the Tealy building, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna designate you a manager and you a manager, and then I'm gonna build 2 units in it and you can live in it.
But if you work there, cafe example, if they had an apartment above it, that owner isn't gonna ever live there.
That would already
but
be
you-
allowed. That's already allowed in the
Well,
downtown.
I believe there was an
business
employee that was living in the kitchen there, and
Yeah.
that's exactly what I think that they want to avoid.
We're trying to eliminate that.
Yeah. Yeah, we're trying
Thanks, Joe.
to
All right.
alleviate.
Jason?
I believe you fixed my issues, but we'll go over one more time for the definition of what's the downtown business district is.
The business and industry, so now there's only business and industry, which the whole downtown is zoned. In the future, any new buildings can only be in a certain subset of categories, mainly storefront properties. But the businesses that are already there get to operate indefinitely forever. They can expand, they can rebuild. You get to operate indefinitely as you currently are.
Right. And I understand, and I'm not upset about I don't care, I'm about mine, but I'm just saying, why would you limit yourself in the future to only storefronts? You're talking about a bunch of 150-year-old buildings. If somebody wants to come in and operate a business in there that's not a storefront, and they want to take care of it and paint it and keep it nice, why would you limit yourself to only retail? I'm assuming I'm assuming, I guess, what are you really after? Are you really after, you just want retail business?
I would like downtown to be a place where people can come, walk, and go in the stores,
Right,
go to
I
a
know, and I
restaurant.
understand that, and you kind of pointed me out last time, and I'm thinking almost everybody sitting at the table come right in and said hi to me before, and I don't kick nobody out.
I was just
You know what I
using
mean?
Al as an example.
I don't understand why we're kind of limiting ourselves down. I agree with you 100% with your idea. I just think it's kind of fairy tales and pixie dust. I mean,
Well,
if somebody
we're looking
wants to
toward the
come there
future.
and operate a different business,
The
They
business,
can apply for a
the
variance.
business is what they're after. What was trying to be eliminated was people buying downtown buildings and turning them into apartments.
That's one of the issues.
That's a big issue.
that's not how it sounds.
No, you're right how I meant it. I can't speak to the other board. I want storefront
Yeah.
properties that people can walk into that attracts people to come to downtown. The businesses that don't fit that mold get to stay forever, operate indefinitely, expand your operations as you see fit. Nothing will change that. You sell a property, it can continue to operate just as
Like
you
I
want.
say, I'm not worried about me. I care about Shannon.
And I should know
think-
that there's variances.
And I think, you're limiting yourselves. I understand your idea. I completely do. And I appreciate that, but
That's why I think
I just think
that's why
reality
we
is
changed- but we
a whole
changed
other
it.
thing than what you're thinking there.
No, not the downtown. The downtown is still the same, even with just one zoning classification.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I guess is what I'll say, is if in the future, not this board, a board in 5 years, there's a light industry, what would be considered light industry now, that is outlawed in the downtown
Because right
district,
now,
they can
light-
get a variance from the board if they see fit. But by default, only specific businesses will be allowed in the Shannon downtown moving forward. I understand your issue.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just
understand.
saying, don't tie your hands. I mean, if
Which
somebody
isn't-
comes.
I
here
think
and wants
I
to
think we're
operate-
saying the same things and we're right here. I think.
I know, we're
I
both
think
trying to
some-
go forward. I just feel like that,
The property behind Al's is just kind of like just a holdover spot right now. That should probably be zoned business and industry, correct?
it's my parking lot, yeah.
Yeah.
With the other building he owns, yeah.
The empty lot.
Yeah,
The empty lot with the big building, yeah.
Everyone in there.
Which was my final question.
Yes.
All right. There we go. Thank you. Allison still lives here for the next.
I got nothing better to do, I guess.
Brenda, any issues with your property you want to address?
Just clarify, what do I need to do to keep doing a few massages? I probably see 6 people a week.
Yeah, no
I
problem.
want to be in compliance, so.
Yeah, no, once this is passed, at the next board meeting, if it is passed, all people who are running home occupations will have to register with a feeless permit. That's all it is. It's just so we can keep track of who's running a home occupation. And nothing's changing in that regard for you specifically, I imagine. The big thing is just that we can keep track of it. And currently, right now, all home occupations are supposed to have a $200 special use permit. I don't think a single home occupation has that in the village of Shannon. We just gotten rid of that. It's now a feeless permit. So I'll make an
And I did
announcement.
ask at the beginning, living next door to the previous mayor, before I did that.
I think
I
it was
asked
just,
her and she said I was all good, so.
I think that was just a decision the board made of enforcement. We're
Yeah.
just making it legal now.
So the zoning is still actually the same.
Your zoning's still the same,
Okay.
still R1,
Okay.
and you're running a home occupation, which is allowed in R1.
Okay, and I just have to,
Just gotta fill out, yeah.
I can do that.
All right. Anyone else here? That's my list. Teresa, I see you walked in. You want to comment on your property?
Do you need me?
Have you heard about the changes we made?
No.
Okay, yeah.
She wasn't sitting at home watching.
No.
How dare you.
You never know. We're pretty,
That's what I thought she was
Teresa.
home watching.
I gotta get over there.
Yeah. So Teresa, we talked a few days ago, there's no business district anymore. There's no zoning business district.
Okay.
The whole downtown is now gonna be business and industry. The Shannon downtown still has the overlay, which limits what can be built or used in the future. But everything that's currently in use will be able to stay in use forever and allow you to expand and allow any reasonable expansion or rebuild. So it's a middle ground from the old light industry that you wanted and the business district that I had proposed. you'll be able to operate indefinitely and expand in the future. And I know you talked about what if it switches, and that will be a discussion if that does happen. Variance can be something brought in front of the board, but at least as it stands now, you can keep doing what you're doing forever and expand. Speaking of that, while you're here, we might as well address your new building as well by the post office. That is currently light industry, and that was Saint Technologies, right? That's what it was called.
Heavy industry.
yes.
Or
It's
it was-
heavy industry.
It was heavy industry, which no longer
Railroad.
exists. So this is a business and industry. Anyone have any objection to that?
No.
Oh, where are we? All right, so I think that takes care of all
Across
your
the street
property.
from the North Triangle.
Yeah. All right, while we're in this area, our Public Works building should probably be zoned business and industry for future use in case we ever get rid of it. I can't imagine another use for it. Any objection to that? Okay, where are my maps? Going around. All right, let's start going through this quickly. Down here, we have these 4 properties. These 3 properties are listed as R2 right now, they're single family home. This house, which is an R2 property, is zoned single family.
That's
My-
an apartment building
Yep, the apartment building. So my recommendation is the apartment building should be zoned R2
and nothing else.
and nothing else.
Can we also get rid of the business and light industry in the backyard?
That's what we're gonna talk about next. Any objection to the R2 here?
Around the apartment only.
Yes, on the apartment only. All right, next spot is this current light industry. That's an old horse farm from what I understand.
And the property itself is zoned in 2 different ways.
Correct.
Yep. The front of the property is here.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's weird, my pony.
Not Not quite sure how that is even possible
Yeah.
for the same
So
parcel
I
being zoned.
I have
two
it zoned,
separate
I
ways.
guess I have the zone as R1 right now. I guess there's an argument to make that it should be RB.
No thanks. It's surrounded by houses.
Well, that's not the issue of RB.
So is a couple of the other RVs that we have too.
I have an issue with them too, but that's to myself.
There's a whole, right now I have it listed as R1. This property owner never got a hold of me to talk about their property.
Here's my thought on it. There's not a lot of large chunks of land in the village of Shannon.
Right.
This is one of them.
So it should be R1 in hopes of development is what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying, but, you know,
So from what I've been told.
I mean, you can have, probably maybe 5, 6 properties there, possibly.
There's only one problem. You can't get sewer. So, where'd it go? These 2 houses do not have city sewer. These 3 houses, excuse me. This would all be too low. So the 3 houses, 2 or 3 houses to the left of the little pink box do not have city sewer today.
While they're discussing that, Joe, I realized your other property here. This is I don't know, it was an old Napa building at one point, wasn't it?
Oh, they sold cars, they painted cars, they
Body
repaired
shop.
cars. Yes, what about, I didn't even pay attention to that one.
I have this zoned as business and industry.
Thank you.
Any objection to that?
Not at
That's
all.
what it's been used in the past for. Currently, I don't know what you're using it for, but it's certainly where our business could go in.
It
at
certainly
some
looks a lot nicer now than it did before. Whatever you're using it for.
Justice Art Studio.
point. Any objection to business and industry on this one?
No.
Thank you.
All right, what do we want to do about this then? Do we want to keep it as R1 for now?
That would be my recommendation, yeah.
Talia, Marcy? Okay. This corner building here, that's currently being used as an R2 household.
Should be R2.
That's an apartment building.
Is it?
Yes, R2.
R2.
That's Chris's apartment building. It's got 3 apartments in it.
Yep. R2.
Yep.
All right, the old beauty salon, which is here, Rowan Ridge. kind of a unique situation. It's a much larger house. It still has advertisement behind it. It's not currently being used for business, is my understanding. Though it is currently zoned light industry.
I would say RB would be appropriate for that.
That's my recommendation.
That's fine.
Row and bridge. RB. Moving up to this apartment complex, north of Market on Stanton. R2. Yep, that goes all the way, right?
I was gonna say it would be, and then the blank lots to the back, are you gonna eliminate those from R2? Right above the number 6, in that same block, I think it's lot 3 and 4. That would be an empty lot today.
That's an empty lot?
Yeah.
And right now it is zoned
R2.
R2. Do we want that R2 right here? That's an empty lot, it's close to another apartment building, so I have no problem keeping this R2 myself.
Who owns that? Is it the apartment?
No, Myers is too, don't they?
I think perhaps somebody approached them about buying it to build apartments on at one time, that they couldn't come to a agreement as to price. That was a long time ago.
I'd say leave it as R2.
But here's the question, I don't understand why the block to the north of that is all R2. It has single family residences on it.
We're changing that. All right, so for this blank piece of property here, R2 or R1?
I say R2.
I'm R1.
All right, well, I didn't hear yours, but I think there's 3 for R2 already. All right, next to that, here is the food pantry, which is a unique building. Currently it's R1.
So
I have it listed as RB, just because if they ever get rid of that, I don't know if that would be suitable for an R1 business, or sorry, an R1 household.
So
Owned by the
it's
township.
close, it's unique. The building is owned by the township. The dirt underneath is not. They have a lease with the village, supposedly.
Where's that lease at?
Oh, that's been gone for 100 years. But supposedly there was a 99-year lease when they built the building.
Do we know what year?
Well, I mean,
it
are
was,
we in year 97 or are we on?
No.
year-
But guys, I'm getting this secondhand from my dad who used to be on the board of the township. It's the only reason I know that.
Do we have a way, like,
Well,
is
we have a
it
township
deeded to
clerk here
us?
who will look it up for us.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, if we own it, if the village owns it, then
it should be deeded
there's
to
just a
us,
lien.
right?
Well, it should be, yeah, you have to do a title search.
We can look into it. Do we want to touch this now or wait?
I'm just telling you, it's its own little cluster.
Well, it's a unique thing.
It's its own
I
little
mean, it'd be
cluster.
part of Badger Park, I would assume, if it's owned by the.
Yeah, probably.
All right, probably not touch it then, till we figure out what's going on with it.
Prior to it being the food pantry, it was the Shannon Township garage. When they built their new building, when they went together, they just used it for storage.
R1 then for now, or RB?
I'd say
RB,
I am RB, yeah, I mean, it's got a building on it now, so.
With
I agree,
RB, can they have their signage?
RB, they can have signage.
Okay.
We have the Rapies and the Wayne Gall's old building, is that who used to own it? So those are, Wayne Gall's building is unique because it's very large. I mean, the village was looking into it to store our vehicles into it. I could see it being used as a storage business or something to that effect. It's currently zoned light industry. So we can R1, RB, or keep it as business and industry.
There is a residence in it, just
Yeah.
FYI.
There is a residence in it,
Yeah.
which is allowable under business and industry.
No, I'm just throwing it out here.
Yeah, I would say keep it business and industry.
They just get it Korean on different ones.
Business and industry is what I have one of. Do I have anyone else business and industry? 2, Butch? Business and industry. Doesn't matter.
No.
I mean, might not be exact. I'll have to look. Next is Rhett Rapey's property. This is a very unique situation in that they got a special use permits before special use permits were changed to only allow certain exceptions. So their business, which is allowed because they have a special use permit that predates 2013, to my understanding, allows them to have this restaurant business. I think in my mind, it makes sense for RB. They put a lot of work in this property for this business, so I think RB makes sense for them.
I agree.
What about the retail space where they sell the food? To the north or the south of the house?
So the food truck.
The food
trailer.
truck.
Food trucks allowed in RB.
Okay.
What else do we still have?
The other side of that lot should just be single family residence.
Which one?
The other side of lot 5 between Ridge Street and Stanton Street.
The other side of the alley across from Rent's
Yeah.
place.
Right here?
Along Ridge Street
Yes.
between Badger and Shelley, that should all be R1, right?
Yep, that's what I have it listed as.
Yep.
That's currently R2. Eastland Feed and Grain and the property north of Badger, all business and industry.
No,
No.
the Shelley Apartments may have a problem with being now.
No, I'm talking just Eastland Feed and Grain and this property
Oh,
over
okay.
here. All business and industry.
Yeah.
So this is the stuff that's marked currently heavy industry on your map, other than the Shelley Street apartments and houses. Will be marking as business and industry. All in agreement?
Yep.
Would you today include the farmland that Eastland owns?
This part up here,
No, down.
right here?
Yes.
Yes,
I think the whole thing's been annexed though.
Well, that's what I mean.
yeah, no, I would,
Ryan, I'm talking about clear over to here.
that's, well, I would, yes.
That's why we're doing it now.
Even that above is next.
So this is what currently heavy industry that we're making business and industry. My recommendation would be to bring it all the way over
Yes.
here.
Except there's a house in there.
I
There
would
is
still,
one
That
house.
box.
I'd
Yeah.
still make that business.
So would I.
because-
Yeah.
This is one of the two houses that I do have still zoned business and industry on my map. Okay,
So their entire property has been annexed? So that red line should follow their property line?
right up here,
Okay.
all in agreement there?
I mean, that only makes sense.
All right.
Okay. All right, Shelley Street, here's the apartment complex, that should be R2.
Yeah, just the apartment building, the rest of the houses there should be R1.
Even though they're owned by Eastland?
The house,
That, right here is the apartment complex, it's the one in the middle, right? I'll look it up on the map. Well, like I said, this map doesn't have to be exact, I have a one I'll make pretty.
The two to the right, the two houses to the right of that is what he's asking. Should those be R1?
And the two to the left.
Oh, yeah. You're right. I haven't gone that direction yet.
Yeah, I would say that,
Health's live in the one,
same, I mean,
that's the other.
the same way that I feel about the other stuff. I mean, it should be,
Yeah, so just the apartment complex is R2.
yeah,
Everything else is R1 on that street.
Okay. And
And Annette's, oh my lord, daycare, there we go. That's covered under,
R1. Need a special use permit, I don't know if they ever got it, but it is an R1 allowable, special use. All right. Oh, this property right here, which is,
church bus garage.
Church Bus Garage and Bill's.
Bill's house.
yep.
Would be,
Bill's house right now is light industry. Do we want to keep it that way?
that's what it would be. I mean, it doesn't fit anything
Business,
else.
sorry, business and industry, not light
Yes.
industry.
Same with bus garage.
The bus garage itself,
I mean, what else would you, I mean, it doesn't conform to anything else.
well, it conforms to R1 because churches are allowed by special use permit and you can have ancillary buildings related to that special
Oh.
use.
are you
That's
just,
not saying I don't want to change it. I'm gonna ask, my next question is what do we do with the rest of this property? Well, yours is right here. I'm assuming we're gonna
change
get rid of
it?
your light
I guess.
industry.
I mean,
Yeah,
I was hoping to open business, so that's fine.
no dance studio for you. So for the rest of this, what do we want to zone this? We could just keep expanding the light or the business and industry all the way to Shannon Route, keep this R1.
Well, it's plotted as R1 here.
Well, I was gonna say, was this plotted out at some point as a subdivision?
Looks like it. So it makes sense to keep it R1.
It was plotted to be more of town, except square number 5 is where there is a church today.
Well, I'm talking this
Yeah.
area up
Yeah.
here.
So we can keep that R1, we could zone in R2 in the case that
What is,
Get some
what
duplex
is,
there,
is that
apartments up
piece
there.
of property, the light industry that is currently light industry on Shannon Route?
that's a
No.
house.
Just north
That's
of
a building.
Shelley? That's just a garage now, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Like a Morton building?
Yep.
Cause the house and everything else got torn out? No,
Yes.
they
The house
kept the
is gone.
garage too?
The
Yeah,
house is
Yeah.
gone.
The
there you
house
go.
is gone.
The house is gone, but they kept the garage and the 2 outbuildings.
But I mean, it's residential. It's R1able.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Jesus.
All right, what do we want to do with this?
I would say R1.
Keep it R1 for now?
It's another possible.
May I ask a question, please? Curiosity. Beyond that property to the north, how far does the village line go? My understanding was the Volkert property that you're referring to was the limit of the village property.
No,
No.
Not according to this.
it's not.
Yeah, I didn't know it changed.
It
Well,
goes-
we don't have what's west of Shannon Route apart from this. So this tree farm here is not inside the village. Neither is this house right here. So we extend north, but we don't have.
Just
what's
about to
west.
where that second power pole is. Not, that's an estimation.
Extending north is what new to me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And I thought that
Well, it's-
whole building right there, I thought was the limit of the village,
no.
period.
Not according to this.
not according to this.
These maps are older than 19.
I wonder when it was added. Okay, thank you for letting me interject.
All right, so we'll keep this R1 for now. That leaves, I think that just, well, Casey's and what's across from Casey's. The only thing we're changing here is Talia's house is gonna be down to R1. I assume there's no objection to business and industry for these 2 parcels.
Nope.
Nope.
And then we have all the business parcels along Arch Street. So this is the kennel,
FS's building,
that's the building
the
there.
red goofy looking building,
Yeah,
the
township.
marina, the township, Etzberger's building.
And then this as well. I'm blanking on
The
the name right
elevator.
now. Yeah, the elevator. All this should be
Business and industry.
business and industry. Any objection to that?
No.
What about New Burgers and around the corner?
Come point it out to me.
Right on the corner above your fingers.
Right here.
Market and Walnut, right?
No, the corner with Walnut Street, Arch and
Market.
Walnut.
Or Arch and Walnut. Yeah, sorry.
Now it's under your finger.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, there.
That
Sorry.
should be business and industry.
I mean.
Yeah.
There is a residence attached to that building.
Well, we have allowed that.
I'm throwing it out there.
And then.
What are you doing with the big triangle? that
What
is
about,
today?
what about
commercial?
the one,
I made it business and.
the one
What
along-
triangle, this one?
No. The big one down the long Shannon Route.
Oh, right
Today it's
here.
heavy industry.
I assume that'd be business and industry. This would be one of those houses that would retain that business and industry zoning designation just because of where it's at. Everyone in agreement with that?
Yeah. What about the one lone house on Arch by sandwiched between the 2 storage
This one?
facilities? Yes, that one. That's it.
I have it marked as R1 right now. It is, a unique spot because it's in the middle of all this business and industry designation. So I guess it's up to the board. This goes for,
I mean, that, it would be literally just one parcel in that entire stretch, that would be.
Well, this one as well, right?
Yeah, there's two houses. One's along the market, one's along Orange. Well, but
Yeah, but that one, the one that's on market is covered by what we
You're
did
right.
on the other one.
You're right. So it's
That's
just
saying
this one
it's just
house.
that one house.
Probably give it its business and industry, I imagine.
That's, I would agree.
The only other option would be RB, which business and industry.
There's no other houses around it for someone to be upset and angry by them building a business there. You know what I'm
just on
saying?
the
Like,
backside of it.
but they're in business
Yeah.
district too.
No, I understand.
That covered everything.
There's a whole bunch of more R2 down in amongst the rest of town.
The rest is this Walnut and Badger. That's where Josh Hendricks's business goes from market to Badger. That probably needs to be business and industry as well.
Yep.
That we're talking about this property. This should probably, any disagreement zoning this business and industry from market to Badger.
Are you including the block building also then?
I was including the block building as well.
Okay.
It's on that piece of property, yeah. It's all
Well,
one
it's-
property.
No, not.
Oh, no, it's not.
No,
You're
not
right.
anymore.
When they auctioned it, they separated it.
They did
out.
separate them. But like, so there's at Arch and Chestnut Street, there is a R2 that house at one time was 2 apartments,
Correct. No longer that now.
but it's no longer that now. And the same with South Street and Walnut. I don't know why that wouldn't be an R2. That makes no sense. It has one house on it. It's a fairly new house as far as town is concerned. Where Carolyn Dininger used to live.
All right, I think the only thing we have to touch on, what we're doing with this, from Shannon Route Badger all the way to Walnut Street. So this is what we skipped earlier, what we want to do with these properties. After going through the entire map, any suggestions? So this is what we're talking about here. You got Butch's garage, another garage, and some residences.
Well, in the interest of looking forward, would you not leave them business and light industry?
Well, that's what I'm asking you guys. I mean, I think they make sense as R1 at this point, but
Well, we did the same thing on the south side of Market Street, went all the way back to Arch, basically.
I mean, we
So-
just did it
but
there.
those are already businesses. This is a little different, but I agree.
I mean, but
But we also, I mean, we also had a gentleman here asking for that distinction because he has it now. I mean,
I understand. We can keep it all there. I mean, really, we're just zoning a lot of houses as business and industry. I guess the idea is if they ever become dilapidated, we want industry on that side of town.
Yeah.
one that's pretty dilapidated.
Yeah, there's a few. There's a few already there, so.
yeah, well, I'm saying like that is kind of, you know, to Kyle's point earlier, if someone buys a house on Market Street, on the north side of Market Street, and they want to tear, you know, like where Jeremy Sturts' old house was, and someone buys that, want to tear it down and build a business, then the second half of that,
150 feet of depth doesn't get you a lot.
yeah.
All right, so business and industry from Shannon Route and Badger all the way to Walnut Street.
Yeah.
One yes. Kyle?
Yes, sorry.
Leah?
Sure.
All right.
Marcy?
What?
Marcy?
I'm zoning out at this point.
Zone back in.
You got a whole second meeting, you better
Say,
ship her out.
yeah, zone back in here. There's,
Okay, I think
Are
that
you gonna
covers
ta-
everything.
are you not gonna tackle the other R2s in town that aren't R2s?
And I'd like to talk about our house too.
What is the R2s that aren't R2s? Yeah, this is the map that we're dealing with now, so we don't care about what's on the old map. This is, so if it's not R2 already, we don't have to talk about it.
Okay,
Because it's gonna go to.
because I'll be honest with you, you're gonna have an argument from, you could potentially have an argument over some of these that, like the one at Arch Street and Chestnut, at one time was a two-family or a two-apartment house.
But it's not.
It's
currently,
not
hasn't
been.
For a long time.
And then this whole
From what I
piece,
gather from the
Then we get
board, we
back
do
into the
not
what
want
if and what
R2
if.
properties in our.
Unless they're
normal
currently
R2.
R2s.
yeah,
That's what I've
So-
taken.
And we have the one
You're gonna
large
eliminate
section.
Yeah.
We have one large section to allow for new R2 growth.
Right
And
here as well.
Yeah.
There's one lot over here, and then if someone wants to come in and spend
So
millions
you're
of
gonna
dollars on
eliminate that
R2
also.
subdivision, we're getting rid of all that is what I currently have.
are you getting rid of,
I guess we should talk about that. Yes, currently I have this gone. This is currently light industry. I have it listed as R1.
it hasn't been a blacksmith shop since I was a kid.
It was a blacksmith shop when you were a kid.
Yeah. It was a welder, his name was Leo Wagner. He could weld it.
Oh, welder, okay.
Well,
Sorry. When you
no,
say
no,
blacksmith.
I was
thinking
no, he had a forge, and he would have originally been a blacksmith. I think he learned to weld.
No.
Gotcha.
All right, are we all okay with that staying as R1?
He's my,
Yeah.
he fixed my toilet.
Yes.
All right. Dawn?
I just want to make sure that I'll be good. So I did try to watch a little bit of the meeting earlier, and I heard that you got rid of the special entrance wording in the home business stuff.
Correct.
So my shop, that is my separate little accessory building for my business I've had for years, I'm even on the map if you look me up. I'll still be able to take my appointment clients with no problem, and I just have to apply for a permit, which for the record, I also did ask for a permit before and was told I didn't need anything.
And again, that's just what the old board decided or body decided.
Right. So it's not on there now because that's really old.
Yeah. I
But
guess
you were there, you were at my house a couple months ago. So that little shop is where I take my appointments for my jewelry and my
The
travel
shed?
clients. I call it a shop. You can call it a shed if you want, but it's got air conditioning, it's got electricity.
That is not, currently that is not allowed, no.
Okay, so then I want to be RV, so I can do that still, because I've operated this for years. That's how I support my family. And you can, it even says forever by M&D Permit Jewelry.
I understand. I mean, the shed is new. I mean, that's only a few months old.
It replaced my other shed. I guess.
pretty
And
good.
I got that permit before, I think it was about January, December. It was a while ago. Because the reason I did that is instead of taking my clients in my house, my dogs and my kids and all this stuff, I have my own designated space. So I take average 8 to 10 a month. It's not a lot, but I want to make sure that I'm good. Otherwise, I want to be RV so I can do that. So no ice cream. It's not ice cream. It's the jewelry and the travel.
How long have you been doing that there, Tom?
2.5 years for the jewelry and since 2020, I believe it was for the travel.
Okay.
And they've been listed online. You can look up the initial start
The
dates.
shed came up a few months ago. I mean, that's like 4 or 5 months.
Yes, but I've been operating out of there,
You were operating out of this old shed?
out of my home.
Okay.
Yeah, my home.
I think,
I also
mean, we
spent like
got rid of-
$15,000 on that shed specifically for this.
In
And I
RV
asked-
designation, in that sense, so the shed, that's a problem under the home business occupation use, but if we designated RV, then the shed is okay.
And it's really not like a shed. It's got vinyl flooring, it's got a ceiling, it's got air conditioning, it's got electricity. It's like a tiny home, but it's not home, it's my shop. I make my jewelry in it, I take my clients in it. I don't think we need to be RV because I understand the problem that brings for future people and we're not gonna live in Shannon forever. I would like to just do the home business thing and apply for the permit and be done with it.
Well, an RV
Because I
wouldn't be-
understand the RV, but I'm gonna need RV if you're not gonna let me do it the other way, because that's how I support my family.
Well, RV wouldn't be an issue for future residents because you can zone down. So if it is,
Well, the big thing with RV is we really don't want to proliferate it. I think the question is, do we allow home occupations to operate out of a shed? At least that's in my mind. I mean, you can give RV to whoever you want.
Could that be a special use option or no?
Currently, no.
Can be.
No, it'd be a variation is what you'd be applying for.
well, and I would say that like me, and for instance, like I just do consulting, so I don't have any customers that come to my house. I work out of a detached garage, which isn't technically part of my house, but that's where I operate my business, but there's nobody coming there.
Right,
I
so that
walk
wouldn't be a
out my
home
back door.
occupation. That's the difference. That's not a home occupation.
I understand, but what I'm saying is that,
Same kind of building.
like,
I guess the technical answer is you need a variation, which this board can grant. If we don't want to change home occupation as it's defined, if we don't want people building nice sheds to operate home occupations out of, because then I think we start looking at more like businesses and less like a home occupation.
Well, I guess where I'm coming from and what I'm thinking is if she's been operating a business at that address for 2.5, 3 years or 5 years for the travel, would RV be appropriate? Because it's an existing operating business. I'm just asking because
I'm down for that. I just want to make sure that I can still operate. I don't have to do any sort of anything crazy. I'm not asking for anything else. And we can put specifics in there. It's my jewelry, it's my travel that I've been doing for years.
The answer to your question specifically, as it relates to the ordinance, is no, because we look toward long-standing special use permits, which is why or long-standing variations or defined in zoning. So that's why the old haircut, the whole salon gets it, and why Rhett Rapey gets it, because they have special use permits. I got it. Now, it's one of those things where no home occupation got special use permits because the last administration just said we're not gonna enforce that provision.
I did ask, and I can prove that too.
And
I asked
that's
twice.
fine. My thought is the variation is the better idea. You've been operating out of this shed for 4 or 5 months at this point. So the shed itself is not a 4 or 5 year thing. The shed is 5 months.
I got you.
Yeah, the shed went up in February, March.
Yeah.
I got my permit last year.
Yeah, that's my idea. I mean, this board can recommend RB, which would allow it, I think. I mean, RB would allow it because RB allows home occupations plus is what I guess I call it. Allows home occupations at a larger scale, but still, defined as residential neighborhood. So RB would allow it, or a variation in this case would be okay as well. Whatever the board wants to do.
So can I ask for the variation? What I have to do, it'd be a whole other process.
You'd have to apply.
So can I have RB? That's what I request. So I don't have to come and see you people anymore. That's all I want. Do what I've been doing for years.
Again, it's up to the board. Again, my thing is, you've been running the business for years, but the shed
I'm
is 5
asking the
months.
board. I would like to be RB.
I mean, is that an issue?
It defeats the purpose of RB. And so in that case.
You just said it was okay, make up your mind.
No, I said it's up to the board. You're asking if it's okay. I read the purpose statement of RB.
Which is on what page again, because I forgot.
We have no page.
Well, there's, at the bottom, there's.
Going forward,
Yeah.
we have page numbers.
21 of 27.
Yeah, there is page numbers at the bottom.
Going forward,
guys.
can it make sense? Which is your
Just get here.
standard number system?
The residential business district is intended to recognize and regulate properties that due to longstanding non-conforming uses, prior special use permits or variants, or unique locational circumstances are not well suited for R1 or R2. Again, what this board does, just because that's the purpose statement doesn't mean you can't go against it. And there's nothing special about that purpose statement other than that's what I wrote. The most appropriate avenue, I would say, is a variation under the current code. That doesn't mean you can't give RB and call it a special designation.
And this is not a dig against you. This is a question to the board. if you give it to one, don't you have to give
Oh,
it
I
to
lied,
one?
RV is not allowed to do what, an RV you cannot use
So
an
how-
accessory structure either.
So really, we need a variance.
It would
So
be
how
in
does she
there.
go about getting a variance?
And I wanna be guaranteed my variance.
Of course,
She has
we
to apply for-
don't have an RV ordinance, it's only theoretical at this point.
So is it an application or is
Yeah.
it something that she can just say now that she wants to get and we can all just?
Yeah, 'cause I don't wanna like keep going
Variances
through all
need to go in
this
front of the board.
rigmarole with this.
Variances need to go in front of the board. One sec, let me see, well, let's go to the current
Special-
code.
Basically,
front
what
of
you're
the
asking for
board.
is
I
a
want a
special
variance.
use permit, correct?
No, you want the variance.
What a variance, Kyle.
I want what
It's not
Joe's
special
got, make
needs,
me an RV.
okay?
Well, RV, as currently written, would not work.
RV
Again, nothing.
RV specifically says it's not a standalone building, correct?
Correct.
That's what I thought.
At least accessory to the residential building. Where's variance? Okay. The Board of Trustee by ordinance may authorize variations from the provision of this title when there are practical difficulties in carrying out the strict letter of the law.
So can we just say yes to a variance right now, or do we have to do this all over?
And this is going to be a very unpopular statement. The practical problem is, it's already being done.
There's money spent.
There's money spent. The permission wasn't obtained prior to building for said business, but
Because no special use permits were ever reviewed. Everything was a kind of a laissez-faire.
I really did, well, she's not here anymore, but I appreciate when this was getting built.
I guess
So-
what I'd say is, this provision doesn't go into effect until next month. Currently, in our zoning hearing today, we can only make recommendations, so we can make a recommendation to allow a variance, to allow the accessory structure,
I
which will
recommend
pass
to
next
allow
month
a
alongside
variance.
the new law.
Let's go ahead and do that.
And she's allowed to operate until we vote next month.
Yeah, because nothing's changed.
Yeah, I don't do, it's not like, it's just appointments only, I don't do walk-ins or any of that crazy stuff, that's never gonna change, so. I'm fine with that.
they're trying to eliminate someone building a
I understand, I mean, it was, we actually looked at buying, the old, well, it's gonna be for sale again soon with the thrift shop. There was no buildings for sale, and I spent 15 grand and got one right on my property. And it's better than any of those buildings downtown, it's
I
perfect,
get it.
so that was the intent, but
All right,
a variance,
Variance.
that, yeah, I'm fine
did
with
you
that.
make a recommendation? Vote.
Yes.
All right, we got first by Alan. Do I have a second? I can get the exact language of what we need to write. Roll call?
Okay.
Andy?
Yes.
Ruder,
Yes.
Minders,
Yes.
Shevitz,
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
And to close out the zoning meeting, I'm looking for a recommendation to adopt the new zoning map. Smoothly. All right, got it first.
I'll second.
Second by Travis.
Ruder,
Ruder?
Yes. You gotta pick an order, lady. You're
oh, who
really
was the
screwed.
first is what
Oh,
I was
it's
asking.
Miles.
Miles, okay. Okay, Allen,
Yes.
Shevitz,
Yes.
Minders,
Yes.
Ruder,
Yes.
Manton.
Yes.
Make a
She's
mo-
gonna do it on purpose now, just.
You know what? I can
You're gonna
ordinance,
be first the rest of the night.
I can ordinance her, I can throw a motion out there that she has to go in order.
All right, how about we take 2 minutes here and stretch? All right, we'll take a quick break.
2 minutes won't give me the Casey's in that.
You need a Casey's.
Yeah, me too. You know what? I don't know, I should have 3.
All right, you want to talk in the back for a second?
Hey, buddy. I knew that was coming. I'll talk to you. Are you gonna be around tomorrow?
I'm not working tomorrow.
Hey, don't yell at me.
No, you're.
Is my number again?
Wait, why? No, this is one we're gonna hang out. I'm putting that back.
we're aging, so we have our issues.
Yeah, I remember.
But otherwise, she's doing excellent.
My name is Betsy.
No, I can't show you that.
At what time or whatever.
Yeah.
Or-
It's been a while, but
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think maybe this was, was there anything you want said?
I will certainly do that.
No, I just wanted to see.
No, I retired a couple years ago
Yeah.
from electrician.
Oh, yeah, be able to fall asleep quick.
Yeah. A year ago, broke my leg. And I have not one, broke my leg. Three breaks.
Have a good night.
And it has not recovered per se, so I have like, since I was in recovery for so long, per se, I blame it on that. I put on, I spent a lot of time confined to a chair, a long time.
For granddaughter.
The only thing I was allowed to do was eat.
She's got something to do with it.
So I'm trying to get rid of that,
It's hard. Let's go, Percy.
but, so I physically
Well, yeah,
no
you
longer
can
do
In my car?
construction. And I was
Oh,
always.
no, it was like tick picks and then,
Oh,
yeah, like that.
that's for me.
Yeah.
I went from residential construction,
I do, I got
all
the
that
green
kind
one.
of physical activity to be an industrial electrician. My own business, insulating
It's good here, you know.
for 10 years.
So I live right next to the process room.
All that activity stuff to.
I'm like back
Oh, I
up
don't
here,
know,
so
she was
between
great back there compared down here.
that house and trees.
I still do.
Oh, okay. I know, yep.
Where's the?
I know everyone.
Which is per se where I was.
It's right there. You guys see?
Oh.
4 years.
Back by three.
3 hours. So moving on to our.
Where, did you run to Casey said
Did you
that?
have to?
No.
Did you have to say?
It was all besides, legally per se.
Another 3 hours, I'm expecting it, it's fine.
Yeah, you're probably about right.
Yeah, I'm expecting you to be here until midnight, it's okay.
No, I'm not worried about that. I try to get meetings.
I don't know.
I know, you're like, it won't be like that anymore, I swear.
3 hours.
Live.
Ryan is.
Can you imagine if we did, they move it up to 6 or moved it, left it at 7?
Pass this around again
I
for the
brought my
board
blanket
meeting.
and my pillow.
Right. Holler at me when I get to yay, nay.
Therefore, my
Let me know.
lot,
I would like to
to change that to residential zoning is gonna want to fill it.
Oh, sure.
I'd like to make a motion that you put on
It's
this
just not
month's
public
agenda
knowledge per se.
for the special meeting. That the clerk has to go in order.
No, I told other.
Hey, she gets to have a little fun sitting here in silence.
I was,
She's screwing with us, is what she's doing.
Making sure you're
Hey,
awake.
that's right. She's changing it up, otherwise we get used to it, then guess what? You're just gonna start yelling when you.
I guarantee you,
When you
if
know
I'm
your
not
meeting's
awake, you will hear one of two noises.
Snoring, yes.
Or,
Oh, well, they're mild stumpy in the head.
yeah, you will hear one of two noises.
I was talking to Eastland and they thought it was wild that they go in the same order.
No, there was
It's
one
popped
on-
up right there on
They
the.
jump around.
I work
Yeah. Because it gives people more power hypothetically. if you're on the same position.
I mean, I can see what you're saying, I get it.
Yes, what is that? What am I looking at? Figure it out.
Yes.
Apparently,
Yes.
you also had to watch the recording.
Thank you.
If he says their name, just spell it, okay. Figure it out. Google it.
Everyone's jealous.
Yeah, you probably.
Did Heidi bring us snacks?
Google search water.
I say, did you bring food?
Wait a minute, do you have cooler?
Well, I saw you.
Do we know if Eastland won tonight?
We were hanging out.
Volleyball?
My phone doesn't work.
Where can we look? Where can we look? Facebook should tell us.
I'm glad everyone else is phone working.
Hey Camden, if you're watching this,
It's called
text me if the
Wi-Fi.
volleyball girls won.
We're starting our actual. Oh, wait.
I could text them on, she.
Alright, well, I'll see you in the morning.
See you tomorrow.
Are you leaving us or do you want to sign in?
I wanna look at what you wrote down up here
For what?
before I decide that.
Oh, sure. I think your properties are all covered. They're still all business and industry.
Well, that's what I wanted to verify. I thought that's what I heard.
Yep, right here, and then everything back to Badger Street is business and industry.
Okay.
You sticking around or you heading out?
I don't have a purpose for sticking around.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Joe, are you sticking around?
I guess so. Is there a public part of this?
Yep. Yeah.
All right, I need 30 seconds.
I got you. All right.
Well, there is a public speak. I will put my name on the list. Thank you.
Okay.
Until Leah will be
Stick around
keeping
for a
time.
while.
To what?
Public
The 3
comment.
minutes?
Yes.
You want me to? Oh, I need some time, right?
No, it's a little better, but you keep that door open, it'll be a.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Put
that's
the
a whole
cooler
other-
in.
Yeah, I thought that'd be easier.
We can, hey.
I thought more work would be easier for you.
Are they not open?
No. Oh, well, that's not even a little bit.
All right.
That one's open.
We'll go ahead and start normal board meeting half.
Half.
Maybe not half.
I like to see us struggle, though. That was funny.
All right, so
I don't know what you do. Would you pull or turn or?
I don't know.
Cody fix
I've
it.
never touched them.
I think you're being.
It's fully open now.
all right.
Check those two.
I
While you're
don't, I don't necessarily want air blasting on me.
No.
That one's closed.
We're gonna get
You
the big.
said two, where's the?
Well, my OCD would have assumed there'd been two, but
I
All
only see
right.
one over there, but.
Consent agenda. Approval of last month's minutes and the financial report.
I so move.
Wait,
Pay attention. Spot number 4, pay attention.
I haven't even looked at it yet.
What the hell have you been doing?
We were just on a break.
3
What have you
hours.
been doing?
You looked at the beginning of the meeting. You were standing next to me. You asked questions.
Yeah, I looked at the financials, I didn't look at the
Oh.
board minutes.
No, you better make sure that those are right.
Damn
No,
it.
that's
Damn
those.
it.
I think Mr. Wrangle is Mr. Pangle in your notes, so that probably.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, some people's handwriting, I can't read it.
Definitely need to double check those then.
I typed it out that way?
I believe so. Where are they?
Whoops.
What's going on with the CDs that we were gonna do?
We're waiting for the audit to be done,
Yep, definitely paying.
so we can get our money.
I keep waiting to see them on,
Yeah, until the audit's done, we don't get our tax money. And I think Denise's idea was wait until the actual number hits our account before we
okay,
put hundreds of thousands of dollars
just
away.
asking.
Okay, I just have to change that, right?
That'd be fun.
What is Rocket Industries?
It's soap and toilet paper and paper towels.
All right, we did already have a first and a second.
Yes.
That was-
Is anybody voting no? We'll go that way.
Yes.
We're gonna vote no. Anybody else? No, okay.
All right. Next will be reports. Zoning report.
Zoning has been quiet. Really quiet.
Okay.
After the last 3 hours.
Well, yeah.
What meeting were you at?
Village maintenance?
Maintenance is we're doing alleys. We're doing alley repair, and then obviously maybe for the flu season. Other than that, it's really quiet.
Safety.
Safe, everyone's staying safe.
Very good. Perry's not here for water and sewer, obviously. So we'll go to my remarks. And let's see, where are my documents? I did give the trustees some minutes that were taken or some notes that were taken from Milledgeville for the small town roundtable that Miles and I went to. Doesn't discuss all the issues, but you see some. I think this was very handy. A lot of the municipalities are facing the same problems we are, specifically as it relates to nuisances. And zoning's a mess everywhere. Some towns don't have a board, some are understaffed on their board. And the big thing I took away is our utility bills are actually fairly high. We're not as high as Mount Carroll. And I know we're just about the same as Foreston, but unfortunately for towns our size, we are definitely in the top handful of utility bills.
I will say that everyone that was there though, in regards to that, said that they were sorely undercharging and that they were in a terrible financial position because of it.
Yeah, that is true. They're also.
But all of them are too scared to ask for more money.
Yeah, as soon as they get a water project, their bill's gonna go up $34,
I was saying,
$35.
everybody who has a water project has a bill that looks similar to ours.
Correct. So we're not, I mean, like I said, we're not the top. We definitely aren't at the bottom, but Cedarville and Pearl City specifically, who are absurdly low, said they're not in the greatest position because of it.
Is that just their water bill, by the way?
No, this is all their utility bills.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
So, yeah, this is everyone's utility bills. So they're interesting. Other than that, I just wanted to speak as to Chief Lewis briefly, and essentially largely what happened on September 16th. And on that night, I asked another trustee to come with me, as well as a deputy or an individual from the sheriff's department, because I intended on terminating Mr. Lewis's employment. I think that was the direction I received from the board, and that was my intent. However, as soon as we sat down and started talking, Mr. Lewis, in no uncertain terms, said he was going to resign. And he said that 2 or 3 times during the course of our brief discussion. And at the end of that, he said he was going to send in a written letter of resignation, which he never did. So that is what's transpired on September 16th. His termination note letter was never given to him because he declined it as he was resigning. And that's essentially what happened in a nutshell. And I know there's some people who aren't going to believe that, and I know there's certainly people online who are saying that's not what happened. And there's nothing I can do to change some of those people's minds. But what I can do is, and what I have done, is prepared, signed, and swore to an affidavit that I'll be placing in Mike's file that I've signed, had notarized, that states in pertinent part that I in no way, shape, or form told Michael Lewis to resign or be fired, and that Michael Lewis resigned from his position as police chief of his own free will. And that I swear to those statements under penalty of perjury in the state of Illinois, which, if you don't know, perjury is a class 3 felony that would certainly cost me my law license and my livelihood. So I say that just because I believe those statements are very true, and I have no fear that those statements are not true. So that's what happened on September 16th, and I'm not going to speculate aloud on why Mr. Lewis resigned instead of going through what that meeting was designed for, though we never got to that. And I'm not going to speculate online why the online disconnect is so far away from reality on what happened. Though I will note, aside from any other issues, aside from the ongoing criminal investigation, which I can't comment on, I think it's very clear that this board had great reservations about Mr. Lewis's work performance, and tonight I'm going to be asking the board to release all of the executive session minutes as it relates to Mr. Lewis. We do have FOIA requests and journalistic requests outstanding, and those will be responded to immediately, whether the executive session minutes are released or not. We hired outside counsel to write a memo and guide us on how we can release personnel files, and we have gotten that direction back, so we'll be releasing the personnel files in as much as we can. So I just wanted to clarify on our end what happened and the steps we've taken and will take here in the next few days. So other than that, public comments. Dawn?
I just want to skip to 7 if possible, because I don't want to be here all night. I'm just curious what the plan is for law enforcement in Shannon, if you've kind of talked to the board about, where you want to go.
There's 3 options I'll be presenting the board tonight. The first is hiring a police chief and doing what's been par for the course in Shannon. There's been 2 people who have reached out to me who are interested. Another person was given my contact information. So there's at least 3 people that I know of who are interested in the role of police chief. The other option is to contract our law enforcement services out to the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. I've sat down with Sheriff Klepping a few times now. We've discussed some broad details that I can discuss with the board tonight. And we'll talk about that if that is something the board's interested in. I also spoke with Lanark briefly about combining police departments. Mayor Rogan and I, she did not lend support for the idea. She didn't give any details other than that she'd be open to putting me on the agenda and having me come over to Lanark to discuss what that would look like. So those are the three options that I'll be going into more detail later tonight.
Okay, I think just for my perspective of it, Nancy Bach, may she rest in peace, she broke into our house. It took 47 minutes to get county to my house. So I don't like that idea at all. I think that's unacceptable. And I really loved how personable Mike was with all the people. He was very well loved in the community, really great with the kids and everybody else. And I would love to see that again. I want that personability. I want it to be a familiar face. Yeah, so that's my.
We've had reports of similar times of responses with Chief Lewis on as our chief as well.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Delay, you mean like a delay?
Yeah.
When he was in Rock Falls.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying there's.
After you took the squad car away or when he had the squad car?
Either or.
Chief Lewis said he could get here in 28 minutes with the squad car. That's the fastest he could get here if he was speeding. So even at that speed, it was.
Yeah, because Rock Fall's like 40 minutes.
Right. And I'll discuss with the board later, the sheriff, there'll be ongoing presence by the deputies. It won't be just what we have now with a promise they'll get here first. There'll be much more details as it relates to what the sheriff's office taking over as the Shannon Police Department would look like.
Because that's a fear too. People now know we don't have anybody. And if we go as long as we did previously, I mean, all this stuff that we kicked is gonna come back. All the paint robbery and the, you know what I mean, all this stuff, so, okay, that's it.
Jared?
Yeah, I'd like to speak on the bullet point number 3. I officially spoke with Mike Lewis. He did not tender a resignation.
He did. I was a witness.
I know that you're a witness, but there was no tendered resignation. There
There's not
was
a written
mentioning of it. Okay, you said 3 times. I don't think it was 3 times.
It was at least
Okay,
once.
and then on
They had
top
an
of
opportunity
on
to take
top of
that.
that, he went in there with you with the idea of termination. Okay, so regardless of him resigning or not, it's forceful resignation.
How?
Yes, it is. And then I wanna go back to another point, okay, back to the town hall meeting where you as a village nominee took questionnaires from the audience in the gymnasium. You stated that it was one of your greater accomplishments getting Mike Lewis in as a chief. And not only did you say that, but you also said that you were gonna support the police force fully.
I agree.
So not only did we just terminate our police chief, we also completely got rid of our auxiliary. Like, explain to me, like, how that makes sense. It's like black, it's like black and white.
The system.
What are you talking about?
Well, you'll see when the stuff's released.
I don't think you guys
I mean,
fully understand. And when the executive minutes are out there, I hope you guys read them thoroughly.
Okay, well, I'm talking from experience because of how this guy has affected my
Look,
family.
I like
How he has loved our kids. I know him as a person, okay? Different than you guys, okay? I don't know you as a person. I know you as a person that comments on my 6-year-old son on Facebook. That's what I know.
Karen. Have you never in your life had something happen? I was for having Mike too, because I was a board member at the time. There was no police chief. The jokes being made because there was a dummy sitting in the truck on Main Street.
Okay.
Ridicule. So Mike comes in, he seems like.
He was the only candidate.
Right.
I was told there was 2 more. Tracy said she was in on meetings
There was one.
previously.
There was one, we hired that individual, he came, worked for a day and then quit, which left Mike as the only candidate at that point. There were 2. We hired the other person originally, he quit.
But it was still your greatest accomplishment back in February.
Okay, so to my point. At that time, I'm sure he meant that. I can't speak for him, but I'm sure that's what he meant. Other things come up, you learn other things, and maybe your opinion changes. Have you never had that happen?
Yeah, I've had that happen of this board.
Well, Fair.
Like I said, getting Mike here was the greatest accomplishment in the 2 years. We were without a police chief for a year. I like Mike personally as a person, but there were a lot of issues that predate me getting voted in, which will, if the executive session minutes are released, these issues are not new since I was voted in. They've been here for a long time. They just became too untenable for us to look away from.
Okay, so just excuse me for not being able to trust our village president and our board. Excuse me.
Okay, so Jaron, what happens if we release this and you read over it and you see the same thing we looked at? How do you
I
feel?
will use my judgment and my discernment to the best of my ability that I have been taught throughout my life.
I trust you, Jaron. I know
Okay,
you. I
will,
get it.
but there hasn't been discernment on this board in other regards.
How do you know that?
Huh?
How do you know that? You know me, Jared. Do you really?
I'm speaking in other areas, Marcy,
Okay.
that have caused me to not trust what's been going on and truth in this room. That's what I'm speaking of. And I think I have a fair point in that.
I don't think you know what you're speaking on. I've received one
I do know what I'm
I've received
speaking
one
on, Ryan.
FOIA request on all of these issues. And it's not from you, not from your wife, it's not from anyone related to you. So you don't know what's happened on this board whatsoever. You have one certain point of view and you've taken it and run home with it. You don't know what we've done.
I stated my piece.
I just hope you'll be open to, when you read it, you look at it, take the personal feelings out of it. Take however you feel about any of us or how you feel about Mike, because again, I get it. He's a personal guy. I get it. I don't think he's a mean, bad person. I get that. But when you look at the same things we've had to look at and you think about the decisions that have to be made or should be made, how you maybe try to understand a little bit. I don't know.
I guess what I'll say lastly on this is that when a law enforcement officer is separated from a job for any reason whatsoever, I have to report that, or the commanding officer has to report that to the Illinois Law Enforcement Training and Standard Board, the LETSB. And if that, and I'm not speaking specifically about Mike here, but generally, if the reason for that separation is listed as termination, that is viewed very unfavorably by a LETSB, which is why the status quo in this field is resign or be fired. It's a career-saving mercy. I want to be clear. Mike was not given that ultimatum, resign or be fired. I went in wanting to fire Chief Lewis. He knew that as soon as we walked in, and he resigned no less, in my mind, 3 times till he remembers 2.
At least twice.
At least 2. It was not resign or be fired. It's you are going to be fired. He understood where that meeting was headed the second we walked in, and he resigned
And you
almost
did ask him
immediately.
multiple times, do you want to take
So
this
because
termination?
a word is
And he said,
spoken, that's taken as resignation. Because one word is spoken,
Not one.
not a tender of resignation.
That's not
Like if
legally
I'm gonna
required.
tell my dad, like, hey, I want to
That's not
resign from
legally
working
required.
landscaping. And like, I didn't,
I mean,
I just said the word.
Just think about that logically. That means if I walked out of my job today and I never tendered a legal resignation, they have to fire me?
You quit.
That's resigning.
So before you say he allegedly tendered his resignation.
Well, allegedly, I swore to it under
You
under
did
penalty
not-
of perjury.
You did not say, we are,
You are not gonna get
terminating
fired.
you. You did not tell him that you were terminating him before, and then he said,
Nope.
I'm gonna tender.
I
That
thought we
never
were
came
gonna
out of
go
your
over this
mouth or
later.
anybody else's mouth. And
Nope.
Ryan Klepping, nobody?
Nobody else talked.
And why won't anybody say it was Ryan Klepping that was in the
Because
meeting?
I don't feel the need to drag other people's names in it because the people in Fantasyland are just going to lie relentlessly about these people. I can handle it because I deal with drug dealers
He
and
can
violent
handle it.
criminals
So
and
if
child
I
abusers
wouldn't have
every
come
day.
out and said I was in there, you'd automatically point a finger and be like, well, I know you were in there.
I didn't say it, you said
Well,
it.
I'm just saying, if I didn't.
Well, I guess we'll never know.
I don't feel the need to drag other people to the ridicule of Fantasyland. I can take it because I deal with terrible people every day. But I don't feel the need to drag other people into it if they don't want to. So. Betsy?
On the lighter side, I just wanted to confirm that Halloween is the 31st.
Yep.
It starts at 4 and it ends at
4:30 to 7:30, I think is what the
4:30 to
announcements say.
7:30.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Joe?
I learned a little bit from Kip that there's an ordinance on, and I overlooked it, but I learned from talking with various board members over the numerous years I've been here, that there's the assumption that new service, not new service, but from the, what do you call it, curb stop, usually is a responsibility is the the owner up to the house and then the village would do the other. I went into this thinking that, but I learned that it's gonna be a few more dollars because the party to be who's putting in a brand new service has gotta pay from the water main all the way up. If that's in the ordinance, that's great, because then everybody has to follow it. The issue I have is that not only this and prior boards not knowing exactly what the heck to do, and if others, and I'm not gonna FOIA who got away with not paying and who didn't and all that, because we'll pay it. But if this is why you need to keep doing what you're doing and updating all this stuff, and then practice it. Because I think the water kept, when that was.
The difference is between a new service and maintenance is the difference.
Right.
Because what you're talking about is the standard for maintenance.
Right.
But when you put in a new service, there is no curb stop that exists for the village to be able to go up to. So when you put in a new service, you have to put in a new service. That's what all that excavation stuff is. There's a permit that talks about tapping onto the service in the water thing, that you dig the hole, the plumber comes over, he examines it, makes sure it's all done right. Then a new curb stop's put in. So once it's in and the service is there, you are correct. From the curb stop to the water main, the village will maintain that, but not put it in.
Right. And I learned that. If that's the case, we would pay it, obviously, but it's the practice of, another few $1,000s it's gonna cost us to do this. And if it's not been done that way, I guess, from whatever recollection of this very young board is, if anybody else does not have to pay that, maybe there could be some consideration on our part. I'll leave that right now because.
I'll say, Joe, when I heard all the rigmaroles and everything you had to apply for to do what you're doing, I haven't touched that section of the zoning code yet, but obviously, or of the ordinance code, obviously it needs to be looked at.
I'll look at it, but in the meantime, it'll cost somebody some money. And that's, again, if that's the way it is, that's the way it should be, but we need to know that and practice it.
Yeah.
What just transpired, FYI, and I can go on the record, after running public meetings, public input is public giving you input. Shut up. Let them give them the input and listen to them. Don't start getting into a conversation back and forth, because that is for, before or after the meeting, you going out talking to the public coming to talk to you. You want to know how the public feels. But this discourse doesn't happen unless you invite it.
Yeah.
And maybe not until the business even pops up on the screen. Somebody wants to come in and give you some information, they'll learn about it as you talk about it, unless they want to talk about it for their 3 minutes designated. Just as it gives, some people say, well, that's not being very transparent. It's being very transparent, and there's rules on governing it. So if I make a recommendation, you got 3 minutes, and then it's up to that man right there to decide longer, not shorter, if they want to keep going. But don't make it a conversation. It's a discourse from the public to you, and that's it. Just as a recommendation and food for thought.
Thanks, Joe.
Tracy may not agree with me there, but just from my experience anyway. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Oh, no, I still got time. You haven't shut me off. The county doing law enforcement I thought that was a great idea with the SRO. It didn't go that way initially, being the first SRO there, but I think we've learned that it can work really well. I think there's some things on your part that you can demand if you're gonna pay him the county monies to do it, and you're not gonna get 24/7 service in Shannon. That's unrealistic. But you'll still have 24-minute response or no response, because your guy that you decide to hire is only working the 8 hours that he's not around, that he's not needed. So that's not gonna change. But ideally, it's great to have your own police force. I think it's ridiculous to have 2 squads of the village's size. And I would give the county, if they're willing to take it for an agreed tit for tat type deal, or what you're gonna get out of the deal, that might be at least to get over this hump. And go from there. That's enough Joe Bath, sorry. See you later.
Thanks, Joe.
Tracy?
I really don't have anything to input. I would just stuck around until I could learn hear what's going on in the community.
Oh, thanks for sticking around.
Per my past experience, not in Shannon, but elsewhere, relying on the county to police your village is not necessarily a good idea, but that's as much as I'm gonna say. I don't know any of the details that you're trying to work out or anything, so I really can't speak on it,
Yeah.
other than my past experience.
Thanks, Tracy. All right, Kip thinks number one should be done in executive session, so we'll push that toward the end. First is, well, I guess number two doesn't make much sense without releasing the executive session minutes, so we're gonna push number two toward the end as well, because we're gonna wanna go to executive session on number one. The first is a resolution on the acceptance of the former police chief's resignation. That's was stated. He never gave a formal written letter of resignation. That's not required in the state of Illinois. I've talked with Talia and the sheriff. At this point, we are all in agreement that's what happened. So I'm asking the board to formally accept that resignation. If I could have a motion for that.
I so move.
Yeah, there should be three of them. All right.
Allen,
Yes.
Shevitz,
Yes.
Binders,
Yes.
Bruder,
Yes.
Manthey.
Yes.
Okay, resolution passes 5-0 with one absence. I'm signing that resolution. The clerk will sign it and stamp it, and that'll be added to the file. The next is something a little bit more fun, I think.
Can I sign this or does Denise have to sign this?
You can just go ahead and sign it. The Northwest Illinois, there's a Northwest Illinois design competition. I don't know how I got added to the list for it, but I got messaged about it. It's about affordable housing in Northwest Illinois, creating universal designs, multi-generational living, things of this nature. I thought this was an interesting idea. It had to be done by a student, an architecture student, a design student, or something of that nature. So I contacted Theo Waisner, who lives here in town or goes to school more appropriately, but lives here in town. And this is the idea that I brought to him just as a mock-up of a subdivision that could be fitted into the cornfields right now. And I said, this is kind of what I'm thinking. Here are the design competition notes. I'd love to support you in your goal. They give two winners, get $5,000 from this area. And there's a few other $5,000 prizes. And Mr. Waisner just sent me his updated draft today. And this is what he's come up with. So this is extending Cedar Street here, and this goes to Shannon Route. This coming off Walnut Street. So it's duplexes and single-family houses with shared green spaces, some park benches, an idea to get people out and moving. So his proposed summary is stated here. He notes where this could be located by scale and its proximity to other locations. See a more in-depth site plan here, pointing out some of the key concepts this design contest is looking for. Again, to scale, which is nice, so we can see how it would look like in practice. And then some designs of the house, again, pointing out some of the design elements that this contest is looking for. So that'd be a single family home. I think it's really impressive work what he's done here. And I told him that I would support him wholeheartedly, do what I can. I'll be helping him write the written elements of this contest over the next week, as much as he would like my help, and he'll be submitting it. My idea was, I don't think it's any secret, I would love to get an R2 zoning complex built out in the cornfields at some point, whether that happens in a decade or 2 decades or whatever it is. And I asked Theo if we could use this in submission of grants, things of that nature, and we would support him in his submissions.
Can you give him the water and sewer maps?
I did give him the
You
water
did,
and sewer
okay,
maps. Yeah, I gave him whatever he asked for, including the water and sewer maps. And this is what he came up with. He bounced his initial ideas off me. I gave some pointers, but really this is all him. So I think it's pretty impressive, but at this point, I'm just looking for the board to do a resolution supporting his contest submission for Shannon.
Make a motion.
Second.
Where are the lift stations?
Huh?
Where are the lift stations is what you're gonna say?
Just so you know, there is no lift station in that plan. And where are the single family homes?
In
I
the
saw-
middle.
I
That's
saw-
right here.
I saw single person homes.
I think these are single family.
This
Yeah.
is the villages of Shannon.
The villages.
So, all right, we got first.
Heidi and I, when the kids move out, we could get a townhouse and share a garage.
There you
We're
go.
on separate cities.
There you go.
Get a golf cart.
Coming over tonight?
Yeah.
Is anyone opposed?
No.
No.
All right, 5 yeas, 1 absent. I will sign and so shall the clerk and stamp that as well. They're taking 2 $5,000 prizes and there's a community vote as well. So obviously if he doesn't outright win one of the prizes, I'll be posting and hopefully get enough support and wish him the best of luck. I think he's done some great work over
I like
here.
Theo, he's a good kid.
Yeah, he is. So very
Young
good.
man, I should say, I shouldn't say kid.
All right. Next is the 2025 annual tax levy. And if anyone wants to see those designs, I'm more than happy to share them.
So you look at. For everybody. Nicole too.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Have a good night.
Thank
Good
you.
night, Tracy.
I think we're just looking at it right now.
Oh, yeah, that's, yes, definitely not approving. I do this every year. We have to pass our real estate tax levy for the 2025 tax year at the December meeting. As it stands right now, if you look at the last page, that's our 105% letter, I call it, is our total extension for last year was 149,683, meaning that's how much money we actually got for real estate taxes. We could go up to 157,167 without exceeding 105% of 149,683, and don't have to do it through the taxation period. However, Denise kind of threw me for a loop this morning right before lunch by sending me an email, which is page 2 with some pretty numbers that are way out of proportion from what we've done before. If you go and look at the first page, the 2024 levy, you'll see, for example, that we levied $20,000 for Social Security, and she threw out the number $35,000. Previously, the audit was $6,000. She told me $17,750. Medicare went from, and like I say, I mean, just like double. And I talked to her. I said I didn't think our payroll possibly could have gone up that much. And what I'm assuming she was doing was including both the employer and employee portion to come up with, to be so wildly off with the Social Security number, because she had a sticky note on here now saying that Social Security is going to be $12,700 and Medicare $3,000. And the one that really got me was unemployment. She had it $8,389, and now it's $686. So that kind of threw me for the loop. Another thing she told me that we've never levied for workman's comp insurance, because I just always assumed because it was not really that big of a deal. I know for me, in my business, it's not. It's usually based on what your payroll is and everything. But she's telling me that our workman's comp insurance is going to be $20,000 this tax year, which we've never levied for. We can. It's an easy process to do. So that isn't on my sheet. So to go back over to the first, if you look at the third sheet, that's kind of shows exact dollar amounts how that 149,000 is actually 149,682.70. We'd asked for a total of 151,660 and ended up getting in just the way that system works. Our assessed value this year, according to in my conversation with Annette, we estimated at $13,500,000. Last year was actually $13,178,000, which was considerably higher before. We're looking at probably right around 14 million. So that's why I went with a 14,250, because there's going to be another 8% equalization factor in Shannon after 16. So if you own property and over here, get ready for another big jump in your tax bill from that. So, what I normally do is I take anything that has in the maximum rate column, anything that's a maximum rate, I go to the maximum rate and come up with the levy dollar amount. and just sort of say, okay, well, the other things we should do what they are. So, whatever they cost, like an audit fund is non-limited, so you can levy for real estate taxes, whatever it's gonna cost you for an audit. She thought that 17.7 was for 2024. She thought that the 2025 audit's gonna be more like 20 grand. Liability insurance, we previously levied 35,000. She says it's gonna go up to $49,000 plus this coming year. So we've had some humongous jumps. Now, like I say, the number, the $20,000 number was the one we used, the same number I used last year, as was the $2,500 for unemployment insurance and $5,000 for Medicare. But then the most recent numbers she gave me after that email on the sticky note are considerably lower. So, but at any rate, I think, even not including this $20,000 figure, do you have any confirmation, or she talked to you at all about this, or?
About the audit?
About either the audit or what workman's comp is gonna be?
No.
I told her, I said, Social Security and Medicare are pretty easy, just, take total payroll, multiply it by 0.124, and then divide it in half, and that would be what they're, so give her the numbers. I'm assuming she was looking at our, what we withhold and pay in, not just what we are required to pay in. But at any rate, if you just look down there, with the numbers that she gave me, without changing anything else, they were looking at more like 185 to cover the liability insurance and the audit, and that's without, we could actually get a couple bucks, but we're going to be looking at, if you want to do that, levying way over 105%, and that's not including a possible another $20,000 for workman's comp. I just can't quite wrap my head around how that could be $20,000.
We were also involved with in 24, we did not have a police chief full-time.
No, in 24 we did.
The whole year?
23 is when it was high.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, but the number she, that number on page 2, she says 35,500 for Social Security. The number she gave me is 12.7, and that was after I had the conversation about, half comes from the employee, half comes from the employer. So, now we're looking more like $25,000, not $35,000. With Medicare, instead of 90, 200, now she's saying 3,000, which is somewhat less than half too. So I'm thinking that our payroll isn't quite as high, or I don't know how she was coming up with those numbers. And like I say, the liability insurance, like I say, that's a humongous jump. That's literally a 50% jump in the course of 1 year. I don't like I say, that's what I'm just questioning where these numbers are coming from, because certainly it's not unusual for insurance to take a huge leap in a year, but.
Oh, sounds like you need to talk to Denise and come back. You're just asking if we want to do 105%.
Well, that's one of the things. We need to come up with some numbers, but this is the sticky note she stuck to my. So this is the first time I saw these numbers after I talked to her today, after that email when I came in. So, there's quite a wide variation there, other than for the liability insurance and the audit. So, it's definitely, and the other question is, if the workman's comp insurance really is $20,000, you're probably going to want to levy for that too, if it's really leapt up that much. I'm assuming that we never have, because it really hasn't been.
We've talked about it, we've never gotten anybody to ever do it.
Well, for workman's comp, I've never ever heard anybody discuss it.
No, we talked about putting all the insurance on the tax rolls, and nobody ever was interested in doing it.
Well, the liability insurance has always been on the tax roll.
But not all of our insurance liability.
Not all of it can be, but workman's comp can be.
Well, we're gonna have to have a special meeting next week. Spoiler alert, everyone. So you and Denise can touch base on this, and.
So what we need to do, this is just for discussion purpose, but if we're going to if we're going to levy more than 105% of last year, which it would make sense to do, we have to have numbers decided on in the November meeting, because we have to have a truth and taxation hearing. There has to be a publication showing this is what the numbers were before, this is what the numbers are now, and hold a public hearing, which it used to be nobody would ever show up for, but do that before the meeting, before you can pass the levy. So time sensitive, and then we have to have some decision on some numbers before the November meeting, so we can take specific action and adopt a levy number to do the hearing and the notices.
Well, why don't we address this next week after you get a chance to talk with Denise about those exact numbers, and then we can pass our recommendations or whatever you need to. Sound agreeable?
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, improvement to the village park. Bodie had some ideas to put up these. Am I trying? I guess I'll let you explain about it.
So every year they do, like Steve Miller and Butch and Harry do like tarps on the.
Oh, the thing for Halloween?
Yeah, on the west side and the south side and for the Christmas walk or Christmas whatever. So Bill Rosemeyer actually came and was like, hey, do you think we could do this? It's like a semi-permanent wall on the bottom with like something that folds up so you can use it more element friendly. You know, if it's raining or if it's windy, you can.
Colder than the
Right.
summer when it's warmer.
So
When
we
you
thought
say
about,
semi-permanent, you mean you would take it out?
well, it's,
Normally
well, just the
goes
top
up.
part, the top part.
Top part goes up,
Right,
that I
yeah,
understand.
but the 3 or 4 foot wall would stay, it's more so permanent, bottom part. Kind of like that.
You're
That's,
talking about
that's
just on the north side of the building?
just on the west side, where they usually put the tarps.
Oh, I
Have
see,
you ever
like-
been to
Yeah.
to the Halloween walk? Like it's the west side by the boys' bathroom door, and then on the south side by the girls'
Yep.
bathroom.
So you're gonna have to walk around the walls to get to the bathroom?
Yes.
Or you can jump it.
People
But-
actually use those bathrooms?
Well,
at the park?
the reason I'm asking is for
Well, no,
accessibility reasons.
Right,
I mean,
accessibility reason, we already poured a little extension on the concrete, so you won't have to get your feet dirty. We did that.
No, I don't mean for me, I mean for like wheelchairs.
Well, yeah, it's all accessible. So that is not a problem whatsoever. So like, if you go back to that the last one there, no, not that one. No, not that one. That one. So we put a piece of concrete, we did another slab,
Like, is
right
this some sort of
here.
abstract thing here?
Okay.
So Bill Rosemeyer said he would donate $500 to the cause. I talked to Chris and Dan. They said they think anywhere from 2 to 3, but without building it, I don't really know how much it's gonna cost.
I mean, were any of you up at the little Halloween thing that it was plenty chilly?
But that's what they're taught about. I mean,
No,
Right,
that's what I'm saying, this would,
So this would just be like the start of maybe doing the entire shelter house like this.
yeah, it would be nice to have it.
oh,
'Cause it
So
was-
we're not gonna do it all, in one lump. We're gonna just, I figure we could do, maybe one every other year, every year.
I mean, I like the idea
Here's a
of the
dumb
two, I
question.
don't know that I like the whole.
Well, just so you can use it, during the spring or
No,
more so in the fall.
What sort of latching and or locking mechanism are you going to?
Well,
have
that's what we
too?
do.
Because
Chris,
I live kitty corner from the
Oh, yeah.
park and I see what those kids do.
So we
over there.
talked
Those
about
are
doing
going
like
to be-
a lock, obviously a lock in like
Well, are we putting cameras in?
well, there's cameras.
There's
There's
cameras.
cameras down there.
That
Right?
doesn't stop them.
But obviously there is going to be a lock mechanism that only certain people have.
So I'll be honest with you, would it be maybe a decent idea to just take out a wall panel and take it completely away? Meaning make the whole chunk of wall. You put it in,
Mhm.
say on Labor Day, and you take it out
So-
on Memorial Day.
So our idea was we brainstormed a few ideas, and I didn't want to get too many people involved because if you get too many people, then you get 100 ideas, and next thing you know, it don't get done. So this was our simplified solution. We talked about doing like a accordion style, and then like a folding style, but it would all be custom. Like if it was accordion or if it had wheels on it, and then we don't know how much it's going to cost whatsoever.
And then the more moving parts you have, the more likelihood you have for it to break and
Right.
maintenance.
Because we talked about that, like an accordion where you could
No, I just
shuffle it and lock it.
I just
and
meant
then
something you
unlock
would
it.
put in and take out.
Right, we could, I mean,
That way it couldn't get screwed with, is what I was saying.
in theory, this is,
Well, as long as you have a way to lock it down and lock it up, I think we're safe.
All right, Bodie's looking for $3,000 right now, plus you got that
3
500.
plus the 5, yeah, I think that should be suffice.
3,000?
Yes. To start.
should have it in the park budget or the park
We-
monies anyways.
We do, and Bodie asked me, I mean, as it relates to maintenance and things of that nature, obviously he can do that on his own free whim. When it comes to actual improvements, I feel like they need to come in front of the board, because he asked me about that, and I thought it was more appropriate to come in front of the board, even though we already do appropriate for improvements.
Make a motion
I'll
for
second.
3,000.
I mean, if you do wanna meet up there sometime, but I'd like it to, I talked to him about getting it done before Halloween, for obvious
I
reasons.
get it.
But if you wanna go out there and
Is-
shoot ideas,
Please don't
great.
take this wrong way, as long as I still get tables in and out for Labor Day.
All
I don't care. Or the 4th of July.
All right, we got first and second, roll call. You don't wanna jump around anymore?
No.
Streamline.
She might need to
10
say
o'clock.
wait.
All
She
right.
went up to you. She just did.
Streamline. I like the whole streamline.
All right, law enforcement and
Are
Shannon.
we still here? Oh, sorry.
So as I gave a preview, I see there's 3 options currently. The first is just to start looking for a police chief. We'll need to work out how much you want me to advertise for, or just reach out to the people who've already reached out to me through the grapevine, but we'll have to work out those numbers. Nothing, I think everyone knows what that would look like, so we can certainly circle back to that, but if we want to hire a police chief, we just gotta get numbers and get that out there. The second option with Lanark, like I said, I only spoke briefly to Mayor Rogan a few weeks ago when we were at the round table. She didn't say whether she supports the idea or is against it, only that she would be open to having us come over and bring it in front of her board. I have no further details about that, other than what that would look like as opposed to the sheriff's offer, or what we talked about. And I think this is the one that's the most forward, so it's the one I have the most details on. Essentially, I talked to Sheriff Klepping and his first deputy, or whatever the appropriate title is for that individual. Chief Deputy, thank you. And what we worked out, and none of these terms are set in stone, all of them are open to, they're obviously open to negotiation, but the cost would be $100,000 a year. Put that in perspective, our current police budget, last year we appropriated 151, well, I don't know what we just appropriated 180,000, but the year before that, we appropriated 150,000 and we actually spent over 190, so about half the price. That would include 1 hour of patrol time every shift. So every shift is 8 hours, so you're looking at 1 patrol every 8 hours at a minimum. So if you work that out, that's 21 hours of patrol time per week is essentially the floor of what they're looking for, or what they hope to provide. Now, they said if there's an emergency and a deputy can't get over here, that might fluctuate, but what they're willing to put in the contract, what they generally look at is 1 hour per 8 hours. So Shannon will have 24/7 coverage, and that hour every 8 hours will be different every day. No one will know when that deputy is coming through. And one of the bigger changes is the sheriff's office will handle both emergency and non-emergency calls in Shannon. Right now, they only respond to emergency calls in Shannon.
Let's not confuse 24/7 coverage. That's not 24/7 coverage.
Well, they'll be,
That's not 24/7 coverage at all.
no, but it's
That's
a little
21
different.
hours, that's 21 hours a week.
Well, 21 hours a week plus response times. Whereas if we hire a full-time chief, that's 40 hours a week and that's it, or that's what we contract for anyway.
So are they talking to Chadwick or Milledgeville or anybody else to do something similar with them, or?
Now, this time they're starting with us, and I'll tell you, Sheriff Klepping, when I first spoke with him, he liked the idea of the towns combining more than the county taking over, but he and Andrew Chesney was here the other day. Everyone thinks that this is the direction small towns are going in the long run. Sheriff Klepping believes that this is what it's going to look like X years down the road, is that the small town police department just doesn't make sense anymore.
Well, and at our town hall meeting with the other municipality governments, there's several other small towns that are like, who was it? Chadwick and
Cedarville and Pearl City.
Pearl City, they are all exploring
Similar
this
goals.
similar options, yeah, because they just can't find coverage, or they'll get somebody and then they're good at playing it. Well, they hired me for $26 an hour. What will you hire me for? And they jump from place to place to place and get a dollar increase every place they go. So it's a struggle to be able to hire and then keep somebody.
I would like to point out that the sheriff's department isn't fully staffed now.
Correct. They would also have to hire someone.
They'd have to hire two someone's Eastland School District's in front of you. The Eastland School District wants another SRO. And that position is unfilled today.
Okay.
So.
Be that as it may, as it relates to the Stevenson County towns we talked to, they actually went through this whole rigmarole, but they had 3 towns that were gonna sign up for 1 deputy. And that kind of fell through just because what if one town pulled out, what that looked like. This would not be a school resource officer type deal. This deputy would not be assigned to Shannon. That's originally what I went in for. I wanted an SRO type deal. They weren't willing to offer that at this time. What they want is another full-time deputy with the understanding that they will become the Shannon Police Department and guarantee 21 hours of patrol time a week. And what they're talking about is going through every single street in Shannon, running radar in Shannon, be more present in our community. So $100,000 per year for that, and that covers everything. And the big thing to think about is our liability insurance would go down. We wouldn't pay, that's half the cost as it stands right there.
What about all of our equipment?
Well, there's 3 big things here. One is they want all our equipment.
So they want all of our equipment and
Plus $100,000
per year. Yes.
Well, shit, I'd want that too.
They want all the equipment up front.
And I want
Can I be police chief?
numbers too.
They want all the equipment up front, and that's $100,000 a year. They would provide coverage for our town events, so Labor Day, for 4th of July. They would be here at board meetings when we need them. They would not expect to be here every board meeting, but whenever we request a deputy, they would send someone.
So does that mean they would convert like the newer vehicle to a county vehicle?
Correct.
What would it cost us to send somebody that would go to the academy?
It would not be expensive. It's just whether you want someone new in that role. And that's something we should discuss. And like I said, I know where I'm leaning, but the board can decide wherever it wants. But let me just go through what this county deal looks like as we talked about it. And again, nothing is set in stone. This was just an informal conversation. This would obviously have to go in front of the county board as well. So $100,000 per year up front. All of our police equipment would go to the county. That's the big one. And they talked about a 3-year contract up front. That could be more or less. Obviously, if we enter into this agreement, the idea is we would never go back to a police department because we gave away all our equipment. So it'd be very cost prohibitive to go back to a police department. No enforcement of village ordinances. That's the 3rd big thing. So $100,000 equipment up front, no enforcement of village ordinances. What I will tell you, Miles and I were there, not one municipality knows how to enforce its ordinances right now. And maybe that's bad to say to everyone, but no small town knows how to enforce its ordinances right now because it is cost prohibitive to do so. The other towns have Bodie or the mayor doing it or a trustee giving out tickets. And if they don't pay them, then they have to make the decision whether to hire an attorney to go prosecute them down at the courthouse, which Milledgeville did, and they said they spent over $2,000 to get someone to mow their lawn. So I'm saying that there's not a good solution to nuisances. In my mind, what I'm thinking, if we went with this county deal, Bodie and I would be empowered to write nuisance tickets or write ordinance tickets. If we would add them on to the water bill, if they don't pay, we would wait until we have so many because we can file for a year or 2 after the ordinance is violated. And we would have KIP go down with 10 or 15 ordinance violations at a time and actually prosecute them. I'm also going to.
We also talked about partnering with all the local Carroll County municipalities and having an attorney on retainer for a day or 2 days a month or something like that to prosecute all the county's ordinance issues.
That would be my hope. When I was in bigger counties, there's a lot of local prosecutors, so there's state prosecutors for criminal acts, but a lot of municipalities have local prosecutors who will handle ordinance violations. And my thought, if all the Carroll County municipalities got together and paid for a local prosecutor a few days a week or a few days a month, that would be, that would be a low cost of entry, $1,000.
It's my understanding Savannah actually contracts with the state's attorney's office to handle their ordinance violations. And like I say, I've traditionally prosecuted them when we prosecuted them, and it's, like I say, probably not practical with the, like I say, it's not a money-making endeavor. If you look at that, it's rarely gonna be a money-making endeavor, but sometimes you have to do it, and sometimes, you can get the court to, in Illinois and in the United States, generally, each party pays their own attorney's fees, so in a civil action, it's rare that a judge is going to ever award all the attorney's fees that you expend,
So it's important to keep in mind, even if we go the police chief route or Leonard, which I have some idea of what that would look like in my mind, we still have to figure out how to enforce ordinances. Because even getting a police chief to write them, if the person doesn't pay, we're still left in the same boat. So that's not unique per se, other than the fact that we would have to come up with a much more concrete way to enforce ordinances. In my mind, I see Bodie and I ticketing people, get that into their water bill at a lower amount. I'm thinking just $100 base. If they don't pay it, then we'll go to court and ask for the full amount, and it'll be up to the judge to determine how much he.
If they don't pay it, can't they just shut their water off?
On certain things, but we can't, at least not in my mind, we can't add the ordinance to the water bill, and if they don't pay,
Right.
shut off their.
It's just like anything else. Everybody's entitled to due process, so.
Right.
You have the right to say, I'm not guilty of what I'm accused of, and you have a right to have a trial, and you have a right to make the state prove, in this case, by the preponderance of the evidence that you violated. So the standard of proof in an ordinance violation is a lot more, which makes.
The carrot on the stick is that we'd be asking for a much lower amount if you just pay it outright instead of making us go to court. Whereas maybe if you go to court. Comply, or, we can ticket someone every single day they're breaking an ordinance. If they keep a car that's broken down in their yard, we can ticket them every single day. So if they don't pay the $100 and get it fixed, then we go down to court, we're taking them 25 times instead of one time.
Well, in some of the other towns, like one, I can't remember, was it Lanark or Milledgeville? One of them said they had their worst offender, and they wrote multiple ordinance violations to this one offender, and they decided to fully prosecute that one offender, and then everyone else after that point that they've issued an ordinance violation to has complied because they didn't want to go to court. So, you have that avenue as well where almost,
it's a cost of law.
Incentive compliance.
So some of the cleanup stuff, like the mowing things you can do. You can summarily, you can have your ordinance, you have the right to summarily abate it, and you can just do it with recording a lien against the property, just like a non-payment of a water bill. You can record a lien. And sooner or later, somebody's gonna want to get a mortgage, or they're gonna want to sell it, and sooner or later, you're going to collect your money.
Right. Ordinance enforcement is definitely something that needs to be addressed. There's no point of redoing all our ordinances to be nice and enforceable if we can't actually enforce them. So that's a larger issue. I just bring that up here because with Carroll County, they will not write the tickets themselves, but it's important to keep in mind, even with the police chief, we still have to have an ordinance enforcement mechanism in mind to think about moving forward.
Strangely enough, most of the towns that were there, it was you, Bodie. In their towns, that's who's writing the ordinance violations.
Other than that,
so for
the big thing with the sheriff, the last thing is the chain of command. They don't report to me. They would report to the sheriff. So they will be the Shannon Police Department in name only. They will not report to the village president. They will report to the sheriff, who will obviously consider direction from me. That's how it's written out in other contracts that I looked at for this. There's a lot of small towns in the Midwest that have this type of contract, and obviously, or maybe not obviously, they report to the sheriff and not the village president while they're here.
Do we have any data on how that's working out so far?
Like I said, I think the standard, I think everyone thinks that's where it's going.
The one most locally is McChesney Park does this. McChesney Park does not have their own police department. They contract out with Winnebago County. And since they've gone to that model, everyone absolutely loves it.
Yeah.
Up there. But that is not.
It's also.
It's a scale different than ours.
Yeah, a big scale.
Scale different than ours, but.
Yeah, but they're close to Rockford too, so
yeah.
But let's be
not that
honest,
things can't happen.
the
in
Winnebago
small
County
towns.
Sheriff's Department has more people on a shift than the Carroll County Sheriff's Department has, period.
Well, I understand
And
that,
no
but that,
offense, we're gonna get the honor and privilege of paying north of $100,000 a year for the honor and privilege of being considered in Carroll County
I think that's a
for
work.
21 hours a week.
I mean, that's a minimum.
Well, I guarantee it'll be a minimum. And they aren't paying no officer $100,000 a year, by the way.
No, this will cover, I mean, because after, and the idea is that we give them this equipment, that's a big chunk, but from that point on, we will never have to pay for another piece of equipment as long as we stay in this contract. Whether that's 20 years, we'll never have to buy another squad car.
Until they decide that the expense of policing for you have to buy us a car.
Well, that's
Then-
probably a discussion that comes after the first 4-year contract is over and.
This
we
is by no
revisit it.
means the rosy path.
So that's where Carroll County's at currently. Like I said, none of those terms are set in stone. They haven't been run by the county. It's my understanding that a few county board members are at least aware that this discussion has taken place, and this is something that probably can happen. The other option, like I said, is approaching Lanark, see if they want a joint police department, which they, or at least we contract through Lanark. I don't know. Again, there's no actual discussion that's been had there, other than they're open to hosting us and talking about it, what it would look like. And the third option is we apply, or we put out a job application.
3.
2 have reached out to me personally or through someone else, and 1 person was just referred to me by another mayor a few days ago. I haven't reached out to them either. So
So-
3 people that are interested in the chief of police position. Whether any of those are, whether we can offer them a rate that will entice them to come to Shannon. A lot of these are active law enforcement, so our rates are, lower than most other law enforcement agencies, which is something to keep in mind. But at least 3 people have reached out with interest in the position. So, discussion, what are the,
in your mind, is Lanark the only viable option for consolidating with another town?
I think I think Pearl City and Forest would work too. The problem is that they are across county lines, which I know a lot of people are gonna prickle at. They'll certainly make a little bit more paperwork along the lines, but.
Well, and then at that
Forston's
point, you're
closer
not
to
a-
Savannah.
well,
Fortune.
Mount Carroll, I was gonna say, at that rate, you're looking at people coming from Mount Carroll.
Oh, do they?
If they're coming.
And I haven't approached Forest.
Brian Milledgeville, I mean,
Or
it's still
Thompson,
pretty
or
much a
Savannah.
Drive, so.
Yeah, Milledgeville is, I think they're pretty happy with their police department right now. At least that's the context I got from the mayor over there. Unfortunately, Chadwick, they have a part-time chief. That makes the most sense, but they're 25 minutes away. So,
And that's the other thing we're looking at.
so in my mind, Lanark is the most viable realistically. I would love to have Pearl City have that discussion with the mayor over there because they have been facing policing problems for years. So I think that could be,
We just need a decent candidate, which we haven't had for a while.
so. Where is everyone leaning? What are thoughts?
I mean, I guess there's a potential 4th option, and that's to basically just do nothing, because even if you live in Shannon, you're still a citizen of Carroll County, and you're still
And
entitled to police protection from Carroll County. I mean, you may not get as much as you want, contracting, but that's an option as well.
And technically, we can hire part-time officers without a chief, and I will essentially be not the chief in name, but the problem with that is a lot of paperwork, and I don't feel comfortable with doing police paperwork. But we technically, in our town of our size, can have part-time officers without a chief. And
I
our
guess.
part-time officers are interested in working, and I've been telling them to hold off until we've had a discussion, but both of them have been reaching out, interested in working. I just don't know what that
What
looks
is the
like in practice.
experience level of our part-time officers?
Well, one is the chief in Chadwick, so fairly, and the other is the Mount Carroll officer, and I don't know how many years he has under his belt, off the top of my head.
And, reading that standards, some of the stuff that standards board, but I don't think that you could necessarily, I think there's actually some requirements for experience before somebody can be appointed a police chief. I don't think you could hire somebody right out of a police academy
I don't
and
think,
say you're a police chief.
I also want to note, I've been talking to the Illinois Law Enforcement Training and Standards Board a lot lately. We are still behind in filings somehow, which is very unfortunate. So just think about that too. If it's not quite obvious where I'm leaning towards the sheriff. And that's not to say it's the best option, but I'm thinking of no more paperwork, no more filings that are years behind.
That's where I was leaning too until you told me their proposal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
None of that is set in stone.
yeah, 100,000 is like.
That, I think we're way far apart. I mean,
Well, I mean,
100,000,
if we're handing over the equipment,
the 100,000 I can live with. That's about where I thought.
there.
I mean, that's about where I thought it was gonna be. But do they realize how much equipment we have that they're asking? I mean,
No, I mean, they probably don't. I mean, that's, the honest truth is they probably don't know what we have. I mean, we just bought a
we
new
would be
squad
better
car.
off selling all of the equipment that we have if we're disbanding our police department and signing a contract with the county. I mean, you're talking about basically giving away $100,000 plus worth of equipment.
Well, you think about that over 4
Yeah. 200,000, 230,000.
You think about that over 4 years, our contract price then is 125,000 instead of 100. Maybe that's too high for what they're offering. and
it's
maybe that's-
extremely high.
Well,
For
Yeah, you said
21
that's-
hours, for 21 hours of guaranteed coverage, that's damn high.
Well, that's the thing. This is just
And,
a
oh, by the
starting
way, unwilling to enforce our ordinances.
Well, that's.
You're either
that sounds like a big.
I was just gonna say,
That's-
But you're either hired to do the job
That's
or you're not gonna
surprising.
do the job. You don't get to be half
And
pregnant.
they weren't open to the idea of sending somebody to SOC as a village, having them work here part-time and then part-time for the county.
I didn't bring up that specific proposal. I just brought up the fact of hiring a new deputy as the Shannon SRO essentially. And that wasn't where they were at, but I was looking at more full-time is what I was talking about, whether they want to do a part-time SRO type situation.
Don't make 80 grand a year.
I mean, if we do somebody here part-time, 30 hours a week, not pay county, because that person can also work county for 10 hours a week or whatever that would entail. Hopefully somebody that would be close in the community would be nice.
The SROs are still a Carroll County Sheriff's deputy, correct?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that if something big goes down in Savannah, that they're going to leave Eastland School and go to.
Actually, no, they don't.
They're not supposed to, but it does happen.
That's not what I was told. If an emergency happens, the SROs can go.
Yeah,
Whether that
they're not
happens or
supposed to, but they do.
No, I know.
Because that's what I was thinking more along
I
the
mean,
lines.
that would
Like,
be
we hire a
kind of nice, we
deputy
get
for them.
somebody, and guess what, county, you also get 10 hours of work from this person,
For
because we
free.
don't need them.
Plus, our squad
maybe
car would be
40.
labeled Carroll County Shannon Police Department. Squad car can be used while this person's working for you. That's kind of what the idea I had in mind going into that conversation as well. The idea was we would just hire and pay this person, use our equipment, and you guys get 10 hours for free.
Because that person wouldn't be able to be chief right away either, right? If we
Right.
say we sent somebody off to school to do that.
So what's the difference in that? And he's here and he's ours and we pay the insurance and have all the liability.
We're
and
not paying
everything.
$100,000 a year, and
Well, we
he's
wouldn't
willing
be
to pay
paying
the
that.
work.
He'd still be a
You're
deputy.
eliminating all that expense.
He'd still be a deputy, so we wouldn't have all that liability. It'd still be the counties.
How-
That's our own deputy situation.
Okay.
And again, that's
How would we get away with not paying the liability and covering all the stuff if,
because the county would have to pay for his liability because he's a sheriff deputy.
but how would we pay, how do we pay him then if
That'd
he's
be that
their employee?
that'd be that $100,000 thing.
No. He's saying us hire him.
We would still, I
And
mean,
we
we just
pay
give the
him.
money to the, again, this is not a situation we talked about. This is the idea I had, where we'd essentially give the county this individual salary, and then they would be the Shannon SRO. That's not something they were
So if we're paying
particularly.
them 40,000 to be here 30 hours a week, and then county pays them the other 10 hours that they have them employed.
Counties, if the county had. the
Not
money-
that they
No,
would
no,
do
no,
that,
no,
but
bear
I
with
mean, I feel
But if the
like,
county had the money, they'd have 2 more sheriff's deputies tomorrow.
You know,
Right.
They don't have the money or the people.
I wonder what some of the townships would think.
What do you mean?
Meaning like Shannon, Cherry Grove Township, Freedom Township. There's no, I mean, for the purposes of more along the idea that what your initial thought was, not just a deputy to spend more time just in Shannon, but in the center of the county or in this corner of the county, like at
We're
Lake Carroll.
essentially paying for the
or-
sheriff's department to do nothing now. So
Well,
we're,
I mean,
That's why-
we're all taxpayers, but I mean,
yeah, but
say that here's some way that not only Shannon, but maybe the township, and we can contribute money to the idea, you sign a deputy over here and.
Right.
I don't know, and it's maybe,
And the sheriff said he's willing to come talk about this in further detail with the board if we want to talk about it, but just think of where they're at right now and see, do you guys see if there could be a middle ground? Or do you think that what they're offering, you guys can get to an agreement or not? Cause I don't wanna bring them over here if you guys are this far
I don't want to
apart.
bring them over without talking to Lanark too. I
Right.
mean,
Well, and then what
I would
happens
love
if they
to
run
see
into
us
a
have
real
a chief that
manpower?
would work with Lanark. I don't care if you call him a chief or you call him a clown. I really don't care what you call him.
right.
But you know what? Lanark doesn't have 24-hour coverage either. They'd love to tell you they do, but they don't. You know what? Work together. You know what? When you guys are off, we'll run a car over there to run patrol, and when we're off, they run a car over here once in a
But the
while.
problem with that type of arrangement, Kyle, is that if the players in it change and then they all of a sudden don't play nice together anymore, then you're SOL again.
It's no different than county.
Well, that's under contract.
Well, that'd be under contract.
And that never gets screwed up.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, then you have recourse for if they don't hold up their end of the contract. I don't know. I was very, very excited at the thought of what it could mean for Carroll County. But that is just
What do
a
you,
large price.
who do you have for, I mean, who do you have for candidates?
I would have to look at my phone. I haven't reached out to any of them. Their numbers have been forwarded to me, but I wanted to talk to the board first. So I have not made contact with any of these individuals, so I don't know what their thought process is, what they're seeking. I just know that there are 3 people who are at least interested enough to have my number, or I have their number.
How close do they live to Shannon?
One lives in Joe Davies County somewhere, so not particularly close. One is in Milledgeville, I believe, so that's fairly close. And the other, I do not know where they live. They're somewhere in Carroll County. So again, in the old code, or at least when I'm looking at the old code and the issues that we used to have with the police chief, there was a requirement that the chief be within a certain range of the town. When we talked to the other municipalities, every single one of them had to get rid of that requirement essentially. It's just not feasible anymore. Yeah, it's just not feasible.
But we haven't. It's still in there.
We didn't abide by it.
Like a lot of things.
Say how well did that work out?
So
I don't want us to see us get rid of the police department because we had a bad experience. The sheriff's department doesn't sound like an answer to me. It sounds like we're getting the privilege of paying them $100,000+ a year to be members of Carroll County. I mean, if you call down to Mount,
car in town every once in a while now. I pay taxes too.
yeah, but we don't.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
We're not Savannah. If you call down there right now, their cars are in Savannah.
I would like to see how much of their budget comes from Lanark, Shannon, and Lake Carroll. And then how much time they spend in those areas compared to what their budget is.
There's definitely a problem area of the county, and it's not ours.
Yeah, but you know what? Savannah has 2 full-time officers on every day.
Well, I can tell you, if you went through all the criminal felonies and misdemeanors filed in Carroll County, I would bet 90% of them are from Savannah.
I'm sure they
I
are.
can just read the paper.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, that's where they spend their time.
Well, I think there's a
They
reason
spend
for it.
their
And
time
again,
west of Route 78.
I want to be clear, they acknowledge they're not over on this side of the county all that much because of the realities of the situation. They would be putting in the contract, they would be on the side of this county more, not only in Shannon 1 hour every shift, but on the side of the county generally more than they are now, because they understand they would be the Shannon Police
And
Department.
then we have to have that in the contract.
Yeah.
We're in the county they serve.
Yep.
You should be here anyway.
I mean, I'm open to the idea of looking into the candidates for hire. I just think that
I mean, it could be an all above situation. We could explore every option.
Well, I think we need to explore every
Yeah,
option.
I
don't
agree.
think
Yeah.
we're in a place where we can hone in on something. I
Right.
think we need to explore every option and then come up with what the
I
best
agree.
option is out
Yep.
of that.
All right, police chief, then, how much do you want to, how much do we want to advertise for? So Chief Lewis was at 60.
what's the job description look like? I'm sorry to interrupt.
I would have to look. We posted it years ago. Bonnie had it on different sites. I had
Please
no,
don't do that.
I had no control over that.
ask for it or put on different
Please
sides?
don't put it on that interweb.
I'm just curious as to that because I do feel like that and the actual job description, when we do hire the person, it needs to be very detailed and I don't know what that looks like. And I'm curious as to how detailed those things are. I just feel like that's,
I mean,
it's all something.
Most
that-
likely I'll just create it from scratch. That's what I did with the deputy clerk position. And I think we were all happy enough with that job description. So most likely I'll create the job.
Also, when we hired Chief Lewis, obviously was not on the board then, but when he was hired, do we have a contract that the employee signs that isn't, I think we should look into.
There's a lot of issues.
Yeah.
There's definitely things we want
So just
to
us,
make
we're all
clear.
on the same page of, there's a lot of things that we have to
We have to fix.
go
Here
over
is your
with
job
that.
responsibilities, this is what you're
This is what we
expected to do.
expect.
This is what, and then this is your contract. Annual reviews or quarterly reviews, all that
Yeah.
stuff should be spelled out to them
Absolutely.
when they're hired.
I agree.
Just food for thought.
Mike first came, he was good.
And we're all pretty happy
Just
at that time. So 67.5, I think is what Mike was at the end, but he declined benefits
And
too.
the not to interrupt, but the discussion when we hired him, if you remember,
He was offered, it was 62K plus benefits. Benefits are around $10,000, so the total compensation, the idea was 72,000. We got up to 67.5 in a year and a half, so never really actually reached that.
it was also discussed that originally, the car was, let's be honest, part of the package.
See, I don't recall that. I remember it, we decided on that earlier this year, that it was part of the package. And actually, when I was looking through the minutes, I think that's what the minutes reflect as well.
When we talked about it with Bonnie and them, with the old board, we discussed that, this car going home is gonna cost us, let's say, $10,000 a year. And I said, consider it part of his salary then.
That was the discussion then. I don't recall that being a part of the contract.
No. I'm not saying it was in the contract.
Contract,
I-
so.
I'm
I was
not
gonna say, what contract?
No, there was no contract. I'm saying that was part of the discussion when we were coming up with what we were gonna pay.
Well, I need a range, so.
I mean, do we do it kind of like start it out, give them 90 days, 6 months, and then,
That's what we
He
did.
wants a range of pay first.
For the
no, I know, but I'm saying, are we gonna,
So you started him out at 62. Plus Benny's if
That
he
was
was
in
doing Benny's.
2023.
Just had to do that.
Here are the Carroll
Had
County
interest,
salaries,
had
by the way.
inflation.
So here's an SRO. Their total, just under 60,000 for an SRO, though. I was told that these
It
numbers are.
says 74, doesn't it?
That's
Yeah.
total compensation package.
yeah, I can't.
That's including benefits and retirement and.
Yeah.
Everything back on. There we go.
Wait a second. Speaking of, we are not able to pay into the
IMRF.
IMF. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
$74,689.34. We're gonna give them all of our crap plus $100,000.
Well, they expect this number to go up pretty substantially this year.
But bear with me. He's there way more than an hour a day.
We'd be paying for, but we're not, again, we're not just paying for one deputy. We're paying for the whole department, quote unquote. 'Cause
I'm
the
aware,
deputy-
and we're getting screwed.
The deputy would be coming every single shift, a different deputy.
I get it.
Wait,
I get
we're
it.
backtracking here. We're talking about a range for offering a
Well,
job
no,
to
but
a
I didn't know what
chief
I didn't know what he made till right now.
Yeah.
The sheriff's is
Double.
a percentage of what the
State's attorney.
state's attorney makes now in the state of Illinois.
And those are decided by statute. So,
Funny how that works. Anyway,
all right,
Very substantially, very covidious.
Yeah.
all right, so a police chief, what is the range?
I would say 65 to 75, depending on
You're much
experience.
more generous than I would have been,
well, we started at 62 and 23.
I guess.
I'm just saying, cost of living over
Right.
the last 3 years.
And we have to be competitive,
plus-
so.
And if you're gonna get any decent candidates
Decent, that's the
to
key word
apply,
there.
you need to be
So,
in
yeah.
that range.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, and I will give a
And we have
job.
a budget for $190,000, not a budget, sorry. We have appropriated, we don't have a budget. We we have appropriated $190,000
Which
for
is
our
an insane
department.
amount. I think,
Yeah,
for
I
what-
agree.
For what,
And I
we
think
get.
we can lose a vehicle and a whole bunch of equipment even with hiring our own guy.
All right, so 65, 75,000 plus benefits. I'll work out a job description and send that, and I'll send it to the interested parties, get it posted online, and I'll see where else I might wanna post it, but we'll start there at least.
Be very careful posting it online. We got a gentleman from,
By online, I
where was
just,
he, Chicago?
I just been on Facebook to start, I suppose.
Be very careful.
Indeed.
All right, Lanark. I will see if I can get on the agenda over there. What would we be looking for in Lanark? I would expect that same 100 to 120,000. In this scenario with Lanark, and again, no conversation with Mayor Rogan other than, yes, you can come on over, I'll put you on the agenda. I see Lanark kind of taking the reins of this.
Hang on, with Lanark, for $100,000 a year, we get a guy in Shannon for 40 hours a week. I don't care what the truck says, I give a hoot what's written on the truck. I really can't care less.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know Lanark is also looking to hire an ordinance officer next year, so that might be, maybe we get the ordinance officer a few hours a week, and I don't know what it would look like. I don't know if they would want us to have a police officer and look more like what Kyle suggested, or if we're just gonna contract with Lanark, if that's what we want. But with maybe a little bit more control of that police officer when they're over
Let's be
here.
honest, if we can get one for $75,000 or $80,000 a year, why the hell would we go with the county? No offense, but.
I mean, I think the
Well,
liability
because
insurance is
you have
gonna
to
go
look at
down.
the total cost of
Running the police
having a
department.
police department. You have vehicle, maintenance, upkeep, insurance, liability, other part-time deputies, equipment, maintenance on the equipment, all that stuff. It's not just 75,000 plus benefits.
Evidence.
Yeah.
Not all of it, but a lot of it we're gonna eliminate by working under Lanark.
Well, we don't know if that's an option. Like I said,
We would be a peon of Lanark's. We would contract him. We would contract not necessarily a single person, we would contract the 40 hours we're at. You know what I'm saying?
I understand what you're
and we'd
saying.
still be able to eliminate.
A whole shitload of expense.
But again, I think our liability insurance would drop pretty dramatically.
Sorry,
on
I
the police
misunderstood.
department.
When you said, why would we pay the county 100,000 when we can have our own guy for 75? I thought you meant like our own guy.
No.
You're talking, you're jumping back and forth between.
No, yes, I would love to have our own guy, don't misunderstand, that would be great. But the hybrid of between our own guy and the county, I'm sorry, would be, let's work with Lanark. And if that costs us $75,000 or $100,000 a year for 40 hours of coverage, the chief, who cares if he's the chief or a peon, quite frankly? As long as he's, approachable, a human being that breathes oxygen and does the job we ask. What do we care what the it's not always gonna be the same person too, which is both good and bad.
Well,
We're looking for 40, 50 hours of coverage a week.
In either situation, a key statement to what you just said, either the Lanark or another town or the county, you said, and do what we ask them to do.
Yep.
We will have no authority to ask them to do anything.
In this contract, at least if we're going to Lanark, yeah, we would. We want them to do this, and this. The county doesn't seem to be willing to do anything for $100,000, other than take the money and the equipment.
Yes, set that up, Brent.
Like I said, I don't know what Lanark looks like, so we'll go in with the idea of $100,000. We want close to 40 hours of coverage a week for that. And maybe we can, and we'll just
I would
see
say
where,
40 plus.
we'll just, 40 plus. And we'll just see where they're at, see if they're even interested. Like I said, I don't know if they are. I just know that at least the mayor's willing to put us on the agenda and have a conversation.
What
When are
about
their
all the
meetings?
compliance stuff, though, the state compliance, so they have to do the paperwork and stuff?
That would be their problem.
Yeah, that's
We're
fine.
contracting.
Oh, you
with
just
them.
you just, right.
Give it to them.
I understand, I don't care what the squad car says on it, don't give a shit.
When are landmarks meetings?
I'll have to check. I think they meet twice a month,
Yeah, they do.
so.
They've been
Apparently
committed
we
the
are
whole
too.
month.
Oh, we have a meeting tonight, and
I
then
say they have a committee the whole month or
Correct.
something.
I don't know these committees.
When are county meetings?
All right, the sheriff. What, if anything, do we want to bring to the sheriff then? What's the gap? What are the big question marks?
I think it's a little amount of hours for the amount that they're asking. 21 hours for 100K a year
It's
is
a pathetic amount of hours for the amount of.
nothing. Yeah, an hour a shift, that's 1 hour within 8 hours.
And my thought is if they want the equipment, then the value of that equipment is deducted from the contracted price. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
yeah,
Like if
yeah.
it's $100,000 contracted price, then, and our squad car is worth 25,000, then our first year we're paying you 75. We're not just giving you $130,000,
Plus,
$100,000 worth of equipment.
Yeah, I just feel like that's quite,
It's a steep asking price.
That was, I knew that was
that's
a
paying
big
for 2
stickler.
people.
Yeah.
So in the idea of where a 4-year contract or $100,000 a year, we value our equipment at $100,000. We want to pay $300,000 over 4 years instead of $400,000.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Not 400 plus give you $100,000 worth of equipment. That is a terrible.
That's insane.
For 21
For minimal
hours a week.
Yeah, pathetic.
I mean, even if it was 40 to 50 hours a week, that's still a terrible deal.
I agree.
Oh, I think if they gave us 40 to 50, I'd be hopping on that with that deal myself, but, do we want to see?
For the 100,000, sure, not the 100 plus the equipment.
Well,
Right, I feel like I'm just,
that's a mute point anyway. Do we want to see if they'll have any conversation about an SRO type situation again? Like I said, I tried to breach it, didn't seem like they were interested, but I only talked about a full-time Shannon SRO deputy. Do you want to see if we can come to some agreement where we contract one guy for a certain number of hours per week?
Yeah, I mean,
You can ask them.
Well, that's, you can say you approached your board and this is what came up.
Or what about
It's a
Eastland?
negotiation, it's not a.
Eastland
Eastland's
could they
SRO?
could like Eastland's actual school, Eastland pitch in to help pay for a deputy, or is that not something?
Maybe they want to split the SRO, have an SRO be Shannon, and
We used to do that.
Yeah.
the Shannon deputy can be the second SRO of the school.
We used, that's how the SRO program started.
Oh, yeah, it's-
Well, maybe that's something, if Eastland's looking for a second one, maybe they'll settle with half of one. I mean, I don't know if that's viable or
They
not.
want one in each building is what they want. They got the money to do it.
Well, yes, they do. All right, well, I'll talk to the sheriff essentially about the money aspect. From what I hear, that's the number one concern, the money to hours ratio.
Yeah, he's off by half in both directions.
Has anyone else approached about the auxiliary? That's it.
No, and we can't use them without a chief. Anyway, the Carroll County said that we get the Carroll County Auxiliary if they took over as well, which is a very active auxiliary group. So at these big events, there'd be a lot more coverage. But no, we can't utilize the auxiliary at all without a chief. We can utilize part-time officers, so I don't know if the board wants me to tell these part-time officers to come in. I just don't know what
Here's
the
a
paperwork
question
looks like.
regarding that. So you have the gentleman, one of our part-time officers is the part-time chief in Chadwick, correct? Is it possible for us to pay him some hours to do the filings for us on a temporary basis so that he can be the acting chief while we're searching or trying to figure out what we're doing? If he would be open to that?
Yeah, we'll have to buy a computer for the police department since ours is gone now, so we will do that.
But we approved the money to buy one.
We did, so,
So
so if we're getting
go
rid
ahead
of,
and buy one.
whether we're getting rid of the police department, one way or the other, I mean, I guess a few $1,000s isn't gonna mean anything in the long run, but.
I mean, I don't think it would be a few $1,000s, but
You're right, probably like 1,000 at max.
I was just gonna say, I just bought a very nice computer that does all the things that we would need it to do for our
All
police
the
department.
things.
All the things. And it was like $700, so.
Why do we have one?
Cause Chief was using, or Mike Lewis was using his own personal laptop as the PD laptop and computer.
Which should not happen ever again.
I will be buying a village laptop after this meeting, or
He's gonna buy two.
Yeah, so I will not be
Wait,
using
didn't we
my
approve
personal
three?
laptop.
Didn't we get one for?
An iPad for, yeah. All right, so I have all three options to approach. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna set a meeting in a week, which isn't gonna be enough to talk to Lanark at all.
Why don't you talk to your part-time chief from top, or Chadwick, and do what those guys just said.
Okay.
At least we get, and even the other part-time guy, you know, if we can get
Some paperwork done too.
if we can get a
and-
couple of shifts a week, so we still appear to have a police department,
Yeah.
that would be wonderful.
And they both reached out and said they're willing to work a little bit more for Shannon in the interim while we figure out what's going on. It's just, I'd like a chief who would do the paperwork for me, so.
No, I understand, but I mean, it's
That's why I
horrible.
said he obviously already knows what he's doing. Because
Exactly.
he's doing it for Chadwick.
Yeah.
So we can presume that he knows what he would need to do, and if he's willing to take that on part-time in the interim.
How do you know if they're keeping up though? I mean, can you keep better track of that?
Just
How do you keep
Call
track of
and
it?
ask.
I mean, now that I know who our contacts are, I can start there.
You know,
But we
like
can't
to
just
make
look
sure
in our
they're,
system and
No.
see this stuff.
to make sure they're actually
Maybe I
doing their
can now
job.
since I'm signed up for it. But we'll see.
Like how can you, how
And I,
can
and I don't know what paperwork it is. Maybe they were just talking about part-time officer paperwork. I don't know what they were referring to, just that,
We're not current on the final.
that's what they said. So I don't know what that means, what that looks like.
They
That's
must
just what I
have
was
sent
told.
paperwork in every day.
Well, I mean, we're even.
I
Start with that.
did not ask about that. I was.
what are the repercussions for that, you know?
Fines probably for
All
the
right.
city,
They take away.
I guess.
They take away your badge.
All right, and you have an all the above option. We'll put this on the agenda for next week, just in case there's anything new that pops up. I doubt there'll be any big changes by next week, but we'll set it for November as well.
Actually, you know what? If you can hire the guy from Chadwick in the interim, just as interim,
Yeah.
I mean,
You guys want to give me a motion to hire an interim chief?
we gotta have something.
I know. Is there a connection though with, okay, I
Yeah.
don't
Oh,
like that
I
option,
don't-
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, that's like,
Yeah. Yes, there is.
Okay.
I can ask the,
not a good idea.
Mr. Metzger from Mount Carroll if he wants to be the interim chief for the time being. I don't know if he's interested. I don't know how many years of experience he has under his belt off the top of my head, but he's very interested in coming doing hours for us, so I can ask him.
Put the feelers out.
All right.
Well, Sam,
I mean, even as an interim, I think we need to know
he
the
would,
person. that
he
we're
said he would
hiring
come and help
Fairly
Yeah.
well.
Oh,
a couple
And I
few
think
hours a week.
By the time we get around to doing that interview process, I'm hoping we'll have, more solidified option in front of us.
I mean, he said he would, and he could come in on a weekend or come take a couple of days off. It's an option.
All right, do you guys want to approve an interim chief if I can find one, or should this just be a process that goes to the board as well? I mean, it's like Chip says, the county will respond to emergencies.
Mhm.
Maybe.
We'll talk
I'm
about,
sorry, I have very little faith in that place.
I'm right there with you.
Well, obviously, when there's a police officer here, whoever it was responded to emergencies outside of Shannon, so. That's why, I'd wonder about the townships.
I mean, do we have to give an official title to him if he's willing to, like, do we, from a legal standpoint, from the filing standpoint, if we're going to have the part-time guys work a little bit and he's going to file for us, do we have to give him that title
I
for
don't
him
know
to be
that.
able to file?
Just my bit of research that day, I think that's a good idea to name somebody part-time interim chief to do that and to be able to have, because like I say, you don't have the time to supervise them or things like that.
Nor do you want.
I don't want that one on my plate as well. I think that'd be a little too much. So I can approach Mr. Metzger, see if he's interested on an hourly rate, and if that's only 5 hours a week that he comes and does our paperwork and drives around, that's better than nothing for the time being.
And manages any part.
So do you need a motion to be able to do that then if we're gonna give them a title?
I would say so with an hourly rate. I think right now the part-timer is getting 25, or 28, I don't know what it is, so I suggest something higher than that for the interim chief.
I make a motion for you to be able to hire a temporary interim chief while we get things situated.
Explore our options.
At what rate?
Maybe he's driving over from Chadwick.
Or somewhere about.
No.
But and I'll look at different options.
Oh, I didn't
Maybe I
say- sorry,
can
that's
find
my
someone
thing,
from
that's right.
Freeport that I know who's willing to do it. $30 an
I was
hour.
gonna say between 32 and
I was
35.
gonna say 31, but you know, there you go.
Okay. 30.
How many hours ish? Do we have to, do we
Under
have to
40.
specify?
No, we don't.
Under 40.
Well, technically, if they're, what is it, 30 or more, they have to be
Under
considered
32.
full-time. 32, there you go.
No more
So-
than 32.
Yeah.
At $31 an hour. 31.
I said 32 to 35, but that's just my opinion.
How about 30? No more than 32 hours a week at $32 an hour.
There you go.
I'll second. I have a
Okay.
headache.
Alan,
Yes.
Shevitz,
Here, oh, yes.
Are you still here?
Miners, Bruder,
Yes.
Anthony.
Yes.
All right. I'll explore all those options. I'll talk to the players involved in each of those. I'll put out a job posting with that range. I'll get a job description out for you guys to review before next week, and then I'll see if we can get an interim chief. All right, circling back to one, we'll make this quick.
Are you going to the executive session?
Yeah, we are.
I'm waiting, Maddox is
Do you need
on
the
his
keys
way
back?
up here real quick. I gotta run
Yeah,
first.
oh,
I got him ginger ale before the meeting started. He's been waiting for 4 hours for
That's okay. Just-
ginger ale.
Can I get a motion to go into executive session to review confidential I need the statutory citation. I know it's there, but we need to review the confidentiality of closed session minutes.
I so move.
Second.
Last thing in the folder.
Mine are just spread out.
10:40.
She's amazing.
She doesn't have an index.
I'll wait until.
Any objections?
Hat time?
Halftime.
There you go.
Okay,
I think we should name him Hootie.
leaving executive session at 10:51.
Now you can make your motion.
Yeah.
Are you ready for that?
Emotional.
I motion that we remove the confidentiality for our closed session minutes around chief.
All right, that would be September 2nd, September 17th, July 1st, June 3rd, March 4th, December 3rd of last year.
And all the rest of the minutes not listed in here will remain confidential, correct?
Correct, and there's 2 redactions, releasing with those redactions.
I so,
I second.
Mandy with a second.
yeah.
First. Anybody opposed?
All right, in addition, the June 3rd minutes, I'd say are 10,000-foot overview, and that was a session that where we talked about Chief Lewis for quite a long time, about 50 minutes. There's a supplemental narrative that goes into more detail about the minutes. It doesn't amend them, it does not alter them. It's just a supplementary document to better explain what happened during that 50 minutes. Do I have a motion? Or sorry, I'm looking for a resolution to adopt the supplemental narrative.
May we read it?
It's in your packet.
Oh. I feel like an idiot now. I'm sorry. Right here. Thank you.
Resolution to adopt supplemental.
Supplemental narrative to the June 3rd, 2025 closed session.
I have so much problem.
And the next.
Yeah. Oh, great. I did
Read
read
a
it.
first and a second.
I did read it, I'm sorry. I read it
Do I have a first for that?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Just for the record.
Any opposed?
Just for the record, I did read it earlier, I just.
Do we need to open the door since we're not in closed session?
Oh, yeah, we're about to go to closed session again though, but
Is there, oh,
there's no one out there.
Okay.
All right,
Anybody opposed? No.
No.
all right, 5 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent. I will sign the resolution adopting the supplemental narrative. All right, lastly, I would like to go to closed session to talk about potential or imminent lawsuits regarding the chief. Can I have a first?
I'll
I
first.
so,
I'll second.
Any opposed? All right, 11:15, no action taken, executive session. Closing comments, we're gonna have a special meeting. Fairgraham would like Tuesday. I know you, that's a problem with you.
I can probably get it
All right,
fixed.
can we have 4 people here on Tuesday for Fairgraham and follow-up
I can
discussion?
probably make it work. I will have to finagle.
Same time.
Yeah, 6 PM.
6.
I can be
I'll
here.
check it out tomorrow.
Is that all that's on the agenda?
Yeah, unless I have some law enforcement thing to bring up to you next week, that'll just be all. It should be an hour.
Yeah.
Say that for every meeting.
You're terrible.
Perhaps more.
Is it bad that we don't believe him?
Oh, and pass.
We all laugh.
Well, not passed, but I mean, discuss.
Discuss
the former numbers.
an hour.
So these, they have to be
Anything we
constructed
can do
or?
with that?
We'll
Hey.
talk about that. All right, do I have a motion?
Put on the agenda to buy a market board, would you?
Do I have a motion to leave this meeting?
Yes.
To adjourn it.
The problem with this is that it should have.
First, second.
Hold on.
Yeah,
No,
this has nothing to do, we need to discuss this. This has to do with an evidence thing
Gotcha.
that we have in our locker, so. All right, we have a first and second, any opposed? No opposed, 11:17 PM, we're done.
I called at midnight, so.
5 hours, 5 hours, and 17 minutes.
Oh my God, I feel like I need to be turned for bed sores at this point.
God